Heather didn't see Napoleon's tears as they did Tai Chi. She was remembering something that had happened last week, after a long, exhausting night shift when she'd helped to deliver 2 baby boys. It was impossible not to think of Zack every time she held another newborn baby boy and stared into those sad, wise eyes. All babies had that same wise look, as if they'd just come from another realm where they'd learned some beautiful truth they couldn't share. Every day brought an endless stream of new life. Heather had gone to get her coffee from the hospital cafe after her shift and run into a familiar face from the past. There was no time to turn away and pretend she hadn't seen. She recognized her instantly. One of the soccer mums. Before Zack gave it up. Lisa somebody. A friendly, bubbly lady. It had been years. Lisa somebody's face lit up when she saw Heather. "Oh, I know you." And then, as so often happened, a moment later her face fell, as she remembered what she'd heard on the grapevine. You could virtually read her thoughts. "Oh, fuck, she's that mother. But no time to look away." Some people crossed the street to get away from her. She'd seen them do it. Some people recoiled. They literally recoiled, as if what had happened to Heather's family was vile and shameful. This woman was one of the brave ones. She didn't duck or hide or pretend. "I'm so sorry to hear about Zack," she said. She even said his name without lowering her voice. "Thank you," said Heather, longing for coffee. She looked at the boy standing next to her on crutches. "This must be Justin?" The name came to her on a flood of memories of shivering Saturday mornings on the soccer field. And suddenly, without warning, the anger exploded in her chest, and this kid, this living, stupid kid, was her target. "I remember you," she hissed at him. "You were the kid who never passed to Zack." He stared at her with blank, slack-jawed horror. "You never passed to Zack. Why didn't you pass?" Heather turned to Lisa. "You should have made him pass." Her voice rose beyond the bounds of what was acceptable in a public place. Most people would have made their excuses and scurried away. Some people might have retaliated. "Your dead son doesn't give you the right to be rude." But this Lisa, this woman Heather barely knew, a woman who, Heather now remembered, had once taken Zoe home to her place and fed her lunch after Zack had an asthma attack on the field, just looked at Heather steadily and sadly and said, "You're right, Heather. I should have made him pass." And then Justin, who had been 9 years old when he played with Zack, had spoken up in his deep young man's voice and said, "Zack was a great striker, Mrs. Marconi. I should have passed to him more. I used to be really bad at passing the ball." The generosity, the kindness, the maturity that young man showed that day. Heather had looked at his face, the freckles on his nose, the tiny black whiskers around his young boy's mouth, and seen the grotesque face of her son on the last day of his life. "I'm so sorry," she'd said, weak and trembling with regret, and she'd left without making further eye contact with either of them, without picking up her coffee. Yet again, she'd turned the anger that should have been directed only at herself on someone else. "Snake creeps through the grass," said Yao. She saw herself sitting alone in Zach's room, her hand opening the drawer of his bedside cabinet. Heather was the snake that crept through the grass. Chapter 29. Frances. It was nearly 3 p.m. as Frances made her way with some eagerness downstairs to the meditation studio for the breaking of the silence. She hadn't eaten anything solid since the night before, and she was very hungry. When the breakfast and midday bells had rung today, Frances had gone to the dining room to find a row of smoothies set out on the sideboard, labelled by name. Frances had found hers and tried to drink it slowly and mindfully, but it was gone before she knew it, and her stomach had begun to rumble, loudly and embarrassingly. She was not really starving, but she was yearning, not so much for food, but for the ritual of food. Maybe if she'd been at home, running around doing errands, it would be easy to skip a few meals. Not that she ever did. She'd always had difficulty comprehending the phrase, "I forgot to eat lunch." But here, especially during the silence, meals were crucial to break up the day. She tried to distract herself by reading in the hammock, but her book had taken an outlandish turn which she couldn't handle on an empty stomach. Her spirits lifted when she walked into the studio. The lights had been turned off, and the room was illuminated by clusters of flickering candles. It was cool down here. Some sort of essential oil burner was pumping out a heady mist, and spine-tingling music was being piped through invisible speakers. Frances always appreciated a little effort when it came to ambience. She noted low, camp-like beds had been set out around the sides of the room with blankets and pillows. Headphones and eye masks were laid out on the pillows, with water bottles alongside, like business-class seats thoughtfully arranged for a long-haul flight. Masha, Yao, and Delilah sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, along with the 3 members of the Marconi family and the tall, dark, and handsome man. "Welcome. Please join this circle," Masha said, as more people filed into the room behind Frances. Masha wore a long, white, sleeveless satin and lace dress, somewhere between a wedding dress and a nightgown. She'd made up her eyes so that they were even more prominent. Yao and Delilah, extremely attractive young people, looked almost ordinary and washed out next to this celestial being. Within a few moments, everyone was there. Frances was seated with Heather on one side and young Ben on the other. She wondered how Ben was feeling. Probably missing his car. She studied his tanned, hairy leg in the candlelight. Not in a sexual way, thank the Lord, just in a kind of fascinated way, because all this silent, mindful meditating over the last few days made everything fascinating. Each individual hair on Ben's leg was like a tiny tree in a dear little forest. Ben cleared his throat and shifted his leg. Frances straightened and met the eyes of the tall, dark, and handsome man seated on the opposite side of the circle. He sat straight-backed and solemn, yet somehow in a manner that conveyed he wasn't taking any of this too seriously. She automatically went to look away, but he held her gaze and winked. Frances winked back, and he looked startled. She was a terrible winker. She found it hard to close only one eye, and had been told that her attempt looked like an extraordinary facial spasm. "And so we come to the end of our noble silence," said Masha. She grinned and punched the air. We did it! Nobody said a word, but there was a gentle murmur of sound, exhalations, the shifting of bodies, and half-chuckles of acknowledgement. I'd like us to now slowly reintroduce conversation and eye contact, said Masha. We shall each take a turn to introduce ourselves and speak for just a few moments about whatever comes to mind. Perhaps why you chose to come to Tranquillum House, what you're enjoying most about your experience so far, and what you found most challenging. Are you dying for a cappuccino or glass of Sauvignon Blanc? I get it. Share your pain with the group. Are you missing a loved one? Tell us about that. Or maybe you just prefer to deliver straight-up facts. Your age, your occupation, your hobbies, your star sign. Masha smiled her extraordinary smile, and everyone smiled back. Or recite a line of poetry, if you like, she continued. It doesn't matter what you say. Simply enjoy the experience of speaking, connecting, and making eye contact with your fellow guests. People cleared their throats, adjusted their posture, and stroked their hair in preparation for public speaking. While we get to know each other, Yao and Delilah will distribute your afternoon smoothies, said Masha. Such was Masha's charismatic charm that Francis hadn't even noticed Yao and Delilah stand up. Now they began to glide about the room, distributing tall glasses. This afternoon's smoothies were all the same emerald green colour. Spinach, thought Frances with alarm, but when she took hers and had a sip, she tasted apple, honeydew melon, and pear, with undertones of moss and bark. It brought to mind a walk by a babbling brook in a dappled green forest. She tossed it back like tequila. Why don't you go first, Frances? Said Masha. Oh, okay. Well, I'm Frances. Hi. She put down her empty glass, dipped her head, and licked her teeth for lipstick. She realized she was automatically adopting her professional public speaking persona, warm, humble, gracious, but a little standoffish, in order to repel any huggers in the signing line. I came to Tranquillum House because I was kind of in a bad way. My health, my personal life, my career. She allowed her gaze to travel the circle. It felt strangely intimate, looking everyone in the eye again. I write romance books for a living, and my last one got rejected. I also got badly burned in an internet romance scam. So, why was she telling them all about the scam? Blab, blab, blab. Tony looked steadily back at her. He had more stubble than before, and his face seemed more defined. Men always lost weight so easily, the fuckers. She faltered a little. Was he sneering again? Or was he just looking at her? So, the first 5 days have been good. All at once, she was desperate to talk. She didn't care if she gave them too much information. The words spilled from her mouth. It was like that greedy feeling of sitting down to an excellent meal when you are very hungry, and after the first mouthful, you are suddenly shoveling food into your mouth like a machine. I enjoyed the silence more than I thought I would. it did seem to calm my thoughts. In addition to being rejected, I was very upset about this really very nasty review. I was thinking about it obsessively in the beginning, but I'm not even thinking about it at all now. So that's good. And, well, I miss coffee and champagne and the internet and... Shut up, Frances. And, you know, all the normal luxuries of normal life. She sat back, her face warm. I'll go next, said the tall, dark and handsome man. I'm Lars. I'm a health retreat junkie. I indulge and atone, indulge and atone. It works for me. Frances looked at his chiseled cheekbones and golden-toned skin. It certainly does work for you, lovely Lars. I'm a family lawyer, so I need to drink a lot of wine after work. He paused, as if to allow time for his audience to laugh, but no one did. I always do a retreat in January because February is my busiest time of year. The phone starts ringing the day the new school year starts. You know, Mum and Dad realize they can't spend another summer together. Oh dear, said Napoleon somberly. As for Tranquillum House, I love the food, love the location, and I'm doing fine. I don't miss anything much, except for my Netflix account. He lifted his smoothie glass as if it were a cocktail and toasted the room. Flustered Glasses Lady spoke up next, although she was noticeably less flustered than she had been the first day. I'm Carmel. I'm here to lose weight. Obviously. Frances sighed. What did she mean, obviously? Carmel was thinner than her. I love everything about this place, said Carmel. Everything. She looked at Masha with a degree of intensity that was unsettling. She lifted her smoothie glass and drank deeply. Jessica spoke up next, eagerly, as if she couldn't wait for her turn. So, my name is Jessica. She sat cross-legged, her hands placed on her knees like a kid in a school photo, and Frances could see the cute little girl she had been not all that long ago, before she succumbed to the temptation of all those cosmetic procedures. We came here because we've been having really very serious troubles with our marriage. We don't need to tell everyone that, muttered Ben into his chest. No, but babe, you know what? You were right when you said I'm too obsessed with appearances. She turned to look at him intently. You were right, babe! Her voice skidded up to an uncomfortably high pitch. Yeah, but... Okay... Jesus. Ben subsided. Frances could see the back of his neck turning red. We were heading for a divorce, continued Jessica, with touching earnestness, as if the word divorce would be shocking to all. I can give you my card, said Lars. Jessica ignored him. This noble silence has been really good for me. Really great. Really clarifying. She turned to Masha. It's like I had so much noise in my head before I came here. I was like obsessed with social media. I admit it. I just had this constant chit-chat going on. She opened and closed her hand next to her ear to demonstrate. And now I see everything more clearly. It all started with the money. We won the lottery, you see, and everything changed, and it really fucked us up. You won the lottery, said Carmel. I've never known anybody who won the lottery. We were actually going to keep that kind of shush, said Jessica. She pressed her fingertip to her lips. But we changed our mind. Did we? Said Ben. How much did you win? Asked Lars, and then he immediately held up his palm. Inappropriate? Don't answer that. None of my business. How did you find out you'd won? Asked Frances. Tell us the story. She wanted the story of the moment their lives changed forever. I'm so glad to hear that the silence has given you clarity, Jessica. Masha interrupted before the conversation could take a turn towards this exit. She had a remarkable ability to ignore what didn't interest her. Who else? Ben spoke up. Yeah, I'm Ben, Jessica's husband. Jessica covered why we're here. I'm fine. The silence has been fine. The food is better than I expected. I'm not sure what we're achieving, but it's all good. I guess I miss my new car. What sort of car, mate? Asked Tony. Lamborghini, said Ben, tender-eyed, as if he'd been asked the name of his newborn son. Tony smiled. It was the first time Frances had seen him smile, and it was the most unexpected, apple-cheeked smile. It entirely transformed his face. It was like a baby's smile. His eyes disappeared into a mass of wrinkles. No wonder you miss it, he said. If I won the lottery, I always thought I'd get a Bugatti, mused Lars. Ben shook his head. Overrated. Overrated, he says. The most stunning car in the world is overrated. If I ever won the lottery, I'd get a cute little red Ferrari, offered Zoe. Yeah, well, the Ferrari is... Masha cut off the sports car conversation. Who haven't we heard from yet? Tony? You all know me as the desperado who tried to bring in the contraband, said Tony. He smiled again. Here for weight loss. I miss beer, pizza, ribs with plum sauce, wedges with sour cream, family-sized chocolate bars. You get the picture. His initial enthusiasm waned, and he lowered his eyes, clearly keen for everyone to stop looking at him. Thank you, he said formally to the floor. Frances didn't believe him. There was more to his decision to come here than just weight loss. Napoleon raised his hand. Go ahead, Napoleon, said Masha. He lifted his chin and recited, It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. His eyes gleamed in the shadows from the candlelight. That's from Nelson Mandela's favourite poem, Invictus. He looked uncertain for a moment. You said we could recite poetry. Absolutely I did, said Masha warmly. I love the sentiment. Yes, well, it just came into my head. I'm a high school teacher. The kids like to hear that they are masters of their own fates, although He laughed a strange sort of a laugh. Heather, who sat next to him, placed a gentle hand over his jiggling kneecap. He didn't seem to notice it. Tomorrow is the 3rd anniversary of our son's death. That's why we're here. He took his own life. So that's how my kid chose to be master of his own fate. The room became very still, as if, for just a moment, they all held their breath. The tiny gold flames on the candles trembled. Frances compressed her lips so no words would escape. She felt as if all feelings were too big and unwieldy for her body, as if she might burst into tears or burst out laughing, as if she might say something overly sentimental or intimate. It was like she'd drunk too much in an inappropriate setting, a business meeting with publishing executives. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Napoleon," said Masha, and she reached out her hand as if she wanted to touch Napoleon, but he was too far away. "So very sorry." "Why, thank you, Masha," said Napoleon chattily. If Frances didn't know better, she would have thought he was drunk. Had he got stuck into Zoe's smuggled wine? Was he having a nervous breakdown? Or was this just a natural response to the breaking of the silence? Zoe looked at her father, her forehead creased like that of an elderly woman, and Frances tried to imagine the missing boy who should have been sitting next to her. Oh, Zoe, thought Frances. She had suspected it might have been suicide when Zoe didn't say how he died. Her friend Lily, who used to write beautiful historical romances, had lost her husband 10 years ago, and all she had told people was that Neil died unexpectedly, and everyone understood what that meant. Lily hadn't written since. "Who else would like—" But Napoleon interrupted Masha. "Got it!" he cried. "I know who you are," he said to Tony. "It's been driving me mad. Heather, darling, do you see who it is?" Napoleon turned to his wife. Heather looked up from the empty smoothie glass she'd been studying. "No?" "I know who he is," said Lars proudly. "I worked it out on the very first day." Frances looked at Tony, who was looking awkwardly down at his glass with an expression of discomfort, but not confusion, as if he knew what they were all talking about. Who was he? A famous serial killer? "Heather!" cried Napoleon. "You know him. I promise you know him." "From school? Work?" Heather shook her head. "I'll give you a clue," Napoleon chanted. "We are the Navy Blues." Heather studied Tony. Her face cleared. "Smiley Hogburn." Napoleon pointed at Heather as if she'd correctly guessed his charade. "Exactly. It's Smiley Hogburn." Then he seemed to doubt himself. "Aren't you?" Tony looked strained. "Years ago I was," he said. 30 kilos ago. "But Smiley Hogburn played for Carlton," said Jessica. "I'm a Carlton supporter. Aren't you, like, a total legend?" She said it like there must have been a mix-up. "It was probably before you were born," said Tony. Carlton is a football team, right? Whispered Frances to Ben. She was very ignorant of anything to do with sport. A friend once told her it was like she'd lived her whole life in a bunker. Yep, said Ben. Aussie rules. That's the jumping one? Ben chortled. They do jump, yeah. Smiley Hogburn, thought Frances. There was something blurrily familiar about that name. She felt her perception of Tony shift. He was a man who used to be someone, like Frances used to be someone. They had that in common, although Frances's career was slowly fading away, whereas presumably Tony's had ended officially, probably with an injury of some sort. All that jumping, and he was no longer leaping about the football field. I knew you were Smiley Hogburn, said Lars again. He seemed to be looking for some sort of recognition that he wasn't getting. I'm not normally good with faces, but I worked out who you were straight away. Did you have to finish up playing because of a sporting injury? Asked Frances. She felt that was quite a knowledgeable, empathetic question to ask a sports person. It was probably something to do with ligaments. Tony looked mildly amused. I had multiple injuries. Oh, said Frances. I'm sorry to hear that. 2 knee reconstructions, hip replacement. Tony seemed to be doing a sad assessment of his body. He sighed. Chronic ankle issues. Were you called Smiley Hogburn because you did smile a lot, or because you didn't? Asked Zoe. Because I did smile a lot, said Tony unsmilingly. I was kind of a simple guy back then. Happy-go-lucky. Were you? Said Frances, unable to hide her surprise. I was, said Tony. He smiled at her. He seemed to find her funny. Weren't you the one with the smiley face tattoos on your butt? Said Lars. I've seen them, cried Frances before she could help herself. Have you now? Said Lars suggestively. Frances, said Tony, and he put a finger to his lips as if they had something to hide. Wait, was he flirting with her? Oh, no, not in that way, said Frances. She looked nervously at Masha. I saw them accidentally. My brother used to have your poster in his bedroom. It was Delilah, breaking ranks and speaking like a human being. The one where you're jumping 6 feet in the air and the other player is pulling down your shorts and you can see your tattoos? Hilarious. Fancy that. We have a famous athlete in our midst. There was an edge to Masha's voice. Maybe she wanted to be the only athlete in their midst. Former athlete, Tony corrected her. It was a long time ago. So, who haven't we heard from yet? Said Masha, clearly keen to change the subject. Post-sport depression, said Napoleon. Is that what you've got? I've read about it. It affects a lot of elite sports people. You've got to focus on your mental health, Tony. Smiley. Tony. I hope you don't mind if I call you Smiley. You really do, because depression is an insidious... Who's next? Interrupted Masha. I'll go next, said Zoe. I'm Zoe. She seemed to gather her thoughts. Or was she nervous? Oh, sweetheart. As Dad already said, we decided to come to Tranquillum House because we can't stand to be at home in January. Because that's where my brother hanged himself. Masha made a strange, startled sound and pressed her hand to her mouth. It was the first time Frances had observed Masha show any sign of weakness. Even when she spoke about her father, for whom she clearly grieved, she'd still been controlled. Frances watched Masha swallow convulsively for a few seconds, as if she were choking. But then she regained her composure and carried on listening to Zoe, although her eyes looked a little watery, as if she really had just choked on something. Zoe looked at the ceiling. The circle of people seemed to tilt towards her with the weight of their useless sympathy. Oh, wait. Dad probably didn't say that Zach hanged himself, but if you were wondering, what was his method of choice, that was it. It's popular. She smiled and rocked in tiny circles. The silver studs along her ears gleamed. One of his friends said that was so brave of Zach to choose that way to kill himself instead of pills. Like he'd been bungee jumping? God! She blew out a puff of air, and her hair lifted from her forehead. Anyway, once we became, total experts on suicide, we stopped telling people how he did it. Because of suicide contagion. Suicide is really contagious. My parents were terrified I'd catch it too. Like chicken pox. I never caught it, though. Zoe, said Napoleon. Darling, maybe that's enough. We weren't close, said Zoe to the group. She looked at her hands and said it again. Sometimes people think because we were twins, we were really close. But we went to different schools. We had different interests, different values. Zoe, said her mother, maybe now is not the... He got up really early that morning. Zoe ignored her mother. She fiddled with one of the many earrings in her earlobe. Her empty smoothie glass lay on its side against her thigh. He hardly ever got up early. He took out the recycling bin because it was his turn, and then he went back upstairs and killed himself. She sighed, as if she were bored. We took it in turns to take out the bins. I don't know if he was making some kind of point by doing that. It really pissed me off. Thanks so much for that, Zach. Good on you. That makes up for you killing yourself. Zoe, said Heather sharply. Zoe turned in her mother's direction, but very slowly, as if she had a stiff back. What? Heather took the smoothie glass and placed it upright on the floor, out of the way. She leaned towards her daughter and brushed a lock of hair out of Zoe's eyes. Something is not quite... Heather's gaze travelled around the circle of people. Not quite right. She turned to Masha. She said, Have you been medicating us? Chapter 30. Masha. Focus only on your breathing. Focus only on your breathing. Masha was fine, perfectly fine. She was under control. For a moment there, when Zoe said what she said, Masha had very nearly lost her focus completely. Time slipped. But now she was back, her breathing steady. She was in control. This information about the brother should have come out in her one-on-one counseling sessions with the Marconi family. They had all freely said they were here for the anniversary of his death, but none had mentioned he took his own life. Masha should have seen through their evasive behavior. It was not like her to miss this. She was extremely perceptive. They had deliberately misled her, and as a result, she had been unprepared. She had felt blindsided. And now, this question from Heather. Have you been medicating us? Before Heather spoke, Masha had been observing the group, watching their mannerisms become freer, their pupils dilate and tongues loosen. They were clearly losing their inhibitions, speaking fluidly with refreshing honesty. Some, like Napoleon, fidgeted, whereas others, like Francis, were very still. Some were flushed, others pale. Right now, Heather was both, pasty white, with hectic spots of color on her cheeks. Have you? She demanded. Have you been medicating us? In a manner of speaking, said Masha calmly. Heather's question was not ideal and not anticipated, although perhaps it should have been, because Heather was a midwife, the only one of the guests, as far as Masha knew, with any medical expertise. But Masha would handle this. What do you mean, in a manner of speaking? Masha did not like Heather's tone. Snappy, disrespectful. Well, medicating implies... Masha searched for the right words. A dulling of the senses. What we're doing here is heightening the senses. You need to tell us exactly what you've been giving us, right now. Heather moved up onto her knees, as if she were ready to leap to her feet. Masha was reminded of a ferocious little dog, one she'd quite like to kick. Hang on, what's going on here? Said Napoleon to Heather. Masha flashed a look at Yao and Delilah. Be ready if needed. They gave her barely perceptible nods, both gripping the discreet medical pouches they had clipped around their waists. This was not how it was supposed to go. Chapter 31. Lars. In his long history of health resorts, Lars had experienced some bizarre and unusual practices, but this was a first. It was ironic because one of the side benefits of coming here was to cut down on his recreational drug use. It's called microdosing, and it's perfectly safe, said their esteemed leader, who, as always, sat cross-legged and straight-backed, her incredible long white legs so entwined that sometimes Lars got distracted, trying to work out where each leg started and ended. There are multiple benefits: higher levels of creativity, increased focus, heightened spiritual awareness, improved relationships. I could go on and on. Basically, you function just a little better than a normal person. The doses are about 1/10 of a normal dose of LSD. Wait, what? Asked Frances. She laughed uncertainly, as if she'd heard a joke she didn't quite get. Lars liked her already. Sorry, you're not saying that we've been taking LSD? Lars saw most of his fellow guests were staring at Masha with dull incomprehension. This was surely too conservative a crowd to cope with a revelation about drugs, even taking into account the popularity of cocaine in the suburbs. Lars himself dabbled with coke, ecstasy, and pot, but never LSD. As I said, it's called microdosing, said Masha. It's called spiking our smoothies with a hallucinogenic drug, snapped Heather. Heather. Before today, Lars would never have picked Heather as her name. It was far too soft a name for this skinny, tanned woman with quadriceps that looked like machine parts and a permanent pained squint, as if she were peering straight into the sun. Every time Lars had looked at her during the silence, he'd imagined pressing his thumbs to the point between her eyebrows and saying, "Chill." Now he felt bad about feeling aggravated because she'd lost her son. The woman was allowed to frown. "It's called outrageous," continued Heather. She wasn't squinting now. Her eyes were ablaze with fury. "I don't quite understand," said her adorably addled husband, a long celery stick of a man, so dorky he was cool. His name was Napoleon, which just added to his marvelousness. Lars didn't think he was high. He'd been feeling great, but he generally did feel good on any sort of cleanse. Perhaps the doses were too small to affect him, or he'd built up a tolerance. He surreptitiously ran a finger around the edge of his smoothie glass and licked it. He thought about how, on the first day, he'd drunk his smoothie and said to Delilah, "This is so good. What's in this stuff?" And Delilah had said, "We'll give you the recipes when you leave." Lars had been imagining the recipes would specify the number of teaspoons of chia, not how many milligrams of LSD. But we're here to detoxify, said Frances to Masha. You're saying we've cut out caffeine and replaced it with acid? Tony, a.k.a. Smiley Hogburn, said, "I can't believe you've confiscated my beer and now you've given me drugs. I've never taken drugs." "You don't think alcohol is a drug?" said Masha. "LSD has been ranked 1/10 as harmful as alcohol. What do you think of that?" "I guess LSD has no calories," said Carmel. It was easy to remember her name, because Lars had a friend called Carmel who was also boringly convinced she was fat. Carmel's glasses sat crookedly on her face, but she didn't seem aware of it. She'd been mooching about for the last 5 days with that recently kicked-in-the-face look Lars knew so well from his clients. The one that ignited a deep burn of rage in his belly, the rage that had fueled his entire career. He'd put $1 million on her husband having left her for a trophy wife. Does LSD also speed up the metabolism? Carmel asked hopefully. I really feel like my metabolism might be speeding up. I've never had drugs either, but I'm completely fine with this. I have total respect for you and your methods, Masha. Getting thin won't help you feel better, honey. Take the fuckwit to the cleaners. Lars would talk to her later. See who represented her. I can't believe you've been giving my underage daughter LSD, said Heather. I'm not underage, Mum, said Zoe. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Better than I've felt in a while. They're only microdoses. It's all good. It's not all good, her mother sighed. For Christ's sake. Napoleon spoke earnestly. Masha, listen. I had a terrible experience with drugs when I was a teenager. It was a bad trip, as they say. One of the worst experiences of my life, and I always told my kids that's when I swore off drugs forever. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm not taking anything. My God, Napoleon, you've already taken it, said Heather through gritted teeth. Are you not listening? This is bullshit, said the lottery winner kid. What was his name again? A good, wholesome, straight boy name. What was it? The kid trembled with so much suppressed rage, it looked like he was having a seizure, and he spoke through clenched teeth. I did not choose this. His young wife spoke up. Ben is like full-on anti-drugs. Ben, thought Lars. That was it. Ben and his cosmetically enhanced wife was Jessica. Ben and Jessica. No chance these two had a prenup, and now there was significant money at stake if the marriage fell apart. They'd be the type to lose it all to their lawyers. He doesn't even like taking aspirin, said Jessica. His sister is an addict, a proper addict. This is not good. She put her hand on her husband's shoulder. I don't see how this is going to help our marriage. I'm not feeling very happy about this either. Not happy at all. Her poor little Barbie doll face did look very unhappy. Lars felt something unfurl in his chest, a deep, rich welling of sympathy for poor Jessica. Poor little plastic Jessica. Confused little rich girl. All that money and no idea how to spend it, except on cosmetic procedures that were doing her no favors. I understand your fear, said Masha. You've been brainwashed because of the misinformation spread by governments. I have not been brainwashed, said Ben. I have seen it for myself. Yes, but those are street drugs, Ben, said Masha. The problem with street drugs is you can't control the content or dosage. I cannot believe this. Ben got to his feet. LSD has actually been used very successfully to treat drug addiction," said Masha. "Your sister could benefit from it in the right setting." Ben smacked his hands to his face. "Unbelievable!" Masha said, "Do you know, there was a great man. His name was Steve Jobs." Lars, who had been expecting her to say the Dalai Lama, snickered. "I always admired him greatly," said Masha. "Not sure why you took all our iPhones away then," muttered Tony. "Do you know what Steve Jobs said? He said that taking LSD was one of the most important, profound experiences of his life." "Oh, well then," said Lars, greatly amused. "If Steve Jobs said we should all take LSD, then we really should." Masha shook her head sadly at them as if they were misguided but lovable children. "The side effects of psychedelic drugs are minimal. Respected researchers at Ivy League universities are doing clinical trials as we speak. The results have been excellent. Microdosing has allowed you to focus on your meditation and yoga practices over the last week, as well as alleviating the withdrawal symptoms you would otherwise have suffered by cutting out far more dangerous substances like alcohol and sugar." "Yes, but Masha," said Heather. She sounded calmer than before. She splayed her fingers on both hands, as if she were waiting for a fresh manicure to dry. "The effects I'm feeling right now, the effects I suspect we are now all beginning to feel, that has to be more than just a microdose." Masha smiled at Heather as if she couldn't be happier with her. "Oh, Heather," she said, "you are a smart lady." "That last smoothie was different," said Heather. "Wasn't it?" "You are right, Heather," said Masha. "I was about to explain this, but you keep racing me to the punch." She corrected the phrase almost instantly. "Beating me to the punch." Her strong white teeth gleamed in the candlelight. It was hard to tell if it was a smile or a grimace. "What's happening now is the next step in a rigorously planned and executed new protocol." She looked around the room, giving everyone tiny nods as if dispensing affirmative answers to their unspoken questions. "Yes, yes, yes," she seemed to be saying. "You are about to embark on a truly transformative experience. We've never done this before at Tranquillum House, and we're all so excited about it. You are the first 9 guests to have this extraordinary opportunity." A glorious sense of well-being spread like honey throughout Lars's body. "For most of you, your last smoothie contains both a dosage of LSD and a liquid form of psilocybin, a naturally occurring substance found in certain mushrooms." "Magic mushrooms," said Tony with disgust. "Oh my goodness," said Francis. "It's like I'm back doing my arts degree again." Lars was so happy he'd chosen Tranquillum House for this cleanse. What a truly wonderful place. How innovative and cutting edge. But that's what caused my bad experience, said Napoleon. My bad trip. It was a magic mushroom. We won't let that happen, Napoleon, said Masha. We are trained medical professionals, and we're here to help and guide you. The drugs you have taken have been tested to ensure they are in their purest form. Lovely, top-quality, pure drugs, thought Lars dreamily. It's called guided psychedelic therapy, said Masha. As your ego dissolves, you will access a higher level of consciousness. A curtain will be drawn back, and you will see the world in a way you've never seen it before. Lars had a friend who had traveled for days in the Amazon to take part in an ayahuasca ceremony, where he'd vomited repeatedly and been eaten alive by bugs in his search for enlightenment. This was delightfully civilized in comparison. 5-star enlightenment. What a load of bullshit, said Tony. But I lost my mind, said Napoleon. I honestly lost my mind, and I did not like losing my mind. That's because you weren't in a safe, secure environment. The experts call it set and setting, said Masha. For a positive experience, you need the right mindset and a controlled environment, like we've created here today. She gestured about the room. Yao, Delilah, and I are here to guide you and keep you safe. You know you're going to get sued for this, said Heather serenely. Masha smiled at her tenderly. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to move to one of the stretchers, where you may lie down and enjoy what I can assure you will be a truly transcendent experience. And what if we don't want this experience? Said Tony. I think we're all strapped into the spaceship now. Lars nudged Tony's big beefy shoulder with his own. All you can do is sit back and enjoy the ride. I find your smile very charming, by the way. Oh, so do I, said Francis. I love his smile. It's like his whole head kind of crumples up like a crumpled tissue. Jesus, said Tony. You yourself are very handsome, said Francis to Lars. Devastatingly handsome, in fact. Lars always felt fondly towards people who are unequivocal in their acknowledgement of his looks. That's kind of you, he said modestly. I can't take credit for it. I come from a long line of devastatingly handsome men. I feel like giving us drugs without our permission must be against the law, said Jessica. Of course it's against the law, you twit, thought Lars. Please don't call me a twit, said Jessica. Lars's blood ran cold. She could read his mind, and she was extraordinarily wealthy. She now had the capacity to take over the world for her own nefarious purposes. We're here for couples counselling, said Jessica to Masha. We paid for couples counselling? This is all just pointless for us. This will have a profound impact on your marriage, said Masha. "You and Ben won't be separated on your journey. You will sit together and experience this as a couple." Masha indicated one of the clusters of cushions in the corner. "Your smoothies contained a different formula from everyone else's. We studied the research carefully, and we found that MDMA was the best." "Ecstasy," snapped Heather. "She means ecstasy. She's given you a party drug." "Unbelievable. Kids die every year after taking ecstasy tablets, but don't let that bother you." "You're being kind of a downer about all this, Mum," said Zoe. "Let's go," said Ben to Jessica. He held out his hand to his wife and looked at Masha. "We're leaving." "Just hold on." Jessica didn't take his hand. "Again, when used in a controlled environment, MDMA is perfectly safe. It has been trialed for prescription psychotherapy with great success to treat PTSD, social anxiety, and for couples therapy," said Masha. "There has never been a single death or even a single adverse reaction to a clinically administered dose of MDMA." "This is not a clinical setting," cried Heather. Masha ignored her. "MDMA is an empathogen. It produces feelings of empathy and openness." "It is a very nice experience, you guys," said Lars lovingly. Masha gave him a disapproving look. "But this is not about dancing all night at a club. This is guided therapy. You will find, Ben and Jessica, that you become more sensitive to feelings and more accepting of each other's views. You're about to communicate in a way you've probably never communicated before." "Consent," said Napoleon. "I feel like that's what's missing here. I feel like I'm pretty sure." He held up a finger. "I read the paperwork very carefully, and I feel certain we did not consent to this." "No, we fucking did not," said Tony. Jessica stuck one of her long, fake fingernails in her mouth and chewed. Careful, thought Lars. Those things look sharp. "What things look sharp?" Jessica frowned at Lars and then turned to Ben. "Maybe we should give it a go." Ben, who was still on his feet, shook his head, his eyes fixed on the far-off horizon only he could see. "I did not choose this," he said again. "Drugs are dangerous. Drugs are bad. Drugs ruin lives." "I know, babe," said Jessica, looking up at him. "But maybe we should just go with it." "I think you two should go for it," said Lars. "I've seen a lot of bad marriages, but I think your marriage has—" There was a fine word he needed to finish his fine sentence, but it had escaped his brain. The word swooped about between Jessica and Ben like a frisky butterfly before it landed, quivering, on Tony's hand. Lars leaned forward and read it. "Potential," he said. "I think your marriage has potential." Time slowed and then snapped back to normal pace. Delilah stood right in front of him. She'd teleported herself, the clever minx. "It's time to lie down now, Lars," said Delilah. Teleporting was a handy skill that Lars would like to develop. He would order teleporting for dummies. He felt like that was the kind of witticism his new friend Frances would appreciate. But he saw that Frances was with Yao, lying down on one of the stretchers, trustingly lifting her head as Yao placed a mask over her eyes. "Up you get." Delilah offered her hand. Lars was momentarily transfixed by a thick, lustrous curl of black hair that fell over her shoulder. He studied it for an hour, and then he took her hand. "I know all about bad marriages," Lars explained as he let her haul him to his feet. Delilah was as strong and powerful as Wonder Woman, and she also strongly resembled Wonder Woman. She was quite wondrous in many ways, although he would not let her near his hair. "Let's talk more about that in a moment," said Delilah as she led him to a stretcher. "We can explore it during your guided therapy." "No, thank you, sweetheart. I've already done years of therapy," said Lars. "There's nothing I don't already know about my psyche." He thought of all those fat files crammed with pages of handwritten words about the great mysteries of Lars, which could in reality be summed up in a few paltry paragraphs. When Lars was 10, his father left his mother for a woman called Gwen. There may have been nice Gwens in the world, but Lars doubted it. His mother was screwed in the financial settlement. Now Lars spent his days eviscerating wealthy men who left their wives, an endless, pointless revenge fantasy against his long-dead father, a job which he found emotionally and financially satisfying. He was a control freak because he'd lost control of his life when he was a kid, and weird about money because he'd grown up with none, and he wasn't sufficiently vulnerable in his relationships because he didn't want to be vulnerable. He loved Ray, but there was a part of himself he withheld because Ray had had a happy, functional childhood, and it seemed Lars subconsciously wanted to punch him in the face for having the happy childhood that Lars didn't get. That was it. Nothing more to know, nothing more to learn. A few years ago, Lars had swapped therapy for health resorts, and Ray took up cycling and got skinny and obsessed like all city cyclists. Life was good. "You haven't done this sort of therapy," said Delilah. "No, thank you," said Lars firmly and politely. "I'll just take the trip." Lars lay down and got himself comfortable. Big Tony, Smiley Hogburn, lay on the stretcher next to his. Masha kneeled by his side, tucking him in with swift shore movements like he was a giant grizzled baby. Lars met Tony's eyes just before Masha covered them with a mask. It was like looking into the terrified eyes of a prisoner. Poor Tony. Just relax and enjoy it, big man. Delilah leaned in close to Lars, her breath warm and sweet. "I'm going to leave you for a moment, but I'll be back to check in on you and to talk about whatever is on your mind." "There's nothing on my mind," said Lars. "Don't you touch my hair while I'm asleep, Delilah." Very funny. I've never heard that joke before. Masha and Yao are here too. You're not on your own. You're in safe hands, Lars. If there is anything you need, just ask. That's sweet, said Lars. Delilah put the mask over his eyes and headphones over his ears. Look for the stars, said Delilah. Classical music cascaded from the headphones directly into his brain. He could hear each note separately in its entirety with absolute purity. It was extraordinary. A little boy with dark hair and a dirty face said to Lars, "Come with me. I've got something to show you." "No thanks, buddy," said Lars. "I'm busy right now." He recognized this little kid. It was his boyhood self, little Lars, trying to give him a message. "Please," said the little boy, and he took Lars's hand. "I've got something I need to show you." "Maybe later," said Lars, pulling his hand free. "I'm busy right now. You go play." Remember this, he thought. Remember it all. He would tell Ray all about it when he got home. Ray would be interested. He was always interested in everything that happened to Lars, his face so earnest and open and hopeful. Ray didn't want to take anything from him. All Ray wanted was his love. For a moment, that simple thought was everything. It hung there, suspended in his consciousness, the answer to every question, the key to every lock. But then his mind exploded into a billion purple petals. Chapter 32. Zoe. Zoe's dad was refusing to lie down and put on his headphones, and those were the rules, but her dad didn't want to follow them. And that was the first time in Zoe's life that she had ever seen her dad break the rules, and it was so funny and awesome. Zoe carefully pressed each of her fingertips against her thumbs as she watched Masha try to convince her dad to lie down. Her mum was shouting, "Illegal! Unconscionable! Appalling!" She was a savage little spitball of rage. It was cute. What did Zach used to say when Mum got mad? "Mum's being a savage cabbage." She closed her eyes. Mum is being such a savage cabbage right now. "Thought you weren't talking to me." His voice was clear as a bell in her ear. "I'm not. I hate you. I can't stand you." "Yeah, I can't stand you either. Why do you keep telling people we weren't close?" "Because we weren't. Before you died, we hadn't talked in like a month." "Because you were being a bitch." "No, because you were being a total loser." "Fuck off." "You fuck off. I downloaded your Shakespearean insult generator." "I know you did. It's funny, right? Do you like it?" "You pribbling, half-faced harpy." "And I broke your electric guitar." "I saw that. You threw it across the room. You spleeny, milk-livered lewdster. I'm so angry with you." "I know. You did it on purpose, to get back at me, to win." "Yeah, no. I can't even remember what we were arguing about." "I miss you every single day, Zach. Every single day." "I know. I'll never be a normal person ever again. You took that away from me. You made me abnormal, and it's lonely being abnormal. You were already kind of abnormal. Very funny. I think the parents want us over there. What? Zoe opened her eyes, and the yoga studio was 1,000,000 miles wide, and her mum and dad were tiny specks in the distance, beckoning to her. Come sit with us. Chapter 33. Frances. Frances felt the soft, frosty tickle of snowflakes on her face as she and her friend Gillian flew across a star-studded sky in a sleigh drawn by white horses. A pile of books filled her lap. They were all the books she'd ever written, including foreign language editions. The books were open at the top like cereal boxes. Frances dipped her hand into each book and pulled out great handfuls of words to scatter across the sky. "Got one," said Sol from the back of the sleigh, where he and Henry sat smoking cigarettes and killing off unnecessary adjectives with catapults. "Leave them be," said Frances snappily. "Let's get all those adverbs too," said Sol happily. "Even the rhyming ones?" asked Henry affably. "That's an imperfect rhyme," pointed out Frances. "They're just words, Frances," said Gillian. "So profound, Gillian," said Sol. "Shut up, Sol," said Gillian. "She never liked you," Frances told Sol. Sol said, "That sort of woman always secretly wants an alpha male." Frances smiled fondly at him. Egotist, but sexy as hell. "You were my first ever husband." "I was your first ever husband," agreed Sol, "and you were my second ever wife." "Second wives are so young and pretty," said Frances. "I liked being a second wife." "By the by, Gillian kissed me once," said Henry, "at someone's 30th birthday party." "She was drunk," said Frances. "Don't get a big head about it." "I was drunk," agreed Gillian. "I felt bad about that until the day I died." "Henry, you were my second husband," said Frances, "but I was your first wife. Therefore, not as pretty." Gillian said, "Why do you keep identifying your husbands? Readers get impatient if they have trouble working out which character is which," explained Frances. "You've got to help them out. None of us is getting any younger." "Except this isn't a book," said Gillian. "I think you'll find it is," said Frances. "I'm the protagonist, obviously." "I feel like that tall Russian lady is giving you a run for your money," said Gillian. "She is not," said Frances. "It's all about me. I'm just not sure of my love interest yet." "Oh, my God, it's so obvious," said Gillian. "Blind Freddy could pick it," she shouted at the sky. "You knew it from day one, right?" "Gillian, did you just try to break the fourth wall?" Frances was shocked. "I did not," said Gillian, but she looked guilty. "I'm sure no one noticed." "How tacky," said Frances. "How very gimmicky." She dared to look up, and the stars were 1,000,000 darting eyes on the lookout for rule-breaking in her story. Sexism, ageism, racism, tokenism, ableism, plagiarism, cultural appropriation, Fat-shaming, body-shaming, slut-shaming, vegetarian-shaming, real estate agent-shaming. The voice of the almighty internet boomed from the sky. "Shame on you!" Frances hung her head. "It's just a story," she whispered. "That's what I'm trying to tell you," said Gillian. An endless gossamer-like sentence, embroidered with jewel-like metaphors, far too many clauses, and meaning so obscure it had to be profound, wrapped itself around Frances's neck. But it really didn't suit her. So she wrenched it off and flung it into space, where it floated free, until at last a shy author on his way to a festival to accept a prize grabbed it from the sky and used it to gag one of his beautiful corpses. It looked lovely on her. Grey-bearded critics applauded with relief, grateful it hadn't ended up in a beach read. Will younger readers even recognize the term Blind Freddy? Asked Jo, who floated alongside Frances doing a line edit. She sat astride a giant lead pencil. Could it be ableist? What's interesting is that I'm a fictional character, said her internet scammer from the back of the sleigh, where he sat between Henry and Sol, his arms around their shoulders. Yet she loved me more than either of you. You're nothing but a scam, said Sol. She never even met you, let alone fucked you, cocksucker. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, cried Jo. I agree. Delete, advised Gillian. My mother reads your books. As her loving ex-husbands, it's our duty to beat you to a pulp, said Henry to Paul Drabble. Scram, scam. Life is nothing but a scam, said Gillian. It's all just a giant illusion. Scram, scam, chuckled Sol. Good one. He and Henry fist-bumped. You're both far too old for fist-bumping, sighed Frances. But her ex-husbands were busy bonding. She always knew they'd like each other if they ever met. She should have invited them both to her 50th. She realized that Paul Drabble had vanished. As easy as that. There was no pain in the empty space he'd left behind. It turned out he'd meant nothing at all. Not a thing. He was just a credit on my bank balance, she told Gillian. Debit, you idiot, said Gillian. Debit, credit, said Frances. Whatever. I am completely over him. I was the one who meant something, said a child's voice. It was Ari, Paul Drabble's son. Frances didn't turn around. She could not look at him. I thought I was going to be his mother, she said to Gillian. It's the only time in my life I even considered being a mother. I know, said Gillian. So embarrassing, whispered Frances. I am so deeply embarrassed. It's a loss, Frances, said Gillian. You're allowed to grieve your loss, even if it's embarrassing. The snow fell silently for days as Frances grieved her loss of an imaginary boy, and Gillian sat beside her, head bowed in sympathy, until they were frozen, snow-covered figures. What about my dad? Asked Frances in the spring, when the snow melted, butterflies danced, and bees buzzed. Why isn't he here on my trip? I'm the one writing this thing, Gillian, not you. Let's get Dad on board. I'm here, said her dad from the back of the sleigh. He was alone, wearing the khaki safari suit he wore for Christmas lunch 1973, captured forever in the framed photo on her writing desk. She reached back and took his hand. Hello, Dad. You were always so crazy about the boys. Her dad shook his head. Frances smelled his Old Spice aftershave. You died when I was too young, said Frances. That's why I made such bad choices in men. I was trying to replace you. Cliché? Asked Jo from astride her lead pencil, which was bucking like a horse. Whoa, boy! Stop editing me, said Frances to Jo. You're retired. Go look after your grandchildren. Don't even pretend you have unresolved daddy issues. You do not, said Gillian. Take responsibility. Frances pinched Gillian on the arm. Ouch, said Gillian. Sorry, I didn't think it would hurt. It's not like any of this is real, said Frances. It's just a story I'm making up as I go along. Speaking of which, I always thought your plots could be better structured, said Gillian. The same goes for your life. All this chopping and changing of husbands. Maybe you could think about planning ahead for the final chapters. I never had the courage to say that when I was alive. You actually did say that when you were alive, said Frances. More than once, as a matter of fact. You're always acting like you're the heroine of one of your own novels. You just fall into the arms of the next man the narrator puts in front of you. You told me that, too. Did I? Said Gillian. That was impolite of me. I always thought so, said Frances. I could have been kinder, said Gillian. I may have been on the spectrum. Don't think you're getting any more character development now you're dead, said Frances. You're done. Let's focus on my character development. You're easy. You're the princess, said Gillian. The passive princess waiting for yet another prince. I could kill the emu, said Frances. Well, we'll see. Won't we, Frances? We'll see if you can kill the emu. Maybe. Frances watched the emu, alive again, but still incapable of flight, run across the star-studded sky. I really miss you, Gillian. Thanks, said Gillian. I would say I missed you too, but that would not strictly be true, as I'm actually in a constant state of bliss. I'm not surprised. It's so beautiful, said Frances. It's kind of like the Northern Lights, isn't it? It's always there, said Gillian. What is? The Northern Lights? They are not always there. Ellen paid a fortune and didn't see a thing. This, Frances, this beauty, just on the other side. You just have to be quiet. Stay still. Stop talking. Stop wanting. Just be. You'll hear it or feel it. Close your eyes and you'll see it. Interesting, said Frances. Did I tell you about my review? Frances, forget the review. Gosh. Gillian sounded quite cranky for someone who didn't have anything to do except lie back and enjoy the exquisite beauty of the afterlife. Chapter 34. Yao. "Where are you now, Francis?" asked Yao. He sat on the floor next to her stretcher and removed her headphones so she could hear him. "I'm in a story, Yao," said Francis. He couldn't see her eyes because of the mask, but her face was animated. "I'm writing the story, and I'm in the story. It's quite a nice story. I've got a kind of magic realism vibe going, which is new for me. I like it. Nothing needs to make sense." "Okay," said Yao. "Who else is in the story with you?" "My friend, Gillian. She died in her sleep when she was 49. It's called sudden adult death syndrome. I thought it was just for babies. I didn't even know it was possible." "Does Gillian have anything to say to you?" "Not really. I told her about the review." "Francis, forget the review." It wasn't professional, but Yao couldn't hide his frustration. Francis kept talking on and on about the review. Shouldn't authors be used to bad reviews? Wasn't it just an occupational hazard? Try being a paramedic. See how you go when a psycho husband holds a knife to your throat while you're trying to save his wife's life, which you can't save because she's already dead. Try that, Francis. Francis pushed up her mask and looked at Yao. Her hair stuck up comically, as if she'd just got out of bed. "I'll have the seafood linguine, thank you so much." She snapped an imaginary menu shut, pulled her mask back over her eyes, and began to hum Amazing Grace. Yao checked her pulse and thought of a long-ago night after a university party when he'd looked after a drunk girl in someone's bedroom. Yao listened to her incoherent, slurred rambling for hours and made sure she didn't choke on her vomit before he finally fell asleep and woke up at dawn to her face inches away from his and her sick, sweet breath in his nostrils. "Get out," she said. "I never touched you," Yao told her. "Nothing happened." "Get the fuck out," she said. He felt like he had taken advantage of her, raped an unconscious girl. It didn't matter that he would never do such a thing, that he wanted to make a career out of healing. At that moment, he was the representative for his gender, and he had to cop it on the chin for all their sins. Guiding Frances on her psychedelic therapeutic journey was nothing like looking after a drunk girl. And yet, it kind of felt like looking after a drunk girl. "I haven't had sex in so long," said Frances. White spittle gathered at the corner of her mouth. Yao felt a little ill. "That's too bad," he said. He looked over at Masha, who sat with Ben and Jessica, their three shadows enormous on the wall. Masha nodded as the couple spoke. It seemed like their therapy was going well. Delilah was talking to Lars, who had sat up from his stretcher and was chatting calmly with her, as if they were both guests at a party. All his patients were fine. He had a crash cart on standby. They were all being monitored. There was nothing to worry about, and yet it was so strange, because right now all his senses were screaming one inexplicable word. Run! Chapter 35. Tony. Tony ran across an endless field of emerald green, carrying an oddly shaped football that weighed as much as 3 bricks. His arms ached. Footballs weren't normally that heavy. Banjo ran along beside him. He was a puppy again, bounding along with the same joyful abandon as a toddler, getting in between Tony's legs, tail wagging. Tony understood that if he wanted to be happy again, he simply needed to kick this strange, misshapen football through the goal. The football represented everything he hated about himself, all his mistakes, his regrets, and his shame. "Sit," he said to Banjo. Banjo sat. His big brown eyes looked up at Tony trustingly. "Stay," he said. Banjo stayed. His tail whooshed back and forth across the grass. Tony saw the white goalposts rise like skyscrapers above him. He lifted his foot, made contact. The ball sailed in a perfect arc across a clear blue sky. He knew immediately it was good. That roller coaster feeling in his stomach. There was nothing better than sex. It had been so long. The crowd roared as the ball went straight through the middle of the goalposts, and the euphoria blasted like rocket fuel through his body as he leaped high in the sky, one fist raised like a superhero. Chapter 36. Carmel. Carmel sat on a plush velvet couch in a snooty fashion shop specializing in the latest designer bodies. Carmel wasn't wearing a body. It was so wonderful and relaxing not wearing a body. No thighs, no stomach, no bum, no biceps, no triceps, no cellulite, no crow's feet, no frown marks, no cesarean scar, no sun damage, no fine lines, no 7 signs of aging, no dry hair, no frizzy hair, no grey hair, nothing to wax or colour or condition, nothing to lengthen or flatten, conceal or disguise. She was just Carmel, without her body. Show me your original face, the one you had before your parents were born. Her little girls sat either side of her on the couch, waiting for her to choose a new body. They were all quietly reading age-appropriate quality chapter books and eating freshly cut fruit. No devices, no sugary snacks, no arguing. Carmel was the best mother in the history of mothering. Let's find you a divine new body for your divine new life, said Masha, who was the manager of the shop. She was dressed as a Disney princess. Masha ran her finger along a rack filled with different bodies on hangers. No, maybe. Oh, now this one is nice. She draped the body over one arm. This would look lovely on you. It's very fashionable and such a flattering shape. It was Sonia's body, her sleek blonde hair, her trim waist. I don't like the ankles, said Carmel. I prefer a more finely tapered ankle. Also, my husband's new girlfriend has that exact same body. We don't want that one then, said Masha. She hung it back up and selected another one from the rack. How about this one? So striking, You'll turn heads wearing this one." It was Masha's body. "It's amazing, but honestly, I don't think I can carry it off," said Carmel. "It's kind of too dramatic for me." Her daughter, Lulu, put down her book. She had peach smeared around her mouth. Carmel went to wipe it away, but then she remembered she had no fingers. Fingers were useful. "That's your body there, Mummy," said Lulu, and she pointed at Carmel's body sagging on a door handle, without even a hanger. "That's my old body, darling," said Carmel. "Mummy needs a new one." "It's yours." Lulu was implacable as always. Masha held up Carmel's old body. "It does look very comfortable," she said. "Could we at least take it in a few inches?" said Carmel. "Of course we can." Masha smiled at her. "We'll make it beautiful. Here, try it on." Carmel sighed and put back on her old body. "It really suits you," said Masha. "Just some minor adjustments." "I quite like the ankles," admitted Carmel. "What do you think, girls?" Her daughters threw themselves at her. Carmel marveled at the blue veins in her hands as she cupped her daughters' heads, the thump of her heart and the strength of her arms as she hefted a little girl on each hip. "I'll take it," she said. "You're going to love your body," said Masha. Chapter 37. Masha. "My God, it is all going incredibly well," thought Masha. The therapy was working exactly as the research said it would. Carmel Schneider had just made a breakthrough in relation to her body image issues. There had been a moment where for some reason she kept trying to take her clothes off, but Masha had put a stop to that, and she just had a very good conversation with her about body acceptance. The triumph was as tangible as a trophy, solid and gleaming gold in Masha's hands. Chapter 38. Napoleon. Napoleon sat with his back against a wall of the studio, watching the floor breathe in and out with the rapid, heartbreaking vulnerability of a sleeping baby. "This happened last time," he reminded himself. "It was just an optical illusion. Walls and floors did not breathe. And so what if they did breathe? What was so bad about that?" The walls of that seedy, smoky club had breathed, too, and he'd become convinced he was trapped within an amoeba hurtling through space. It had made perfect sense at the time. The amoeba had swallowed him whole, like the whale swallowed Jonah, and he was stuck in that amoeba for 1,000 years. 20 years old, and he was so sure his brain had been fried, and he took such pride in his brain, and the only way to comfort himself in the bleak days that followed was by chanting, "Never again, never again, never again." And yet here he was, trapped once more. "I'm not in an amoeba," he told himself. "I'm at a health resort. They have given me drugs without my permission, and I'm just going to have to wait this out." At least he was in this very pleasant, nice-smelling, candle-lit studio. Not that packed bar with all those looming faces. He held hands with his girls. Heather's hand in his left, Zoe's in his right. Napoleon had refused to lie down on one of those stretchers or put on the mask and headphones. He knew the only way to keep a good, firm grip of his mind was to sit upright, with his eyes open. Masha pretended she was fine with that, but Napoleon knew she was annoyed that they weren't following the correct procedure for optimum results. Napoleon recognized the moment she made the decision not to push the issue. It was like he could read her mind. Pick your battles, she thought. Napoleon had to pick his battles with his students. He was good at picking his battles. He used to do the same with the kids. Pick your battles, he said softly. Pick them carefully. I know which battle I'm picking. I will not rest until that woman is behind bars, said Heather. She was watching Masha move about the room, chatting to her guests, placing the back of her hand against their foreheads. Look at her, sashaying about as if she's fucking Florence Nightingale, said Heather. Psychedelic therapy, my foot. Napoleon wondered if there was some sort of professional jealousy going on here. Can you see the walls breathing? He asked, to take her mind off things. It's just the effects of the drugs, said Heather. Well, I know that, darling, said Napoleon. I just wondered if you were experiencing the same effects. I can see the walls breathing, Dad, said Zoe. They look like fish. It's awesome. Are you seeing the colours? She glided her hands back and forth, as if through water. I am, marvelled Napoleon. It's like phosphorescence. Great. A nice druggy dad and daughter bonding experience, said Heather. Napoleon noted that she was in a very bad mood. Zach would think this was hilarious, said Zoe. All of us getting high together. He's here, actually, said Napoleon. Hi, Zach. Hey, Dad. It didn't even seem that remarkable that Zach was sitting right in front of him, wearing shorts and no shirt. The kid never wore a shirt. It just felt like everything was right again, the way it used to feel. The four of them hanging out together, taking each other's existences for granted. Just being a family, a run-of-the-mill family. Do you see him? Said Napoleon. Yes, said Zoe. I see him too, said Heather, her voice full of tears. Your turn to take out the recycling, Zach, said Zoe. Zach gave his sister the finger, and Napoleon laughed out loud. Chapter 39. Frances. Frances sat up on her stretcher, pushed back her headphones, and pulled her eye mask down around her neck. Thank you, she said to Delilah, who sat next to her, smiling at her in a way that could be called condescending, as a matter of fact. That was lovely. Quite an experience. I feel like I learned a great deal. How much do I owe you? I don't think you're done yet, said Delilah. Frances looked around the room. Lars and Tony were on stretchers next to each other. Tony's head lolled to one side, his feet splayed in a V-shape. Meanwhile, Lars's profile looked like that of a Grecian god, and his feet were neatly crossed at the ankles, as if he were napping on a train while listening to a podcast. Ben and Jessica were in a corner of the room kissing like young lovers who have just discovered kissing and have all the time in the world. Their hands moved over each other's bodies with slow, passionate reverence. "Goodness," said Frances, "that looks like fun." She continued to survey the room. Carmel lay on her stretcher, her thick black hair spread like seaweed around her head. She held up her hands and wriggled her fingers as if she were trying to see them through her eye mask. Napoleon, Heather, and Zoe sat in a row with their backs against the wall, like young travellers stranded at an airport. There was a boy sitting in front of them. He stuck his finger up at Zoe. "Who is that boy?" said Frances. "The boy without the shirt." "There is no boy," said Delilah. She reached for Frances's headphones. "He's laughing," said Frances. She tried and failed to grab at Delilah's arm to stop her pulling the eye mask back over her eyes. "I think I'll go say hello." "Stay with me, Frances," said Delilah. Chapter 40. Heather. Heather focused on her breathing. She was determined to keep a tiny part of her brain safe and sober and in charge of monitoring the effects of the psilocybin and LSD. One brightly lit office window in a dark office tower. She knew, for example, that in reality her son rotted beneath the earth. He was not really there with them. And yet he seemed so real. And when she reached out to touch his arm, it was his flesh, firm and smooth and tanned. He tanned easily, and he was hopeless about putting on sunscreen, even though she nagged. "Don't go, Zach." Napoleon jerked upright and reached out his hands. "He's not going, Dad," said Zoe. She pointed. "He's still right there." "My boy," sobbed Napoleon. His body convulsed. "He's gone." His sobs were guttural, uncontrolled. "My boy, my boy, my boy." "Stop that," said Heather. "This was not the place, not the time." "It was the drugs." Not everyone reacted the same way to drugs. Some labouring mothers got plastered on just one whiff of nitrous oxide. Others screamed at Heather that it wasn't working. Napoleon had always been susceptible. He couldn't even cope with coffee. One long black, and you'd think he'd taken speed. An over-the-counter painkiller could send him loopy. The only time he ever had a general anaesthetic, which was for a knee reconstruction the year before Zach died, he'd had a bad reaction when he came out of it and scared a poor young nurse to death by supposedly speaking in tongues about the Garden of Eden, although it wasn't clear how she understood what he was saying if he was speaking in tongues. "She must be fluent in tongues," Zach had said, and Zoe had laughed so much. And there was no greater pleasure in Heather's life than watching her children make each other laugh. "Watch your husband," she thought. "Monitor him." She narrowed her eyes and clenched her jaw to maintain focus. But she felt herself drift, hopelessly, inevitably away, on a sea of memories. She is walking down the street, pushing her 2 babies in a big double stroller, and every single old lady stops to make a comment, and Heather is never going to make it to the shops. She's a little girl, staring at her mother's stomach, wishing she could make a baby grow in there so that she can have a brother or sister. But the wishing doesn't work. Wishing never works. And when she grows up, she will never have an only child, a lonely only. She is opening the door of her son's bedroom because she's going to do a load of washing and she may as well scrape up some of the layer of clothes on his floor, and her whole body resists what she is seeing, and she thinks, I'm doing a load of washing. Don't do this, Zach. I want to do laundry. I want to keep this life. Please, please let me keep this life. But she hears herself screaming because she knows it's too late. There is nothing to be done. The life of 1 second ago is gone. She is at her son's funeral, and her daughter is delivering a eulogy, and afterwards people keep touching Heather. So much touching. Everyone wants to paw at her. It is repulsive, and they're all saying, oh, you must be so proud. Zoe spoke so beautifully, as if it's fucking school speech night, not her son's funeral. And can't you see my daughter is alone now? How can she live without her brother? She never even existed without him. And who cares if she spoke beautifully? She can't even stand. Her father is holding her upright. My daughter can't even walk. She is watching Zoe take her first steps at only 11 months. And Zach, who has never even considered such a thing, is shocked. He can hardly believe it. He is sitting on the carpet with his little plump legs stuck out in front of him, and he is looking up at his sister with big, astonished eyes, and you can see he's thinking, what is she doing? And she and Napoleon are laughing so hard. And maybe wishes do come true, because this is family. This is what she never had, never knew, never dreamed. This is a moment so perfect and funny, and this is her life now. Just a string of perfect, funny moments, one after the other, like a string of beads that will go on forever. Except that it won't. She is alone in Zach's bedroom crying, and she thinks that Napoleon and Zoe are somewhere in the house crying too, all alone, crying in separate rooms. And she thinks families are probably meant to grieve together, but they aren't doing it right. And to distract herself, she goes through Zach's drawers for the 100th time. Even though she knows there is nothing to find, no note, no explanation, she knows exactly what she will find, except that this time she does find something. She was back. Napoleon still rocked and sobbed. Had she been gone for a second, or an hour, or a year? She didn't know. How are the Marconi family feeling right now? Masha sat in front of them. Could this perhaps be a good opportunity for a family therapy session about your loss? Masha had multiple arms and multiple legs, but Heather refused to acknowledge her multiple limbs because it was not real. People simply did not have that many limbs. Heather had never once delivered a baby with that many limbs. She was not falling for it. When you say it's your fault, Napoleon, are you referring to Zach? Asked Masha, all faux concern. Heather heard herself hiss, Jesus fucking Christ. Heather was a snake with a long forked tongue that could whip from her mouth and pierce Masha's skin, shooting venom through her veins, poisoning her. The same way Masha had poisoned Heather's family. Don't you dare talk about our son. You know nothing about our son. My fault. My fault. My fault. Napoleon banged his head against the wall. He was in danger of concussing himself. Heather gathered up all her mental strength to focus her mind and crawled around to face Napoleon on her hands and knees. She grabbed his head between her hands. She could feel his ears against her palms, the warmth of his stubbled skin. "Listen to me," she said in the loud, carrying voice she used to cut through the screams of a woman in labor. Napoleon's eyes rolled about, bulging and veined with blood like a frightened horse. "I pressed snooze on my alarm," he said. He repeated it over and over. "I pressed snooze on my alarm. I pressed snooze on my alarm." "I know you did," said Heather. "You've told me so many times, darling, but it wouldn't have made a difference." "It wasn't your fault, Dad," said Zoe, her lonely only. And it seemed to Heather that she spoke very much like a zombie, not a university student, and that her young, beautiful mind was already fried like an egg, sizzled to a crisp. "It was my fault." "Good," said Masha, the poisoner. "This is so good. You are all speaking from your hearts." Heather turned and screamed in her face. "Fuck off!" A pellet of Heather's spittle flew in a slow arc from her mouth and hit the target of Masha's eye. Masha smiled. She wiped her eye. "Excellent. Release all that rage, Heather. Let it all out." She stood, and her multiple limbs drifted about her like an octopus's tentacles. "I will be back momentarily." Heather turned back to her family. "Listen," she said. "Listen to me." Napoleon and Zoe made eye contact with her. They were all three in a temporary air pocket of clarity. It wouldn't last. Heather had to speak fast. She opened her mouth and began to tug an endless tapeworm from deep down in her throat, and it was making her gag and vomit, but there was relief in it too, because at last she was wrenching it free from her body. Chapter 41. Zoe. The walls no longer breathed. The colours were fading. Zoe felt like she was sobering up. It was like that feeling at the end of a party when you walked out of a stuffy room into the night air and your mind cleared. "Zach was on medication," said Zoe's mother, "for his asthma." Why did that matter? Zoe could tell that her mother thought she was sharing something momentous here, but she had learned that what was momentous to your parents was often not that momentous to you, and what was momentous to you was often not that momentous to your parents. I like to call it Zachariah's theory of momenticity, said Zach, who was still there with them. Don't tell me your theories. I'm all alone, taking care of the parents, said Zoe. And it's an onerous responsibility, thou fuckwit, because they are both cray-cray. I know. I'm sorry, thou mangled, pox-marked clack-dish, said Zach. I need you to concentrate, Zoe, said her mother. I know he was on medication for his asthma, said her dad. A preventative. So what? One of the side effects can be depression and suicidal thoughts, said Heather. I told you the specialist wanted to prescribe it to him, and you said, are there any side effects? And I said, no. The regret dragged at her face like claw marks. You said no, repeated Zoe's father. I said no, said her mother. Her eyes were pleading for forgiveness. I'm so sorry. A cliff face of momentosity loomed in front of Zoe. I hadn't even read the leaflet in the box, said her mother. I knew Dr. Chang was the best. I knew he wouldn't prescribe anything with dangerous side effects. I trusted him. So I just said, no, it's all fine. I've checked. But I lied to you, Napoleon. I lied. Zoe's dad blinked. After a while, he said slowly, I would have trusted him too. You would have read the leaflet. You would have gone through it so carefully, reading every word, asking me questions, driving me crazy. I'm the one with the medical training, but I didn't even read it. I thought I was so busy at that time. I didn't know what I thought I was so busy doing. Her mother rubbed her hands down her cheeks as if she were trying to smear herself away. I read the leaflet about 6 months after he died. I found it in his bedroom drawer. Well, darling, it wouldn't have made any difference, said her dad dully. We needed to get the asthma under control. But if we'd known depression was a possibility, we would have monitored him, said Zoe's mother. She looked desperate to make him understand the full breadth of her guilt. You would have, Napoleon. I know you would have. There were no signs, said her dad. Sometimes there are no signs at all. He was perfectly happy. There were signs, said Zoe. Her parents turned to her, and their faces were like those clown faces at an amusement park, turning back and forth, mouths agape, waiting for the ball to drop. I knew he was upset about something. She remembered walking by his bedroom and registering the fact that Zach was lying on his bed, but he wasn't looking at his phone or listening to music or reading. He was just lying there. And that was not Zach. Zach didn't just lie on his bed and stare at the ceiling. I thought something was going on at school, she told her parents. But I was angry with him. We weren't talking. I didn't want to be the first one to talk. Zoe closed her eyes so she could not see the disappointment and pain on her parents' faces. She whispered, It was a competition to see who would be the first one to talk. "Oh, Zoe, sweetheart," said her mother from far, far away. "It's not your fault. You know it's not your fault." "I was going to talk on our birthday," said Zoe. "I was going to say, 'Happy birthday, loser.'" "Oh, Zoe, you stupid head," said Zach. He put his arm around her. They never hugged. They weren't that sort of brother and sister. Sometimes when they passed each other in the hallway, they randomly shoved each other for no reason at all, like hard enough to hurt. But now he was hugging her and talking in her ear, and it was him. It was Zach. It was absolutely him. He smelled of that stupid Lynx body wash, which he said he used ironically, but he totally used because he believed the ads about how it made the girls think you were hotter. Zach pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "It was nothing to do with you. I didn't do it to get at you." He gripped her arm to make sure she got his point. "I wasn't me." Chapter 42. Napoleon. He would do anything for his girls, anything. So he took the dreadful, heavy secrets they'd been carrying, and he saw the relief with which they handed them over. And now he had his own secret, because he would never tell them how angry their secrets made him. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever. The walls continued to pulsate as his wife and daughter held his hands, and he knew this nightmare would last an eternity. Chapter 43. Masha. Ben and Jessica sat cross-legged on cushions, facing each other. Their hands gripped each other's forearms, as if they were on a narrow beam and trying to maintain their balance. It was glorious to see. Ben spoke directly from his heart, and Jessica listened, transfixed by his every word. Masha guided only when necessary. The MDMA was doing exactly what it was meant to do, dissolving barriers. They could have spent months in therapy to get to this point. This was an instant shortcut. "I miss your face," Ben said to Jessica. "Your beautiful face. I don't recognize you. I don't recognize us or anything about our lives. I miss our old flat. I miss my job. I miss the friends we lost because of this. But most of all, I miss your face." His words were crisp and clear. There was no slurring, no equivocation. "Good," said Masha. "Wonderful. Jessica, what do you want to say?" "I think that Ben is body shaming," said Jessica. "I'm still me. I'm still Jessica. I'm still in here. So what if I look a bit different? This is the fashion. It's just fashion. It's not important." "It's important to me," said Ben. "It feels like you took something precious and fucked it up." "But I feel beautiful," said Jessica. "I feel like I was ugly before and now I'm beautiful." She stretched her arms above her head like a ballerina. The question is, who gets to decide if I'm beautiful or not? Me? You? The internet? Right now, she did look beautiful. Ben considered for a moment. It's your face, he said. So I guess you should decide. But wait, beauty is... Jessica pointed at her eye. She began to laugh. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. She and Ben laughed and laughed. They clutched each other, repeating, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, over and over, and Masha smiled at them uncertainly. Why was that funny? Perhaps it was an inside joke. She began to feel impatient. At long last, they stopped laughing, and Jessica sat up and touched her lower lip. Look, fair call. I might have overdone it on the lips last time. I liked your lips before, said Ben. I thought you had beautiful lips. Yeah, I get it, Ben, said Jessica. I liked our life before, said Ben. It was a shitty little life, said Jessica. An ordinary, shitty little life. I don't think it was shitty, said Ben. I feel like you love your car more than me, said Jessica. I'm jealous of your car. I was the one who scratched it. That was me. Because I feel like your car is a slutty girl having an affair with my husband, and so I scratched her slutty face. Wow, said Ben. He put both hands to the top of his head. Wow, that is... Wow. I can't believe you did that. He didn't sound angry, just amazed. I love the money, said Jessica. I love being rich. But I wish we could just be rich and still be us. The money, said Ben slowly, is like a dog. Said Jessica. A great big, out-of-control pet dog. Yeah, said Jessica. Yeah, that's right. She paused. Why is it like a dog? So, it's like we got a dog, and it's the dog we always wanted. We dreamed of this dog. This dog is our dream dog. But it's changed everything about our lives. It's like really distracting. It barks all through the night, wanting our attention. It won't let us sleep. We can't do anything without taking the dog into account. We have to walk it and feed it and worry about it. And he scrunched up his face, working it out. See, the problem with this dog is that it bites. It bites us, and it bites our friends and family. It's got a really vicious streak, this dog. But we still love it, said Jessica. We love the dog. We do, but I think we should give the dog away, said Ben. I think it's not the right dog for us. We could get a Labradoodle, said Jessica. Labradoodles are so cute. Masha reminded herself that Jessica was very young. I think Ben is using the dog as a story to explain how the lottery win has impacted your lives, she said. A metaphor, that is. The word metaphor came to her a fraction later than she would have liked. Yeah, said Jessica. She gave Masha a sly, shrewd look and tapped her nose with her forefinger. If we're gonna get a dog, we should get it before the baby comes. What baby? Said Masha. What baby? Said Ben. I'm pregnant, said Jessica. You are? Said Ben. But that's awesome. Masha reeled. But you never. You gave my pregnant wife drugs, said Ben to Masha. Yeah, I kind of feel really angry about that, said Jessica to Masha. Like, I think you should go to jail for a very long time for this. Chapter 44. Heather. Heather woke, but did not open her eyes. She was lying on her side, on something thin and soft, her hands pillowed beneath her head. Her body clock told her it was morning. Maybe around 7 a.m., she would have guessed. She was no longer high. Her mind felt clear. She was in the yoga and meditation studio at Tranquillum House, and today was the anniversary of Zach's death. After years of nausea, she'd vomited up her secret, and now she felt shaky, strange, and empty, but also better. She felt cleansed, which, funnily enough, was exactly what Tranquillum House had promised. Heather would have to write them a glowing testimonial. I feel so much better after my time at Tranquillum House. I especially enjoyed tripping with my husband and daughter. Obviously, they would leave this place immediately. They would not eat or drink anything provided by Masha. They would go straight to their rooms, pack, get in the car, and leave. Perhaps they would go to a cafe in the nearest town and order a big fried breakfast in Zach's honor. Heather wanted to spend this year's anniversary alone with her family talking about Zach. And tomorrow, she wanted to somehow mark her children's 21st birthday in a way that wasn't about shame or grief, or everyone pretending to forget that this was Zoe's birthday too. Napoleon had been saying it for so long. We have to separate Zach from the way he chose to end his life. There was so much more to Zach than his suicide. One memory should not eclipse all the other memories. But she hadn't listened. She had somehow thought that his unhappiness that one day nullified everything else that he did in his life. Now, all at once, she knew that Napoleon was right. Today they would mark the anniversary of his death by pooling their best memories of his 18 years of life. And the grief would be unbearable. But Heather knew better than anyone that the unbearable could be borne. For the last 3 years, she'd been grieving Zach's suicide. Now it was finally time to grieve his loss. The loss of a beautiful, silly, smart, impetuous boy. She hoped that his sister would cope today. All that rubbish about not being close to Zach. Heather's heart ached for her. The child adored her brother. They were 10 years old before they stopped creeping into each other's beds at night when they had nightmares. Heather would need to tell her over and over that it wasn't her fault. It was Heather's failure alone. Her failure to notice her son's change in behaviour and her failure to give anyone, including Zach himself, a reason to look for it. And at some point today, they would report the mad woman's actions to the police. Heather opened her eyes and saw that she was lying on a yoga mat, face to face with her sleeping daughter. She was still asleep, her eyelids fluttering. Heather was close enough to feel Zoe's breath on her face. She put her hand to her cheek. Chapter 45. Frances. Frances pulled the headphones from her head. They got caught in her hair. She tugged them free, her eyes still shut. She was on a flight. The only time she fell asleep wearing headphones was on a flight. She could hear the sound of far-off construction. A drill, a jackhammer, a digger, some such thing. It was an intermittent mechanical roar. A lawnmower? A leaf blower. She lay on her side, drew the blanket up over her shoulders, and tried to make herself sink back into deep, delicious sleep. But no, there was the sound again, pulling her inexorably up, up, up. And it wasn't a machine. It was the sound of a man snoring. Had she got drunk and slept with a stranger last night? Good Lord, surely not. It had been decades. She didn't feel any of the symptoms of a hangover, or the shame of a seedy sexual encounter. Her mind felt clear and bright, as if it had been pressure cleaned. Her memory clicked into place in one solid block. She was in the yoga and meditation studio at Tranquillum House, and yesterday she'd drunk a delicious smoothie containing hallucinogenic drugs, resulting in an extremely beautiful, remarkably vivid dream that had lasted forever, about Gillian and her dad and her ex-husbands, with many symbols and visual metaphors which she looked forward to interpreting. Yao and sometimes Delilah and sometimes Masha had kept interrupting her lovely dream, asking irritating questions and trying to steer her in certain directions. Frances had ignored them. She was having too much fun, and they were aggravating her. She sensed that after a while they gave up on her. She'd been in space. She'd been an ant, also a butterfly. She'd been on a sleigh ride with Gillian across a stunning starlit sky. And more, much more. It was like waking up the first morning back home in your own bed after a long international holiday to multiple exotic locations. She opened her eyes to darkness and remembered her eye mask. The sound of snoring got even louder as she pulled it off. Her eyes didn't feel gritty or blurry. Everything was in crisp colour. She could see the vaulted stone ceiling above her, rows of downlights. They were all switched on. She sat up and looked around. The man snoring was Lars. He lay on the stretcher next to hers, flat on his back, still wearing his eye mask. a blanket pulled up to his chin, his mouth wide open. His body twitched in tandem with each snore. It was pleasing to hear someone so good-looking with such a loud, unpleasant snore. It kind of redressed the balance. Frances reached over with her bare foot and gave his leg a gentle shove. Henry was a snorer. Once, towards the end of the marriage, he was wearing shorts, and he'd looked down and said confusedly, "I don't know why I'm always getting these bruises right here on my calf. It's like I keep bumping into something." My right foot, thought Frances. She felt terrible about that, right up until their last day together, when they fought over the division of cutlery. She scanned the room. Tony, she would not be calling him Smiley, had just sat up on his stretcher. It looked like he had a headache by the way he rested his forehead in his hands. Carmel was also upright and was attempting to comb her fingers through her black frizzy hair, which stood out in a wild halo around her head. She met Frances's eye. "Bathroom?" she mouthed, although she'd been in the studio as often as Frances. Frances pointed to the toilets at the back of the cellar, and Carmel got to her feet, staggering a little. Ben and Jessica sat shoulder to shoulder against a wall, drinking bottled water. Heather and Zoe lay face to face where they had fallen asleep on a yoga mat. Heather was absently caressing Zoe's hair. "Need water?" Napoleon crouched down with difficulty on his long legs in front of Frances and offered her a bottle of water. "I'm assuming it's not spiked with drugs," he said. "I guess if we're worried, we could just drink from the tap, although they could do something to the water supply if they really wanted." "Thank you." Frances accepted the water, suddenly desperate for it, and drank nearly the whole bottle in one go. "Just what I needed," she said. "I guess it's a good sign that they left us with water," said Napoleon. He straightened. "They haven't completely abandoned us." "What do you mean?" asked Frances. She stretched luxuriously. She was really looking forward to breakfast. "We're locked in," said Napoleon apologetically, as if he were the one responsible. "There doesn't seem to be a way out." Chapter 46. Carmel. "I'm sure this is all just part of the process," said Carmel. She didn't know why everyone looked so worried. "They're not going to leave us down here for much longer. It's all fine." The time, according to Napoleon, the only one among them with a watch, was coming up to 2 p.m., and they had still not heard from any of the staff at Tranquillum House. They had been down here for close to 24 hours now. They all sat in a circle, similar to the one from the previous day when they'd introduced themselves. Everyone looked exhausted and grimy. The men needed shaves. Carmel was desperate to clean her teeth, but she wasn't especially hungry, even though she hadn't eaten for coming up to 48 hours. So that was kind of wonderful. If appetite suppression was one of the side effects of last night's perfectly enjoyable drug experience, then she was all for it. Each of them had confirmed for themselves that the only access point to the room was the heavy oak door at the bottom of the stairs, and that the door was undeniably, irrefutably locked, with what looked to be a brand new gold security keypad next to the door handle. Presumably there was a code that would unlock the door, but multiple combinations of numbers had been attempted with no success. Frances had suggested that the code might be the same as the one given at the front gate of Tranquillum House. Napoleon said he'd already thought of that, but had no memory of the number. Carmel had no memory of it either. She'd been crying when she arrived at Tranquillum House, suddenly struck by a memory from her honeymoon when they'd stayed at a hotel with a similar-looking intercom. It seemed stupid now. Her honeymoon hadn't been that great. She'd got a terrible UTI. Ben thought he remembered the access code for the front gate, but if he did, the number didn't work. Tony thought he remembered too, although he remembered one digit differently to Ben, but that number didn't work either. Carmel suggested the phone number for Tranquillum House, which for some reason she was able to recite, but they had no luck with that. Frances wondered if the code was related to the letters of the alphabet. They tried various words: Tranquillum, cleanse, Masha. Nothing worked. Zoe wondered if it was meant to be a kind of a game, an escape room. She told them there was a bizarre craze where people allowed themselves to be locked up in a room for the pleasure of trying to work out how to escape. Zoe had been to one before. She said it was great fun, with multiple clues concealed in what looked like normal objects. For example, Zoe and her friends had to find and assemble the parts of a torch that had been hidden around the room. The torch could then be used to shine a light on a secret message in the back of a wardrobe with further instructions. A timer counted down the minutes on a wall, and Zoe said they got out just seconds before the timer went off. But if this was an escape room game, it seemed it was a very tricky one. The yoga studio was virtually empty. There were towels, yoga mats, stretcher beds, water bottles, headphones, eye masks, and burnt-out candles from the night before, and that was it. There were no bookshelves with messages in books, no pictures on the wall. There was nothing that could feasibly represent a clue. There were no windows that could be smashed in either the men's or the women's toilets. No manholes, no air conditioning ducts. "It's like we're trapped in a dungeon," said Frances, which Carmel thought was melodramatic, but then the woman wrote romantic fiction for a living, so you had to allow for an overactive imagination. Eventually, they'd sat back down, dispirited and dishevelled. "Yes, this is all just part of the process," said Heather to Carmel. "Spiking our drinks with illegal drugs, locking us up and so on and so forth. Nothing to worry about. It's all fine." She was using a very sarcastic, familiar tone for someone Carmel had only just met. "I'm just saying we should trust the process." Carmel tried to remain reasonable. "You're as deluded as her," said Heather. So that was definitely rude. Carmel reminded herself that Heather had lost her son. She spoke evenly. "I know we're all tired and stressed, but there's no need to get personal." "This is personal," shouted Heather. "Sweetheart," said Napoleon. "Don't." The gentle way he scolded his wife made Carmel's heart ache. "Do you have children, Carmel?" asked Heather in a more civilized tone. I have 4 little girls, said Carmel carefully. Well, how would you feel if someone gave your children drugs? It was true that she wouldn't want a single drug to cross their precious lips. My children are very little. Obviously, Masha would never. Do you have any idea of the serious long-term health consequences we could all be facing? Interrupted Heather. I feel worse than I've ever felt in my entire life, said Jessica. There you go, said Heather with satisfaction. Well, I feel better than I've ever felt in my entire life, said Carmel. It wasn't entirely true. There was the teeth situation, but she did feel quite good. Her mind was filled with images she hadn't yet had a chance to interpret, as if she'd just spent a day at some incredible immersive art exhibit. I feel pretty good so far, admitted Frances. I do have a significant headache, said Lars. Yeah, me too, said Tony. I feel like I might be down a dress size. Carmel pulled at the loose waistband of her leggings. She frowned, trying to remember some important revelation she'd come to last night about her body. It didn't matter. It did matter. It was the only one she had? Somehow it didn't seem quite so profound and transcendent a revelation when she tried to pin it down with ordinary words. Although I'm not trying to change my body completely, I'm just here to get healthy. Healthy! Heather banged her palm against her forehead. This place has gone way beyond bloody dieting. Mum. Zoe put her hand on her mother's knee. Nobody died. We're all still here. Just, please, relax. Relax! Heather took Zoe's hand in hers and shook it. You could have died. Any one of us could have died. If there was anyone with underlying mental health issues that could have been exacerbated, or heart issues. Your dad has high blood pressure. He should never have been given drugs. People probably think you're the one with mental health issues, murmured Zoe. That's not helping, said Napoleon. Can't we just pick the lock on the door? Said Frances, and she looked hopefully at Tony. Why are you looking at me? Do I look like I have a lot of break and enter experience? He said. Sorry, said Frances. Carmel could see her point. Tony did look like someone who might have dabbled in a bit of breaking and entering in his youth. We could try. We need something to pick it with, said Ben. He patted himself down and came up with nothing. I'm sure there's no need to panic just yet, said Napoleon. It's obviously a kind of problem-solving exercise, and eventually she'll realize that we can't solve it. Lars yawned, then lay down on a yoga mat and shielded his eyes with his arm. I think they're watching us in here, said Jessica. She pointed to a corner of the ceiling. Isn't that a camera up there? They all looked up at the tiny security camera with a flashing red light above the blank television screen. Yao told me they had some kind of security intercom system, said Frances. Me too, said Carmel, on the first day. It felt like 100 years ago. Heather leapt to her feet and addressed the camera. "You let us out immediately!" she shrieked. "We did not come here to spend the anniversary of our son's death locked in a room with strangers." Carmel flinched. She had forgotten the anniversary was today. The woman was allowed to snap and snarl as much as she wanted. There was silence. Nothing happened. Heather stamped her foot. "I can't believe we're paying for this." Napoleon stood and pulled Heather into his arms. "It doesn't matter where we are today," he said. "It does." Heather cried quietly into his shirt. Suddenly she seemed diminished, all the rage gone, just a tiny, sad, traumatized mother. "Shh," said Napoleon. She was saying something over and over, and it took a moment for Carmel to distinguish the words. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "It's okay," said Napoleon. "We're fine. Everything is fine." Everyone looked away from what seemed like an unbearably private moment. Zoe avoided looking at her parents also. She went to a corner of the room, put one palm against a wall, stood on one leg and held her ankle in the other hand, doing a yoga class for one. Carmel looked at the blank screen of the television, suddenly desperate to be far, far away from this family's pain, which so dwarfed her own. She felt a sharp stab of homesickness. Her home was beautiful. She recalled this as if it were brand new information. Not a mansion by any means, but a comfortable, sunshine-filled family home, even when it had been trashed by 4 little girls. She'd been the one to renovate it, to make it beautiful. People said she had an eye. When she got home, she would remember to enjoy it. "I might see if I can kick that door down," said Tony. "Great idea," said Carmel. People were always kicking down doors in the movies. It seemed quite simple. "I'll do it," said Ben. "Or I'll ram it." Tony limbered up, rolling his shoulders. "I'll ram it," said Ben. "The door opens inwards," said Lars. There was a pause. "Does that matter?" asked Francis. "Think about it, Francis," said Lars. Tony looked deflated. "Let's try to pick the lock then." He put his fingertips to his forehead and breathed deeply. "I'm starting to feel a little claustrophobic. I want to get out of here." So did Carmel. Chapter 47. Francis. They collected everything they could find that would work as a possible lockpick. 1 hair clip, 1 belt buckle, 1 bracelet. It was Francis's bracelet, and she had nothing else to contribute except ignorant enthusiasm, so she stayed out of the way, and the lock-picking committee became Ben, Jessica, Napoleon, Tony, and Carmel. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, destroying her bracelet and discussing exactly what was needed. Teeth to push the pins out, or some such thing. She went instead to talk to Zoe, who sat in the corner of the room, hugging her knees. "You okay?" Francis asked, sitting down next to her and putting a tentative hand on the curve of her back. Zoe lifted her head and smiled. Her eyes were clear. She looked lovely, not like someone who had spent the previous night tripping. "I'm fine. How was your experience last night?" Frances lowered her voice. "I don't approve of what Masha did. Outrageous, etc. Your mother is right. Drugs are bad, illegal, wrong. Just say no and all that. But I have to admit, I'm with Steve Jobs. It was one of the most fantastic experiences of my life. What about you?" "There were good and bad parts," said Zoe. "I saw Zach. We all saw Zach. You know, hallucinated him. We didn't really see him." "I thought I saw him too," said Frances without thinking. Zoe turned her head. "I saw a boy," said Frances, "with you and your mum and dad." "You saw Zach?" Zoe's face lit up. "Sorry," said Frances. "I hope you don't think that's disrespectful. Obviously, I never knew your brother. It was just my imagination, creating his image." "It's fine," said Zoe. "I like that you saw him. You would have liked him. He would have talked to you. He talked to anyone." She stopped. I don't mean that in a bad way." "I know what you're saying." Frances smiled. "He was interested in everyone," said Zoe. "He was like Dad. Chatty. He would have asked you about, I don't know, the publishing industry. He was the biggest nerd. He liked watching documentaries, listening to these obscure podcasts. He was fascinated by the world. That's why—" her voice broke. "That's why I could never believe he'd choose to give it up." She banged her chin against her propped-up knees. "When he died, we weren't talking. We hadn't been talking for like weeks. We used to have these really big screaming arguments over lots of things. The bathroom, the television, the charger. It all seems stupid now." "That's what siblings do," said Frances, seeing a flash of her own sister's pursed lips. "We had this thing where if the fight got really bad, we'd stop talking to each other. And it was like a competition to see who would talk first. And the person who talked first was kind of saying sorry without saying sorry, if you know what I mean. So I didn't want to be the one to talk first." She looked at Frances as if she were telling her something truly terrible. "I used to have a very similar arrangement with my first ex-husband," said Frances. "But I could tell there was something not quite right with him," said Zoe. "That week, I could tell, but I didn't ask him. I didn't say anything. I just ignored him." Frances kept her face neutral. There was no point saying, "You mustn't feel responsible." Of course she felt responsible. Denying her regret would be like denying her loss. "I'm so sorry, darling." She wanted to envelop the child in a big, probably unwelcome hug, but she settled for placing a hand on her shoulder. Zoe looked over at her mother. "I've been so angry with him. It felt like he did it on purpose, just to make me feel bad forever, and I couldn't forgive him for that. It just felt like the meanest, cruelest thing he'd ever done to me. But last night, this sounds stupid, but last night it felt like we'd talked again. I know, said Frances. I talked to my friend Gillian, who died last year, and my dad. It felt different from a dream. It felt so vivid. It felt realer than real life, to be honest. Do you think maybe we really did see them? There was so much tremulous hope in Zoe's face. Maybe, lied Frances. It's just, I was thinking how Masha said that after her near-death experience, she realized there was this other reality. And I just thought, maybe we sort of accessed it. Maybe, said Frances again. She didn't believe in alternate realities. She believed in the transcendent power of love, memory, and imagination. Anything is possible. Zoe lowered her voice so much that Frances had to lean in close to hear. I feel like I've got him back now, in a weird sort of way. Like I could text him if I wanted. Ah, said Frances. I don't mean I will text him, said Zoe. No, said Frances, of course not. I understand what you're saying. You feel like you're not fighting anymore. Yeah, said Zoe. We made up. I used to always be so relieved when we made up. They sat in silence for a few comfortable minutes and watched the lockpickers crouch down next to the door. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I read your book during the silence, said Zoe. I loved it. You loved it? Said Frances. Really? It's fine if it wasn't your cup of tea. Frances, said Zoe firmly, it was my cup of tea. I loved it. Oh, said Frances. Her eyes stung because she could see that Zoe was telling the truth. Thank you. Chapter 48. Zoe. She lied. The book was so sappy. She had finished it yesterday morning. There was nothing else to do here. And it was fine. She kept turning the pages, but you knew from the very beginning that the girl would end up with the guy, even though they hated each other at first, and that there would be trials and tribulations, but it would all work out fine in the end. So, what was the actual point of reading it? There was one part where the girl fainted into the guy's arms, which, was romantic or whatever, but did anyone ever really faint in real life? And if they did, was anyone ever really there to conveniently catch them? Also, where was the sex? It took 300 pages to get to the first kiss, and the book was called Nathaniel's Kiss. Zoe preferred books about international espionage. I thought it was a fantastic book, she told Frances, perfectly poker-faced. Your country is depending on you, Zoe. Maybe you're still high, said Frances. Zoe laughed. Maybe she was. I don't think so. She couldn't believe she'd got high with her parents. That had been the freakiest part of the whole experience. The fact that her mum and dad were there with her. Whoa, she kept thinking. There's Mum. Whoa, there's Dad. Worlds collided with volcanic sparks and supersonic booms. She felt like she could spend the rest of her life remembering everything that happened last night. Or it could all disappear. Either way was possible. But one thing that wouldn't change when she left here was her mother's revelation. She and her mother had barely spoken to each other this morning. Right now, she was doing sit-ups. Although Zoe noticed that she was doing them with less aggression than usual. In fact, as Zoe watched, she stopped and lay flat on her back with her hands on her stomach, staring at the ceiling. All these years, Zoe had longed for someone to blame other than herself. After Zach died, she'd been through all of his technology, his phone, his email accounts, his social media. She wanted to find evidence that he'd been bullied, that there was something going on in his life which was nothing to do with her that could explain his decision. But there was nothing. Her dad had done it too. He'd met up with every single one of Zach's friends, interviewing them, trying to understand. But nobody understood. All his friends were devastated, as baffled as his family. Now it seemed possible that there was nothing going on in the outside world. It was all in his head. It was the effects of the asthma medication making him temporarily lose his mind. Maybe. She would never know for sure. Her mother's revelation didn't exonerate Zoe, but it did give her someone with whom to share the blame. For just a moment, she allowed herself the pleasure of hating her mother. Her mother should not have let him take those stupid tablets. Her mother should have read that leaflet like a responsible mother, like a mother with medical training. But then she remembered the sound of her mother's scream that morning, and she knew she could never truly blame her. It had been so wrong and almost childish of her mother to keep this a secret. But that very childishness made Zoe feel better. For the first time ever, she saw her mother as just a girl like her who made mistakes, who screwed things up, who was just making it all up as she went along. Yes, her mum should have read the leaflet about the side effects. Just like Zoe should have gone into her brother's bedroom when she saw him lying on his bed. She should have walked into his room, sat on the end of his bed, grabbed his gigantic foot, given it a shake, and said, "What's wrong with you, loser?" Maybe he would have told her. And if he had told her, and if he'd made it seem serious enough, she would have gone to her dad and said, "Fix it." And her dad would have fixed it. She looked at her dad, the only innocent one in their family, on his hands and knees, peering at the lock. He'd get them out of here. He could fix anything given the opportunity. He just hadn't been given the opportunity to fix Zach. It wasn't okay. It would never be okay. But it felt like hard knots in her stomach were loosening, and she wasn't resisting. Other times, when she'd started to feel better, when she'd found herself laughing or even looking forward to something, she had immediately pulled herself up. She had felt as though getting better would be forgetting him, betraying him. But now it seemed like there might be a way to remember not just the times they fought, but also the times they laughed so hard their faces hurt. To remember the times they stopped talking, but also the times they talked about anything and everything. To remember the secrets they kept from each other, but also the secrets they shared. Zoe studied Frances's profile as she too watched the group of lock-pickers. Frances looked younger today, without all that bright red lipstick she wore every day, even when she was doing an exercise class. It was like she thought her red lipstick was a piece of clothing she couldn't be seen without. Zoe felt all at once as if she was Frances, a middle-aged lady who wrote books about romance, but fell for a romance scam. And she was her dad, who cried all the time without even knowing he did it, on his knees now trying to pick a lock. And she was her mum, so angry with the world, but mostly with herself for the mistakes she'd made. And she was the hot guy who won the lottery, but didn't seem that happy about it. And she was his wife with the incredible body. And she was the gorgeous gay divorce lawyer. And she was the lady who thought she was fat. And she was the man who used to smile and play football. She was all of them. And she was Zoe. Wow. Maybe she was still high. "It means a lot to me that you liked my book," said Frances, turning to face her, eyes shiny. It was sweet. It seemed like Zoe's opinion really mattered to her. "Well done, kid," said Zack, "thou droning, dog-hearted dewberry." Zack was still there. He wasn't going anywhere. He was going to stick around while she finished uni and travelled and got a job and got married and got old. Just because he chose death didn't mean Zoe couldn't choose life. He was still there in her heart and her memory, and he was going to stay beside her, keeping her company right until the end. Chapter 49. Ben. They got nowhere trying to pick the lock. Ben could tell straight away that it wasn't going to work. They didn't have the right tools, and the locking mechanism was newly installed. There was some swearing and tetchy remarks. "Well, you try it then." People kept coming up with suggestions for the security code, but that red light kept flashing its mean little "fuck you" rejection signal. Ben hated that red light. He reckoned even his friend Jake, a locksmith, wouldn't be able to do it. He'd once asked Jake if he could pick any lock anywhere. "With the right tools," Jake had answered. They didn't have the right tools. Finally, Ben gave up. He left Carmel and the older men, Napoleon and Tony, to their useless endeavours, and went and sat up against a wall with Jessica, who sat chewing on her false fingernails. She looked at him and smiled tentatively. Her lips were dry and chapped. They had kissed forever last night, in front of people. Sometimes Masha had been there, sitting right next to them, and they just kept right on kissing, like two horny teenagers on public transport. But it had felt different from being a horny teenager, because there was no end goal. He wasn't doing the kissing just to get to the sex. The kissing was the point. Ben felt like he could have done it forever. It wasn't like sloppy, drunken kissing. It was hyper-real, like every part of his body had been involved. He couldn't pretend he'd hated his first experience of drugs. It had been incredible. Was this what his sister destroyed her life for? Would Ben steal in order to experience that again? He thought about it. No. He still didn't want to do it again, thank God. So he wasn't an addict from that one time he tried drugs. His mother had been telling him that ever since he was 10 years old, her face haggard with worry over his sister. It only takes once, Ben, only once, and your life is ruined. He heard it over and over like a bedtime story. The story was about how the beautiful princess, his sister, got taken away by the evil monster of drugs. You must never, ever, never, ever, never, ever, his mother would say, holding his arm so tight it hurt and looking at him with such terrified intensity he always wanted to look away. But he had to maintain eye contact because if he looked away, she would start the never, ever, never, ever, never, ever chant again. He didn't need his mother to tell him that drugs ruined your life. The evidence was right there in front of his eyes. He was only 10 when it started, and Lucy was 5 years older. But he still remembered the old Lucy, the first Lucy, the real Lucy who got taken away. The real Lucy played soccer, and she was really good. She sat at the dinner table and ate her dinner and said stuff that made sense and laughed when something was funny. Not for hours at a time at nothing. And if she lost her temper, it was normal anger, not the anger that turned her eyes red and mean like a demon's eyes. She didn't steal, she didn't break things, and she didn't bring home skinny, rat-faced boys with matching red demon eyes. He didn't need to be told, never ever, never ever. He knew what the monster did. Ben's poor mother would have a panic attack if she heard he'd been given drugs. "It's okay, Ben," said Jessica quietly, as if she'd read his mind. "You're not an addict now." "I know that." He put his hand over hers and wondered if maybe the couple's counselling had worked. Although, if so, why didn't he feel more elated? Maybe it was the crash after the high. That's what got people addicted. The highs were so great and the lows were so shit in comparison that you'd risk doing anything to get back to the high. He and Jessica had talked. He remembered that. They'd talked about so much. About everything. Maybe more than they'd ever talked in their entire relationship. They talked about the money. He remembered he'd told her he didn't like the way she'd changed her face and her body. It was strange because that had seemed like such a big deal before. Like the biggest deal ever, and now it seemed like absolutely nothing. Why had it mattered so much? So he didn't like her puffy new lips. Why was that the end of the world? And the car. She'd been the one who scratched the car. That didn't seem to matter much either now. It was like those smoothies had sucked all the air out of their arguments, and now they were all wrinkled and deflated and kind of embarrassing. Like they'd both been making a whole lot of fuss about nothing. There was something else they'd talked about too. Something he thought might have been more significant. He'd remember it in a moment. Jessica pulled out her shirt and sniffed her cleavage. I stink. I'm going to try and have a sponge bath at the bathroom sink. Okay, he said. I need to wash my face, said Jessica. She ran a hand over her cheek. Okay, said Ben. He glanced at her. Not a single person in this room will care if you're not wearing makeup. There will be a single person who cares, said Jessica as she got to her feet. Me. I care. But she didn't seem angry. He watched her walk towards the bathrooms. Are we fixed? Do we have the right tools now? He wanted a bacon and egg McMuffin. He wanted to be at work with the guys listening to FM radio, making cars beautiful again. He was going back to work when they got home. He didn't care if they didn't need the money. He needed the work. How much longer would they be left down here? He had to see Sky. Even when he was working, he never spent a full day without going outside to eat his lunch. He remembered a TV show he'd seen about a guy in jail who might have been wrongfully convicted, and how he told his mother that he hadn't seen the moon in 7 years. Ben experienced a full-body chill when he heard that. That poor schmuck. Hey, mind if I sit here? It was Zoe, the girl who was here with her parents. She sat down next to him. When he'd seen her over the last few days, he'd wondered why someone of her age, who was obviously fit and sporty, would choose to come to a place like this. Now he knew. I'm sorry about your brother, he said. She glanced at him. Thank you. She pulled on her ponytail. I'm sorry about your sister. How do you know about my sister? Asked Ben. Your wife mentioned it when we heard about what was in the smoothies yesterday. She said she was an addict. Right, said Ben. I forgot that. It must be hard, said Zoe. She flexed her toes. It's hard for Jessica, said Ben. It's like she has to keep hearing the same old story. She never knew Lucy before the drugs, so to her, she's just a messed up junkie. You never really get anyone else's family, said Zoe. I broke up with my boyfriend because he wanted to go to Bali this week, and I said I couldn't go anywhere. I had to be with my parents for the anniversary of my brother's death. He was like, so are you going to have to spend that week in January with your parents for the rest of your whole life? And I said, yeah. He sounds like kind of a jerk, said Ben. It's hard to pick the jerks, said Zoe. I bet your brother would have picked him for a jerk, said Ben, because it wasn't hard for a guy to pick the jerks. But then he wanted to kick himself. Was that an insensitive thing to say on the anniversary? And maybe her brother wasn't the type to be on the lookout for his sister. But Zoe smiled. Probably. What was your brother like? Asked Ben. He liked science fiction and conspiracy theories and politics and music that no one had ever heard of, said Zoe. He was never boring. We disagreed on basically everything there is to disagree on. For a horrible moment, he thought she might cry, but she didn't. She said, "What was your sister like? Before the drugs? Or beneath the drugs?" "Beneath the drugs," repeated Ben. He thought about it. Lucy beneath the drugs. She used to be the funniest person I knew. Sometimes she still is. She's still a person. People treat addicts like they're not real people anymore, but she's still a person. Zoe nodded, just once, almost businesslike, as if she heard what he said and she got it. "My dad just wanted to cut her off," said Ben. "Have nothing more to do with her. Pretend like she never existed. He said it was a matter of self-preservation." "How did that work out for him?" asked Zoe. "It worked out great for him," said Ben. "He left. Mum and Dad got a divorce. He doesn't even ask about Lucy when I see him." "I guess everyone has, different ways of coping with stuff," said Zoe. "After Zach died, my father wanted to talk about him all the time, and my mother couldn't bear to say his name, so..." They sat in silence for a few moments. "What do you think is going on here?" asked Zoe. "I don't know," said Ben. "I really don't know." He watched Jessica walk out of the bathroom. She looked across at Ben and smiled, a bit self-consciously. It would be because she wasn't wearing makeup. These days, he hardly ever saw her without that gunk plastered all over her face. He looked at his wife, and he knew that he loved her, but at the same time a thought occurred to him. All that kissing wasn't reconnecting. It was saying goodbye. Chapter 50. Francis. Nobody came. The hours passed as slowly as if they were passengers stuck on a plane, not moving from the tarmac. Everyone kept returning to the keypad and trying out random combinations of numbers over and over. Francis tried the alphabet code with multiple words. LSD, psychedelic, hard to spell, unlock, open, key, health. That red light flashed again and again, and it started to feel personal. Moods began to fluctuate in odd and unexpected ways. Heather became quiet and withdrawn, her limbs floppy. She went to a corner of the room, put 3 yoga mats on top of each other, curled up on her side, and fell asleep. Lars sang, endlessly. He had a deep, melodic voice, but he changed from song to song as if someone was turning a dial looking for a particular radio station. Eventually, Tony said abruptly, "Christ almighty, put a sock in it, mate." And Lars looked startled and stopped in the middle of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, as if he hadn't realized he'd been singing for all that time. Carmel made an irregular quack sound by clicking her tongue, and Frances challenged herself to see how long she could put up with it. She was up to 32 quacks when Lars said, "How long do you intend to keep that up for?" Some people exercised. Jessica and Zoe practiced yoga poses together. Ben did an extraordinary number of push-ups and finally stopped, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. "You should conserve your energy," suggested Napoleon mildly, "while we're fasting." Fasting didn't feel like the right word to Frances. Fasting implied an element of choice. Napoleon didn't speak as much as Frances would have expected. She had thought from their first meeting that he was a talker, but he was quiet and contemplative, frowning at his watch and then glancing up at the camera on the ceiling with a quizzical look, as if to say, "Really?" "What if something has happened to them?" said Frances eventually. "What if they've all been murdered or kidnapped or fallen ill?" "They've locked us in," said Lars, "so it seems like they planned this." "Maybe they did plan it, but it was just meant to be for an hour or so," said Frances, "and then something terrible happened to them." "If that's the case, we'll be found eventually," said Napoleon. "Our friends and families will notice when we don't return from the retreat." "So we could be here for another, 4, 5 days?" said Frances. "We'll be so thin," said Carmel. "I might lose my mind," said Ben, and his voice sounded shaky, as if it were already happening. "At least we have running water," said Napoleon, "and bathrooms. It could be worse." "It could be better," said Tony. "Room service would help." "I love room service," said Frances. "Room service and a movie," sighed Tony. They locked eyes, and Frances looked away first because she was accidentally imagining herself in a hotel room with him. Those tattoos on his butt as he came out of the shower. That smile. She gave herself a mental slap across the cheek and thought of her dad, sighing, "You were always so crazy about the boys." 52 years old, and still no sense. Just because they both liked room service didn't mean they were compatible. What would they talk about while they ate their room service? Football? "We'll offer them money," said Jessica suddenly, "to let us out. Everyone has a price, right?" "How much?" said Ben. "1 million? 2 million? "Steady on," said Lars. "They're not going to let you out on a promise," said Tony. But Jessica had already walked to the middle of the room and was addressing the camera. "We're prepared to pay a fee to get out of here, Masha." She jammed her fists into her waist. "Money is no issue for us. We've got no shortage of cash. Honestly, we're happy to pay for an upgrade. We want to skip this part of the program, thanks, and we're happy to pay a penalty." She looked around the room uncomfortably. "For everyone, that is. We'll cover the cost for everyone to get out." Nothing happened. "I don't think Masha is motivated by money," said Napoleon quietly. Frances thought, what does motivate her? She remembered her counselling session and the way Masha's eyes had lit up when she spoke of how the VCR had once been a window into another world. But presumably movies no longer interested her. She definitely wanted Frances to know that Australia needed her brains. Approval? Admiration? Was that it? Or was it love? Was it that simple? She just wanted love, like everyone did. But some people had such a peculiar way of manifesting that need. "We don't even know if they're watching us," said Lars. "Maybe they've all got their feet up somewhere, and they're watching Orange is the New Black." "We did not pay for shared accommodation." Jessica jabbed her finger up at the camera. "I'm not sleeping in here again tonight. We paid for a double room, and I want to be back in my room. I'm hungry. I'm tired." She lifted up a strand of her hair and smelled it. "And I need to wash my hair right now." "Oh my God." Ben put both his hands on his temples. He ran about in a comical half circle. "I just remembered what you said. You're pregnant. You said last night you were pregnant." "Oh, yeah," said Jessica, turning to her husband. "I forgot." Chapter 51. Delilah. "She's not pregnant." Yao's face was pasty with panic. "She is absolutely not pregnant." Delilah, Masha, and Yao were in Masha's office, watching the live CCTV footage of their guests in the meditation room. "I would never have allowed a pregnant woman to take those substances," said Yao. "Never." "So why does she keep saying she is?" asked Masha. They'd been here for hours. Masha and Yao stood and paced as they watched, but Delilah had finally sat down in Masha's chair. Delilah was tired and hungry and kind of over it. Maybe she was kind of over being a wellness consultant. 4 years now, and the guests were all starting to blend together. They were all so self-absorbed, and sometimes she felt like she was a minor character in a story about everyone except her. Over the years, only a handful of guests had ever asked Delilah a single question about herself, which, fine, the guests didn't have to talk to her at all if they didn't want, but they all assumed she would be so fascinated by them. The things they told her about their marriages, their sex lives, their bowels. If she had to hear another story about someone's irritable bowel syndrome, she would slash her wrists. And then there were the complaints that came thick and fast, the softness of their pillows, the temperature of their rooms, the weather. Like she could control the weather. It was nice when people seemed to truly believe they were transformed at the end of a retreat. But Delilah wasn't quite as evangelical about this whole transformation business as Masha and Yao. Yes, she enjoyed yoga. Her core strength was excellent. She had a six-pack, and she liked having a six-pack. Meditation was relaxing. Mindfulness was great, and she had no problem introducing drugs into the equation. That made life interesting. And sure, it might give people some insights into their psyches, although, honestly, most of their psyches didn't seem that, complex. This wasn't God's work. This was a health resort. Delilah was skilled at giving the impression she cared as much as Masha and Yao. She could talk the talk, walk the walk. God, she'd done it with dairy products when she was Masha's executive PA. Yes, I'm just passionate about yogurt. Then after Masha's heart attack, she'd left dairy and done it with insurance. All those years working as a PA had been great training to be a wellness consultant. Nod and smile and agree and make things happen behind the scenes, and don't ask questions unless absolutely necessary. Masha paid well. Delilah had nearly reached her savings goal. She was going to travel for a year. I did pregnancy tests for all the women, said Yao. Even the older women. She's not pregnant. So why did she say she was? Asked Masha again. I don't know, said Yao. He was very upset, almost in tears. So she can sue us for giving her drugs? Said Delilah. She doesn't need money. Masha gestured at the screen. Like she said, money is no issue. Delilah shrugged and sighed. Maybe she just wants to make a point, like, what if I was pregnant and you gave me drugs? She's not pregnant, said Yao again. She doesn't know we know that, said Delilah. And her husband's sister is an addict, so, they're really anti-drugs. Pity we didn't know that. Masha swung around. But they should be happy. Their therapy went so well. They kissed. That's because they were high, said Delilah. Sometimes Masha had a bizarre innocence to her. Did she really think the kissing between those two meant something? They kissed for a very long time, said Masha to Delilah. Yes, said Delilah. That's what happens when you take ecstasy. That's why they call it the love drug. The first time Delilah took ecstasy, she kissed Ryan, her boyfriend at the time, for over 2 hours straight. And it was incredible kissing, the best kissing of her entire life to date. But it didn't mean she wanted to marry the pompous British twat with his tight purple shirts. It was just kissing. It wasn't just the drug, said Masha. I led them to many important breakthroughs. Said Delilah. Like all of Delilah's bosses ever, Masha was a total narcissist. Delilah found it hilarious when Masha spoke so solemnly to guests about the dissolving of the ego, as if her giant-sized ego could ever be dissolved. Over the last few years, Delilah had observed Masha's ego flourish, nurtured by the guests who hung on her every word and the dog-like devotion of Yao. I have a gift for this, she said, straight-faced, when, really, what the hell would Masha know about relationships? In all these years, Delilah had never known her to be in one. Delilah couldn't tell if she was straight or gay or bi, or just had no sexual orientation whatsoever. I thought they would be more positive at this stage of their journeys, said Masha. More grateful. Delilah exchanged a look with Yao. Wow. That was almost an acknowledgement of a mistake. At the very least, it was the acknowledgement of a moment of doubt. Yao looked terrified, as if his whole world were falling apart. The dude was obsessed with Masha, probably in love with her. Delilah couldn't tell if his interest was sexual. It was more like the way a superfan behaves around a rock star, as if he couldn't quite believe he was allowed in the same room as her. It will all be fine, said Masha to Yao. We just need to carefully consider how we proceed. We should feed them, said Delilah. She knew this from her waitressing days. Get some complimentary garlic bread out to the table. Stuff them with carbs, and they'll stop complaining about the long wait on their mains. It hasn't even been 48 hours yet, said Masha. They all knew the retreat would include fasting. Yes, but they didn't know it would include LSD, said Delilah, or being locked up. She thought that Masha had badly overestimated her guests' commitment to transformation. When people said they came to Tranquillum House to be enlightened, what they really meant was skinnier. Anyway, as far as Delilah could see, no one in that room looked particularly transformed. There was no way in hell Heather Marconi was coming out of that room and giving them a 5-star review on TripAdvisor. Masha, being Masha, had never doubted that this new protocol was going to be a success. She had no concerns about the issue of consent. She said it was too risky to ask for it because the ones who most needed help would be the ones most likely to refuse. The glorious ends would justify the means. No one would complain once they experienced their personal transformations. Let's keep our focus on solutions, said Masha now, as she contemplated her guests moving about their temporary prison. She didn't even look that tired. Delilah remembered a night, more than 10 years earlier, when she was working as Masha's PA. Someone had discovered a major error in their analysis for the budget they were presenting to the board of directors the following day. Masha had worked 30 hours straight, right through the night, without stopping, to rectify the error. Delilah had stayed in the office with her, but she'd had a couple of power naps to keep herself going. The presentation was a triumph. 6 months later, Masha had her heart attack. 5 years after that, when Delilah had honestly kind of forgotten Masha's existence, she called to ask Delilah if she'd like to train as a wellness consultant at a health resort she was starting up. Masha liked to tell guests that they would hear about Delilah's supposed wellness journey, but they never heard about it because there was no wellness journey. Delilah resigned from her job as PA for the chief executive douchebag at an insurance company. Her wellness journey was basically a train ride from Central Station to Jarrabong. I think we should let them out, said Yao. They were meant to be out by now. We have to be ready to adapt, said Masha. I told you both that at the beginning. For dramatic results, you need dramatic action. I know this is uncomfortable for them, but that's the only way people change. They have water. They have shelter. We are taking them out of their comfort zone. That's all. That's when growth occurs. I'm just not sure that this is right, fretted Yao. Turn up the audio, said Masha. Obviously, we're obligated to report this to the police as soon as we're out, said a woman. Who's that? Said Masha. Francis, said Yao, his eyes on the screen. Francis had her back to them. She was talking to Lars. Francis, said Masha. She loved her experience. She seemed to get so much out of it. Lars was saying, morally obligated, legally obligated. We've got a duty of care. They'll kill someone eventually if we don't. I don't know if I'd want them to do actual jail time, said Frances. "I think their intentions were good." "Right now, I'm deprived of my liberty, Frances," said Lars. "I'm not too worried if someone does a little jail time for this." "Oh, God," Yao moaned into his knuckles. "It's a disaster. They're not even trying." "It's not a disaster," said Masha. "They'll work it out. It's just taking a little longer than we expected." "They don't seem any different after the therapy," said Yao. "They just seem so angry." Delilah suppressed a sigh. "It's called a hangover, you fools." She said, "Would anyone like a green tea?" "Thank you, Delilah. That's very thoughtful," said Masha gratefully. And she touched Delilah on the arm and smiled that soul-warming smile. Even before, when Masha didn't look anything like a goddess, when she was just a frumpy, high-level executive who was really good at her job, she had charisma. You wanted to please her. Delilah had worked harder for Masha than she'd ever worked for anyone. But now it was time to close this chapter in her life. Clearly the police were going to be involved. Delilah had been the one to access the drugs on the dark web, a process she had enjoyed, and a new skill to add to her CV along with PowerPoint. She thought her actions probably wouldn't be enough for her to go to jail, but they might be, and she felt like she wouldn't enjoy jail. Part of her had known all along it was going to come to this. There was a kind of inevitability to it. From the moment Masha had first handed her the book about psychedelic therapy and said, "This is going to revolutionize the way we do business." Delilah remembered thinking, "This won't end well." But she'd been feeling bored for a while. Experimenting with drugs was interesting, and she'd kind of wanted to see the train wreck. They microdosed guests' smoothies for over a year without ill effects. People had no idea. They believed it was the organic food and meditation that caused them to feel so great. They rebooked because they wanted to feel that great again. Then Masha decided she wanted to do more than microdosing. She wanted to do something revolutionary. She wanted to push the envelope. She said they would be changing the course of history. Yao had argued. He didn't want to change the course of history. He just wanted to help people. Masha said this would be helping people in a way that would truly change their lives forever. The clincher had been when he'd tried the psychedelic therapy himself, with Masha as his guide. Delilah hadn't been there. It was her weekend off. But when she saw Yao next, he had an even crazier, more obsessive blaze in his eyes than before, and he was quoting from the research as if it was the research that had changed his mind, when it was just the power of hallucinogenic drugs and the power of Masha. Obviously, Delilah tried the psychedelic therapy too. Her experience had been awesome, but she wasn't stupid enough to think any of those feelings or so-called revelations were real. They were just drugs. She'd done magic mushrooms before. It was like mistaking lust for love, or thinking that the sentimental feelings you got when you heard a certain song were genuine. Get real. Those feelings were manufactured. When Yao had gone on and on about what he'd supposedly learned from his psychedelic therapy, she kind of wanted to slap him. It was just another example of how that sweet, stupid boy was addicted to Masha. He was a lost cause. Nothing was ever going to change there. Delilah didn't go to the kitchen to make green tea. She went straight to her room and collected her ID. Everything else about this particular life, the white uniforms, the sandalwood scent, her yoga mat, she left behind. Ever since she joined the workforce, she'd known this about herself. She was, at heart, a PA. The smoother of the way, like a butler or a lady in waiting. Someone seen and not heard. She wasn't the captain of this ship, and she sure as hell wasn't going down with it. Within 5 minutes, she was behind the wheel of Ben's Lamborghini, driving towards the nearby regional airport, where she would take the next available flight, wherever it was going. The car drove like a dream. Chapter 52. Jessica. "How far along are you?" asked Heather from her position in the corner of the room. She sat up and rubbed her knuckles so hard into the sockets of her eyes that Jessica winced. You needed to be careful with the delicate skin around your eyes. Let's see. 2 days, answered Jessica. She put a hand to her stomach. 2 days, said Carmel. Do you mean your period is 2 days late? No, I'm not late yet, said Jessica. So you haven't done a test? No, said Jessica. Geez, what was with the Spanish Inquisition? How could I? This was so weird. All of them standing around in this small room like they were at an office party, but they were talking about her periods. So, you might not be pregnant? Asked Ben. Jessica couldn't tell if his shoulders dropped with relief or disappointment. I am, said Jessica. What makes you think so? Asked Carmel. I just know, said Jessica. I could tell as soon as it happened. You mean you knew at the moment of conception? Said Carmel. Jessica saw her exchange a look with Heather, as if to say, can you believe this shit? Older women could be so condescending. Well, you know, some mothers do say they could tell they were pregnant at the moment of conception, said Heather kindly. Maybe she is. I bet a lot of women think they know, and then it turns out they're wrong, said Carmel. What's the big deal? Said Jessica. Why did this strange, fuzzy-haired woman sound so angry with her? I mean, I know we weren't meant to be touching during the silence. She glanced up at the silent, dark eye of the camera watching them. We weren't meant to be taking drugs either. The sex had happened in the dark on their second night at the retreat. Not a word spoken. It was all blind, silent touch, and it had been raw and real, and afterwards she lay awake and felt a wave of peace wash over her. Because if their marriage was over, so be it. But now there was going to be a baby, and even if they didn't love each other anymore, the baby was created from a moment of love. But wait, she's on the pill, said Ben to Heather and Carmel, as if Jessica weren't even there. Can that happen? Only abstinence is 100% effective, but if she's... Heather looked at Jessica. If you've been taking the pill every day at the same time, It's probably unlikely that you're pregnant. Jessica sighed. I went off the pill 2 months ago. Ah, said Heather. Without telling me, said Ben. You went off the pill without telling me. Uh-oh, said Lars quietly. You didn't mention this last night, said Ben, when we were speaking from our hearts. He sarcastically quoted Masha, his face stone hard. And Jessica thought about last night and how their words had flowed like water. But she hadn't told him last night about going off the pill. She'd still kept secrets, even when she was high, because she'd known it was a betrayal. She should have said it last night when his face was all soft and she felt like they were two halves of one person. She'd felt like that was a beautiful truth the drugs had helped her discover. But it had been a beautiful lie. Yeah, said Jessica. She lifted her chin and remembered the kissing, and how, as they kissed, a single thought had blinked on and off like a neon sign in her head. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. But they weren't okay. Nothing she'd thought last night had been real. It was all just drugs. Drugs lied. Drugs fucked you up. She and Ben knew that better than anyone. Sometimes Ben's mother sat and cried over the pictures of Lucy before she fell for the lies of drugs. Now that was a transformation. Don't waste your money on this stupid retreat, Jessica's own mother had said before they came here. Give all that money to charity and go back to work. Then your marriage will be just fine. You'll have something to talk about at the end of the day. Her mother seriously thought Jessica could go back and work in that shit-kicker job when she now earned more in bank interest in just 1 month than she used to earn in a whole year. Jessica couldn't make her mother understand that once you had that much money, you were changed forever. You were worth more. You were better than that. You couldn't go back because you could never see yourself that way again. Rationally, she knew it was just dumb luck that had got her rich. But deep, deep down, an insistent voice in her head told her, I deserve this. I was meant for this. I am this person. I was always this person. Oh dear, take it from someone who knows. Getting pregnant is not the best way to try to save a marriage, said Carmel. Well, thanks, but I wasn't trying to save my marriage, said Jessica. What were you trying to do, Jess? Asked Ben quietly. And for a moment it was like last night, just the two of them together in their little boat, floating down a river of ecstasy. I wanted a baby, said Jessica. She was going to document her journey on Instagram. Sideways shots of her baby bump. A stylish gender reveal party. Blue or pink balloons would fly out of a box. Hopefully pink. People would put heart emojis in the comments. I was scared you'd say no, she told Ben. I thought if we were going to break up, I'd better hurry up and get pregnant. Why would I say no? We always said we'd have children, said Ben. Yes, I know, but that was before we started to have issues, said Jessica. She couldn't have borne to hear him say, "Are you kidding? Us?" "So this baby isn't anything to do with me," said Ben. "You assumed we were breaking up and wanted to have a baby on your own." "Of course it's to do with you," said Jessica. "I only wanted your baby." She could see him soften, but then, idiotically, without thinking, she said, "You're the father. You can see it whenever you want." "I can see it whenever I want?" exploded Ben. You would think she'd said the worst thing in the world. "Gee, thanks." "No, I didn't mean... I just meant... God." Their words no longer flowed like water. Now their conversation stopped and started in hard little jabs. "It's probably premature to be sorting out access visits," said Lars. "I doubt she's even pregnant," said Carmel. "I am pregnant," insisted Jessica. "I just hope these drugs haven't hurt the baby." "You won't be the first or the last to have got drunk or high in the very early days of pregnancy," said Heather. "I'm a midwife, and the things some mothers have admitted to me, especially when the partners have left the room. If you are pregnant, there's a good chance your baby will be fine." "So much for being the anti-drug crusader, Mum," said Zoe. "Well, there's nothing to be done now," said Heather under her breath, although Jessica could hear her perfectly well. "I've been taking folate tablets," Jessica told her. "That's great," said Heather. "Yep, so great. Folate, a little LSD, and some ecstasy," said Ben bitterly. "The perfect start to life." "Don't worry about it. She's probably not even pregnant," said Carmel in a low voice. "What is your fucking problem?" Jessica's voice rose to an embarrassingly high pitch. She knew she shouldn't be swearing and showing her emotions like this, but she felt suddenly very upset. "Hey now," said Napoleon soothingly. Frances, the romance author, plonked herself down and went bright red in the face, as if she'd never heard the F word in her life. "Sorry," said Carmel. She lowered her head. "It's probably just envy." "Envy? You're like jealous of me?" said Jessica. Wasn't this woman too old to feel jealous? Why? "Well," Carmel laughed a little. "The money," thought Jessica. She's jealous of the money. It had taken her a while to realize that people of any age, people she considered grown-ups, of her parents' generation, who you'd think wouldn't care that much about money because their lives were virtually done, could still be jealous and weird about it. "Well, you're thin and beautiful," said Carmel. "I know it's embarrassing to admit this at my age. I've got 4 beautiful daughters. I should be way beyond this. But my husband left me for a..." "Bimbo?" suggested Lars. "Sadly not. She's got a PhD, said Carmel. "Oh, honey, you can still be a bimbo with a PhD, said Lars. "Who represented you? I assume you're still in the family home." "It's fine, thank you. I'm not complaining about the settlement." She stopped and looked at Jessica. "You know what? I'm probably jealous of you being pregnant. Haven't you got 4 children? Said Lars. That seems like more than enough. I don't want any more children, said Carmel. I just want to go back in time, to when everything was beginning. Pregnancies are the ultimate beginnings. She put her hand to her stomach. I always felt beautiful when I was pregnant, although I must admit my hair looked preposterous. I've got all this thick black Romanian hair, so when I was pregnant, it went wild. Wait, why did it go wild? Asked Jessica. She was not prepared for her hair to go wild, thank you very much. Surely there was a shampoo and conditioner to fix that. Your hair stops falling out when you're pregnant, said Heather. So it gets thicker. She touched her own hair. I loved my hair when I was pregnant. I'm sure you are pregnant, Jessica, said Carmel, and I'm sorry. She paused. Congratulations. Thank you, said Jessica. Maybe she wasn't pregnant. Maybe she'd just made a fool of herself in front of these people. She looked at Ben. He was studying his bare feet as if they had the answer. He had huge feet. Would their baby have huge feet too? Could they really be parents together? They weren't too young. They could afford a baby. They could afford a dozen babies. Why did it seem unimaginable? Tony had gone to the bathroom and come back with a damp towel that he wordlessly handed to Frances. She pressed it to her forehead. She was sweating. Are you not well, Frances? Asked Carmel. Everyone looked at Frances. No, said Frances. She waved a languid hand in front of her face. Just, you know how you talked about how much you liked beginnings? I've got my own personal ending going on here. Ah, said Heather, as if that made perfect sense to her. Don't think of it as an ending. Think of it as a beginning. Carmel said, when I was a teenager, my mother used to wear this badge that said, they're not hot flushes, they're power surges. I was absolutely mortified by it. The 3 of them laughed that self-satisfied, middle-aged woman laugh that made you want to stay young forever. Chapter 53. Frances. You all right? Tony sat on the floor next to Frances, in that uncomfortable way men sat on the ground at picnics, as if they were looking for somewhere to stow their legs. I'm okay, said Frances. She pressed the damp towel to her forehead as the wave of heat continued to engulf her. She felt strangely sanguine, even though she was locked in a room with strangers and having a hot flush. Thanks for the towel. She studied him. His face was pale, and there were beads of sweat across his forehead too. Are you okay? He patted his forehead. Just a bit claustrophobic. You mean, like, properly claustrophobic? Not just, I really want to get out of here claustrophobic? Frances let the towel drop to her lap. Tony tried to bend his knees up towards his chest, gave up, and stretched them out again. I'm mildly claustrophobic. It's not that big a deal. I didn't like being down here even before we were locked in. Right then, I need to distract you, said Francis. Take your mind off it. Go right ahead, said Tony. He smiled a half version of his full-on smile. So, said Francis. She thought about what Napoleon had said yesterday before their smoothies had their full effect. Did you suffer from that post-sports depression when you gave up football? That's a really sparkling topic of conversation to hit off with, said Tony. Sorry, said Francis, I'm not at my best. Also, I'm interested. My career might be kind of ending right now. Tony grimaced. Well, they say that a sports star dies twice. The first time is when they retire. And was it like a death? Asked Francis. It would feel like a death if she had to stop writing. Well, yeah. Kind of. He picked up a half-melted candle and pulled off a chunk of wax. Not to be dramatic about it, but the game was all I knew for all those years. It's who I was. I was a kid straight out of school when I started playing professionally. My ex-wife would say I was still a kid when I finished. She used to say it stunted me. She had this phrase she'd picked up somewhere. Professional sports person, amateur human being. He put the candle back on the floor and flicked away the piece of wax with his fingertips. She used to repeat it every time I demonstrated my amateur approach to life. There was a hurt look in his eyes that belied his light, humorous tone. Francis decided his ex-wife was a witch. Also, I wasn't ready to finish up. I thought I had one season left in me, but my right knee thought otherwise. He pulled up one leg and pointed at the offending knee. Stupid right knee, said Francis. Yeah, I was pissed off with it. Tony massaged his knee. A sports doctor friend told me that retiring is like coming off cocaine. Your body is used to all those feel-good chemicals, serotonin, dopamine, and bam, suddenly they're gone, and your body has to readjust. I don't think I've ever experienced those feel-good chemicals doing exercise, admitted Francis. She picked up the candle he'd discarded and dug her thumbnail into the soft wax near the wick. You probably have, said Tony, doing certain types of exercise. He paused. She blinked. Wait, was that innuendo? He continued talking. Maybe she'd got it wrong. You probably find this laughable, but there were some games where we were all where we were meant to be, and we all did what we were meant to do, and it all just came together like a piece of music or poetry or, I don't know. He met her eyes and winced, as if preparing himself for derision. Sometimes it felt transcendent, like drugs. It really did. That's not laughable, said Francis. That makes me want to take up AFL. He gave a deep, appreciative chuckle. My ex-wife used to say that all I ever thought about was the game. It probably wasn't much fun being married to me. Oh, I'm sure it was, said Francis without thinking. and caught herself staring at his massive shoulders. She changed the subject hurriedly. So, what did you do after you stopped playing? How did you recreate yourself? I set up a sports marketing consultancy, said Tony. It's done well, you know, for a business run by an amateur human being. I thought I was doing better than a lot of my teammates. Some of them really fucked up. I mean, stuffed up their lives. I feel like fucked up is the correct phrase to use there, said Francis. He gave her his full smiley grin. It really was the funniest smile. You're kind of annihilating that candle, he said. She looked guiltily at the mess of wax in her lap. You started it. She brushed the wax onto the floor. Go on. So you set up this consultancy. I had one friend who said to me, don't you hate the way that everyone only wants to talk about who you used to be? But I honestly never minded that. I liked it when people recognized me. I never mind talking about the man I used to be. But anyway, late last year I started to get these symptoms, this incredible fatigue. I just felt something was wrong, even before I got on Dr. Google. Frances felt herself go cold. She was at an age where people in her circle didn't imagine serious illnesses. They got them. And? So I took myself off to my GP, and he ran a lot of tests, and I could tell he was taking it seriously. And I said, are you thinking pancreatic cancer? Because that's what I was thinking. That's how I lost my dad, and I know it runs in families. And the GP gave me this look. I've known him for years. And he said, I'm covering all bases. Oh, damn it to hell. It was just before Christmas, and he called me in to give me the results. He pulled out the file, and afterwards, I realized I had these words in my head, and I was saying them to myself, and it just shocked the life out of me that I would think that. What words? Asked Frances. I was thinking, let it be terminal. Frances blanched. But, is it? I'm fine, said Tony. Nothing wrong with me, except that I obviously don't have a healthy lifestyle. Frances exhaled. She hoped not excessively. Well, thank goodness. But it shook me up that I would think that I would hope for a terminal diagnosis. I thought, mate, how fucked up is your head? Yeah, that's bad, said Frances. She felt energized in that bossy female way that she knew drove men crazy. But there was really nothing you could do about it once you felt that sense of righteousness surge through you. Because they were such idiots. So, right, you've got to get this fixed. You need, he held up his hand, I've got it under control. It's really very bad that you thought that. I know it is. That's why I'm here. So you probably need, he put his finger to his lips. Shh. Therapy. She got in quickly. Shh. And zip it. Frances zipped it. She held the wet towel to her face to hide her smile. At least he wasn't thinking about his claustrophobia now. Tell me about this bastard who scammed you. said Tony. And then tell me where he lives. Chapter 54. Yao. What's wrong with this one now? Is she sick? Why is she dabbing at her face like that? Masha's accent, usually just a flavor, sounded more pronounced than usual to Yao. Yao's parents were the same. They sounded extra Chinese when they were stressed about their internet service or health. He should call his parents. You are wasting your life with this woman, his mother had said the last time they talked. Yao? Said Masha. She had sat down in the chair vacated by Delilah and was looking up at him, her big green eyes so worried and vulnerable. She was rarely vulnerable. It was exquisite torture to see her so. Frances is menopausal, said Yao. Masha shuddered. Is she? Yao knew Masha was a similar age to Frances, also in her 50s, but she was presumably not experiencing any symptoms of menopause. Masha was a puzzle Yao could never quite solve. She enjoyed discussing the most intimate intricacies of the digestive system. She had no shame when it came to nudity. Why would she? And often walked about naked when there were no guests on the property. But the word menopause caused her to shudder, as if something so distasteful could never happen to her. Yao looked at the back of Masha's neck and saw a small inflamed lump, a mosquito bite. It was strange to see any form of blemish on her beautiful body. She reached back with her hand and scratched it. You're making it bleed, he said. He put his hand over hers. She waved him away irritably. Delilah is taking a long time, he said. Delilah is gone, said Masha, her eyes on the screen. Yes, she went to get you tea, said Yao. No, she is gone, said Masha. She's not coming back. What are you talking about? Masha sighed. She looked up at him. Have you not worked it out yet? Delilah looks after Delilah. She turned back to the screen. You can go too, if you like. I will take responsibility for it all. The new protocol was my idea, my decision. She could never have applied the new protocol without his medical expertise. If anyone should pay, it was Yao. I'm not going anywhere, he said, no matter what happens. Over a year ago now, Masha had come across an article about microdosing in Silicon Valley. White-collar professionals were using microdoses of LSD to increase their productivity, alertness, and creativity. Microdosing was also being used with some success to treat mental illnesses like anxiety and depression. Masha was fascinated in her typical Masha way. Yao loved her sudden wild enthusiasms and the fearless way she strode into unfamiliar territory. She tracked down the person who wrote that first article and phoned him. That's what led to her learning about psychedelic therapy, where people were given full doses of psychedelic drugs. Within a very short time, she became obsessed. She ordered books online. She made more phone calls to experts all around the world. This was the answer, she said. This was what would take them to the next level. Psychedelic therapy, she said, was the magic shortcut to enlightenment. Scans showed that the brain activity of someone who had taken psilocybin bore striking similarities to the brain of an experienced meditator during deep meditation. At first, Yao had just laughed in disbelief. He had no interest. When he was a paramedic, he had seen the terrible impact of illegal drugs. The man who had held a knife to his throat had been suffering the psychotic effects of crystal meth. Yao had treated junkies. They were not a good advertisement for the wonderful effects of drugs. But Masha chipped away at him day by day. "You're not listening. This is nothing like that," she said. "Would you not use penicillin because of heroin?" Penicillin does not affect brain chemistry. Okay then, what about antidepressants, antipsychotics? That low, persuasive, accented voice in his ear, those green eyes fixed on his, that body, that beautiful hold she had over him. "At least study the research," she said. So he did. He learned about the government-approved clinical trials of psychedelic drugs being used to help ease the anxiety of patients with terminal cancer. The results were overwhelmingly positive. So, too, were similar trials with war veterans suffering PTSD. Yao became curious and intrigued. Eventually, he agreed to try the therapy himself. Delilah got the supplies on the dark web, including the drug testing kits. Yao did all the testing. He and Delilah both agreed to be the guinea pigs. Masha would be the psychedelic therapist. She herself, because of her medical history, could not do the therapy, but that was fine because she had already had transcendent experiences through her meditation and her famous near-death experience. The psychedelic therapy had been, as Masha promised, transformative. Even if medicating the guests turned out to be a mistake, he would never regret that. It started with a journey down a tunnel that was possibly a water slide, but the water was not wet, which was a brilliant idea, that ultimately spat him out in a cinema, where he sat on a red velvet seat and ate buttery popcorn while he watched as his whole life was played back to him, frame by frame, from the moment of his birth, right through school and university, up until the moment he arrived at Tranquillum House. Except that he didn't just watch it happen. He re-experienced every incident, every failure, every success. And this time around, he'd understood everything. He understood that he'd loved Bernadette, his fiancée, more than she'd ever loved him, and that she was never going to be the right woman for him. He understood that his parents had never been suited to each other either. He understood that he had the wrong personality to be a paramedic. He was depleted rather than energized by bursts of adrenaline. Most significant of all, he learned that his phobia about mistakes had begun when he was a child. It was an incident he was sure he had never heard about from his parents or remembered before, but under the influence of psychedelic drugs, he re-experienced it in vivid detail. He was no more than 2 or 3 years old, in the kitchen of their old house. His mother briefly left the room, and he thought to himself, "I know, I'll help do the stirring." and he'd carefully pull the chair over to the stove, and he was so pleased with himself that he'd worked out this smart solution. He'd climbed up on the chair, and he was about to reach out to the bubbling saucepan when his mother came back into the kitchen and shouted at him so loudly, and his heart leapt out of his chest, and he fell from the chair into endless space, and his mother caught him and shook him so hard his teeth chattered. He understood at last that he had internalized his mother's terror at her mistake, not his. Delilah, who refused to reveal much about her own experiences, had been unimpressed by Yao's revelations. "So it's your mother's fault you're a nervous Nelly? Because she saved you from being scolded? What a terrible mother. No wonder you're so damaged, Yao." Yao ignored her. Sometimes Delilah seemed angry with him. He did not know why, and he didn't care, because the day after his psychedelic therapy, he woke dizzy with a new freedom. The freedom to make mistakes. Perhaps this was his first mistake. He looked at the screen showing 9 people who did not look to be transformed in any way. They looked tired, agitated, and angry. They were meant to be out by now, beginning the next stage of their rebirth. The code breaker puzzle should have taken an hour at most. It was meant to be a fun, stimulating group activity to help them bond as a group. Back in Masha's corporate days, she'd once been on a team-building retreat where they'd done a similar exercise and everyone had loved it. She said that people had come out of the room laughing and high-fiving each other. Masha said she had come up with something sophisticated, subtle, and symbolic that would integrate perfectly with their psychedelic experiences. "Never afraid to blow her own trumpet, is she?" Delilah had said to Yao. Yao had put it down to jealousy. What woman wouldn't be jealous of Masha? Yao had worried that it was perhaps too subtle. But what did it matter? The code breaking wasn't integral to their transformations. If the guests couldn't break the code within the hour, they would let them out and lead them straight to the dining room for platters of fresh fruit and organic, sugar-free hot chocolate for breakfast. Yao had been looking forward to that part, imagining how everyone's faces would light up as he, Masha, and Delilah triumphantly entered the dining room, plates aloft. People would clap, he'd thought. Yao had eaten a nectarine after his own psychedelic therapy session, and he could still remember the sensation of his teeth sinking into that sweet flesh. Once they'd eaten, the group was to share what they'd learned through their experiences. After that, beautiful hard-bound journals would be handed out so that everyone could write down how they planned to integrate what they'd learned about themselves into their lives back home. But nothing was going according to plan. It felt like it had first gone off track with Heather's unexpected question, "Have you been medicating us?" Which meant that Masha's presentation of the treatment had begun on a defensive note, although she'd responded brilliantly, even under attack. People had got so angry, as if they truly believed something sinister was going on, when this was all for their benefit. Yao had checked and rechecked the dosages, the possible side effects, the guests' medical histories, their daily blood tests. There should have been only positive outcomes. He had checked everyone's vital signs throughout the night. Nothing had gone wrong. There had been no unexpected side effects. Napoleon had become agitated, but Yao had given him a dose of lorazepam, and he'd calmed down. It was true that the therapy side of it, from Yao's perspective at least, had been a little clunky. There was a disappointing banality to some of the insights the guests experienced, especially when compared to his own transcendent revelations. But Masha had been thrilled. After all the guests had fallen asleep, she'd locked the door of the meditation studio, flushed with success. They had not imagined this. As the time had passed, both Yao and Delilah had begun to say, "I think we should let them out," or give them a clue. But Masha was convinced that they would work it out. "This is essential to their rebirthing," she'd said. "They need to fight their way out, like a baby squeezes its way out of the birth canal." Delilah had made a small sound, like a cough or a snort. "We have given them so many hints," Masha kept saying. "Surely they are not so stupid." The problem was that the longer they left them locked up, the hungrier and angrier and stupider they got. "Even if they do work it out," said Yao now, "I think their primary emotion will still be anger." "You may be right," said Masha. She shrugged. "We may need to be more creative going forward. Let us see what happens." Yao saw himself on that chair, his small, pudgy hand reaching for the pot of boiling water. "Look," said Masha. She pointed at the screen. "Finally, we have progress." Chapter 55. Francis. Francis and Tony sat next to each other in companionable silence. Most people were sitting now, except for Napoleon, who paced constantly. No one was attempting to decode the security lock of the cellar door. Someone hummed "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Frances thought it was Napoleon. She sang the words in her head along with him. "Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky." She thought of the night of the starlight meditation, and her sleigh ride across the starry sky with Gillian. Lars had been singing "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds" before. That was the song that had been playing when she first lay down on the stretcher. She mentally listed the other songs that had played through the headphones. Vincent, "When You Wish Upon a Star," Beethoven's "Moonlight Sonata." They all related to stars, or the sky, or the moon. What had Masha said last night? Something like, "All your life you've been looking down. You have to look up." "I think we're meant to look up," she said. She got to her feet. "What?" Lars propped himself up on his elbows. "Look up where?" "All the songs were about stars and the moon and the sky," she said, "and Masha said that we have to look up." The younger ones caught on first. Zoe, Ben, and Jessica leapt to their feet and began to walk around the room, craning their necks to study the vaulted stone ceiling with curved wooden rafters. The older ones followed more slowly and warily. "What do you think we're looking for?" asked Napoleon. "I don't know," said Frances. After a moment, she said sadly, "Maybe I'm wrong." "There," Heather pointed. "See? Do you see?" "I see it," said Jessica. Frances followed her gaze. "I don't actually see anything," she said. "My eyesight is terrible." "It's a sticker," said Tony. "A sticker of a gold star." "What good is a sticker?" asked Carmel. "There's something above the sticker on the rafter there," said Zoe. "It's a package," said Napoleon. "I still can't see it," said Frances. "It's wrapped up in brown paper." Heather took Frances's hand and pointed it up to the ceiling, trying to get her to look in the right direction. "It's jammed into the little triangle where the two rafters meet, camouflaged against the wood." "Oh, yes, I see it," said Frances, although she didn't. "Okay, so let's get it down," said Jessica to Ben. "Lift me up onto your shoulders." "I'm not lifting you up, you're pregnant," said Ben. "You're possibly pregnant." "Lift me up, Dad," said Zoe to her father. "You're the tallest." "I don't think we'd get enough height." Napoleon tilted his head back, considering the distance. "Even if you stood on my shoulders, you wouldn't reach it." "The obvious thing to do is throw something up to knock it down," said Lars. "I'll jump up and knock it down," said Tony. He looked up at the rafter with a gleam in his eye. "I just need a couple of you guys to give me leverage." "You cannot possibly jump that high," said Frances. "I got the Mark of the Year 3 times in a row," said Tony. "I don't know what the Mark of the Year means, but that's impossible," said Frances. "It was like a joke to think of someone jumping that high. You'll injure yourself." Tony looked at her. "Have you ever watched a game of Aussie Rules in your life, Frances?" "I understand that you leap about energetically." "Seriously," said Lars, "we just need to throw something up there. Dislodge it from the rafters." "We leap about," repeated Tony as if to himself. "We leap about energetically?" "It's very impressive leaping," said Frances. She remembered how she'd made the mistake of scoffing when Henry had started talking about how he wanted to learn to hang glide at the age of 50. All her friends had shaken their heads. "Oh, Frances, you never tell a man in the middle of a midlife crisis that he can't do something." Henry did 3 months of hang gliding lessons and suffered a chronic hip injury before he felt he'd proved his point. "My highest mark ever was close to 12 feet. Tony looked up at the rafter. "I can reach that. No problem." "Off the back of that Collingwood player, right?" said Heather. "Jimmy Moyes? Napoleon and I were at that game." Napoleon recited, "The leap into heaven, into fame, into legend, then the fall back to earth, Guernseyed Icarus, to the whistle shrill tweet." "Is that a poem about football?" asked Frances. "It is, Frances," said Napoleon in a teacherly way. "It's called The High Mark by Bruce Dorr. It's about how the mark is the manifestation of the human aspiration to fly. It's really lovely, said Frances. Oh my God, could we leave the poetry and the football and maybe just focus on getting out of here? Said Lars, as he picked up an empty water bottle, aimed it like a javelin, and threw it up towards the ceiling. It hit the rafter and bounced back again. I'll get that parcel, said Tony, and his chest swelled and his shoulders went back like a superhero emerging from a telephone box. Chapter 56. Yao. What are they doing? Asked Masha. I think Tony is going to try to launch off their backs like he's in a game of football, said Yao worriedly. That's crazy, said Masha. He's too heavy. He will hurt them. They're hungry and tired, said Yao. They're not thinking straight. It's so obvious what they should do, said Masha. Yes, said Yao. Lars had the right idea. Why are they not building a simple human pyramid? Said Masha. Yao looked at her to see if she was serious. They are just not that smart, said Masha. This is the problem we face, Yao. They are not smart people. Chapter 57. Frances. Napoleon and Ben had positioned themselves beneath the rafter, their heads lowered, their bodies tensed. Should we jump at the same time? Suggested Napoleon. Give you more height? No, said Tony. Just stand still. I don't think this is such a good idea, said Carmel. It's a ludicrous idea, said Lars. Now that you mention it, began Heather. But it was too late. Tony ran from the doorway at full pace. He leaped up vertically, one knee dug into Napoleon's back, the other into Ben's shoulder. For a fraction of a second, Frances saw the young man within the old. The athlete he'd once been was there in the length of his body and the resolve in his eyes. He got up there, impossibly high. He was going to do it. What a hero! One hand slapped the rafter, but then he crashed to the floor on his side with an almighty thud. Napoleon and Ben staggered in opposite directions, muffling curses. That wasn't at all predictable, sighed Lars. Tony sat up, cradling one elbow, his face as white as toothpaste. Frances got onto her knees next to him to be supportive, even though her knees crunched. Are you okay? I'm fine, he said through gritted teeth. I think I just dislocated my shoulder. Frances's stomach turned at the sight of his shoulder protruding at a strange, distressing angle. Don't move it, said Heather. No, said Tony, I need to move it. It's going to pop back in when I move it. He moved his arm. There was an audible pop. Frances toppled in a dead faint, straight into his lap. Chapter 58. Zoe. Zoe's poor dad clutched his back where he'd just borne the entire weight of one smiley hogburn. She was kind of surprised that her mother had allowed that little exercise to go ahead. Maybe it was the drugs, or her crazy fury over the drugs, or maybe it was just that she and her dad were starstruck by meeting an AFL legend. "Sorry, everyone," said Tony. "Last night I dreamed I was playing again. This felt like it would be easy." He gently patted poor Frances on the cheek. "Wake up, lady writer." Frances sat up self-consciously from Tony's lap and pressed a single fingertip to the centre of her forehead. She looked around her. "Did we get the package down?" "Not quite," said Zoe's dad, who never wanted anyone to feel like a failure. "Very close." Zoe looked around for something to throw up at the rafter. She picked up a 3/4 full bottle of water, held it in the palm of her hand, and took aim. She hit the package straight on. It fell into Ben's hands. "Nice shot." He handed it to her. "Thanks," she said. "Open it," instructed Jessica, as if Zoe had been intending to just look at it for a while. The package had that firm, soft consistency of something encased in bubble wrap. She fumbled with the masking tape and tore at the brown paper. "Careful," said her mother. "It might be breakable." Zoe pulled at the tape on the bubble wrap and was reminded of opening a birthday gift, surrounded by people at a party, all eyes on her and Zach. Tomorrow was their 21st birthday. It might be time to reclaim it. She thought that maybe, once they got back to Melbourne, she would tell her parents that she wanted to go to La Fattoria for pizza to celebrate her 21st. It felt suddenly as if it might be possible to do some of the things they'd stopped doing after Zach died. It wouldn't be the same without him. It would never be the same. But it felt possible. She would still take off the olives and leave them along the edge of her plate for Zach. And now she really, really felt like pizza. Her mouth watered at the thought of pepperoni. She would never take pepperoni for granted again. She unrolled the bubble wrap. Inside was a small hand-painted wooden doll of a little girl wearing a scarf around her head and an apron around her waist. She had red circles on her cheeks and quizzically angled eyebrows. She seemed to be saying to Zoe, hello? Zoe turned it around and held it upside down. "It's a Russian doll," said her mother. "Oh, right." Zoe twisted the top and bottom halves of the doll in opposite directions to reveal the smaller doll inside. She handed the halves to her mother and opened the next doll. Within moments, there was a row of 5 dolls of increasingly smaller sizes on the floor between them. "Wait, is that the last one?" said Carmel. "It's empty. Normally there is a tiny final doll that you can't open." "No message," said Frances. "I thought the security code would be inside the last one." "So what the hell does that mean then?" said Ben. "I don't know." Zoe tried to suppress a yawn. She was all at once exhausted. She longed for her own bed, for her phone, for pizza, for all this to be over. "Okay, this is really starting to piss me off now," said Lars. Chapter 59. Masha. Masha saw Yao's smile of relief fade from his face as he watched the screen. "But wait, Why isn't the code in the doll? He turned to Masha. The plan was to put the security code in the doll. Masha lifted up the last tiny doll from where it sat on her keyboard and held it between her fingertips. Yes, you're right. That was the original plan. But why isn't it there? Yao's eyebrows were drawn together, just like those of the doll. I had an epiphany, said Masha, while I was meditating. Suddenly, I knew what needed to be done in order for them to achieve true transformation after their psychedelic experiences. What is happening to these 9 people right now is quite literally a koan. It is a koan in practice. He must surely see the brilliance of it. Yao stared at her without comprehension. A koan is a paradox that leads to enlightenment, said Masha. A koan demonstrates the inadequacy of their logical thinking. I know what a koan is, said Yao slowly. Once they surrender and accept that there is no solution, well, then they will be free. That is the central paradox of this koan, said Masha. The solution is no solution. The solution is no solution, repeated Yao. Exactly. Do you remember this koan? A master who lived as a hermit on a mountain was asked by a man, "What is the way?" And the master said, "What a fine mountain this is." The man felt frustrated. He said, "I am not asking you about the mountain, but about the way." The master said, "So long as you cannot go beyond the mountain, my son, you cannot reach the way." So in this case, the mountain is the security door? Take detailed notes, said Masha impatiently. She pointed at the screen and at his notepad. Don't forget, this is very important for the book we will write. They've been in there for too long, said Yao. They're hungry and tired. They are going to lose their minds. Exactly, said Masha. She herself had not eaten now for more days than she could remember, and she had not slept since the night before the therapy sessions. She touched Yao lightly in the center of his chest with her finger. She knew the power of her touch on him. She had not yet fully exploited that power, but she would, if necessary. Exactly. They must lose their minds. You know this. The self is an illusion. The self does not exist. Sure. Okay, said Yao. But, Masha, they must surrender, said Masha. I think they're going to report us to the police, said Yao. Masha laughed. Remember the Rumi quote, Yao? Out beyond the idea of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. Isn't that beautiful? I don't think the justice system is interested in fields, said Yao. We can't give up on them, Yao. Masha gestured at the screen. "They have all come so far." "So, how long are you planning on keeping them locked up?" Yao's voice sounded thin and strained, as if he'd become an old man. "That's not the right question," said Masha tenderly, her eyes on the computer monitor as some of the guests gathered around the door to the studio. They were taking it in turns to punch in different combinations of numbers. Lars punched the door with his fist, like a spoiled child. "I think I should let them out now," said Yao. "They must open that door themselves," she said. "They can't," said Yao. "They can," said Masha. She thought about the sunny Australian lives these people had been handed at birth. They had only ever known supermarket shelves that overflowed with choice. They had never seen an empty grocery store with nothing but boxes of Indian tea. They did not need attributes like ingenuity or resourcefulness. The clock struck 5, and they turned off their computers and went to the beach because they did not have 100 university-educated candidates all too willing to take their job off their hands. "Oh, yes, I did that for U2 tickets once," an Australian woman at Masha's work had said when Masha described the horrendous queues that lasted for days at the embassies, and how she and her husband took turns to wait, and Masha had said, "Yes, very much the same." She remembered how, when they were right in the middle of the application process, her husband received a card in the mail to report to the KGB office. "It will be fine," her husband said. "Do not worry." It was like he was already an Australian. The phrase, "no worries," built into his psyche before he even knew the words. But in the Soviet era, people had received those cards and never come back. When Masha dropped him off outside that tall, gray building, he kissed her and said, "Go home." But she didn't go home. She sat in that car for 5 hours, the simmering terror in her heart misting up the windows. And she would never forget the relief that detonated through her body when she saw him walking down the street towards her, grinning like a boy on an Australian beach. Only a few months later, she and her husband stood at the airport with American dollars hidden in their socks while a sneering custom office upturned the entire contents of their carefully packed suitcases because they were traitors betraying their country by leaving. And her grandmother's necklace broke and beads scattered like pieces of her heart. Only those who have feared they will lose everything feel true gratitude for their lucky lives. "We must terrify them," she told Yao. "That is what they need." "Terrify them?" said Yao. His voice quavered. He was probably tired and hungry himself. "I don't think we should terrify our guests." Masha stood. He looked up at her, like her child, like her lover. She could feel the unbreakable spiritual connection between them. He would never defy her. "Tonight will be their dark night of the soul," she said. Dark night of the soul? A dark night of the soul is essential for rapid spiritual progress, said Masha. You've had your own dark night of the soul. I've had mine. We need to break them before we can make them whole again. You know this, Yao." She saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. She stepped closer to him, so close that they were almost touching. "Tomorrow they will be reborn," she said. "I just don't know." Masha stepped closer still, and for the merest fraction of a second, she let her eyes drop to his lips. Let the darling boy think the impossible was possible. "We are doing something extraordinary for these people, Yao," said Masha. "I'm going to let them out," said Yao, but there was no conviction in his voice. "No," said Masha. She lifted her hand tenderly to his neck, careful not to reveal the silvery glint of the syringe. "No, you're not." Chapter 60. Frances. Frances twirled an empty water bottle on her finger, round and round, until it flew off and skittered across the floor. "Stop that!" said Carmel severely, and Frances could tell that was the voice Carmel used when one of her little girls was being annoying. "Sorry," she said at the same time as Carmel said, "Sorry?" It was, according to Napoleon's watch, 9 p.m. They had been in here now for just over 30 hours. They hadn't eaten for over 48 hours. People had begun complaining of headaches, lightheadedness, fatigue, and nausea. Waves of irritability swept the room at intervals. People bickered, then apologized, then snapped again. Voices quivered with emotion and skidded into hysterical laughter. Some people drifted off to sleep and then woke with a loud gasp. Napoleon was the only one who stayed consistently calm. It felt like he was their unofficially appointed leader, even though he wasn't issuing any instructions. "Don't drink too much water," Heather had told Frances when she'd seen her returning from the bathroom after filling her water bottle yet again. "Only drink when you're thirsty. You can die from drinking too much water because you flush out all the salt in your system. You can go into cardiac arrest." "Okay," said Frances resignedly. "Thank you." She'd thought drinking lots of water would stave off the hunger pangs, although she wasn't as hungry as she'd thought she would be. The desire for food had peaked just before they'd found the useless Russian doll package, and then gradually began to wane until it became more abstract. She felt like she needed something, but food didn't seem to be the answer. Her friend Ellen was a fan of intermittent fasting, and she'd told Frances that she always experienced feelings of euphoria. Frances didn't feel euphoric, but her mind felt scrubbed clean, clear and bright. Was that the drugs or the fasting? Whatever it was, the clarity was an illusion, because she was having difficulty differentiating what had and hadn't happened since she'd got here. Did she dream of her nosebleed in the pool? She hadn't really seen her dad last night, had she? Of course she hadn't. Yet the memory of talking with her father felt more vivid than her memory of the nosebleed in the pool. How could that be? Time slowed. And slowed. Slowed. To. A. point, that was so slow. It was unsustainable. Soon time would stop, literally stop, and they would all be trapped in a single moment forever. That didn't seem too fantastical a thought after last night's smoothie experience, when time had elongated and contracted over and over, like a piece of elastic being stretched and released. There was a long, heated discussion about when and if they should turn the lights out. It had not occurred to Frances that there was no natural light down here. It was Napoleon who'd figured it out. He'd been the one to find the light switch this morning when he woke up. He said he'd crawled around the room on his hands and knees and run his hands around the walls until he found it. When he flicked the switch to demonstrate for them, the room was plunged into a thick, impenetrable darkness that felt like death. Frances voted for the lights to go off at midnight. She wanted to sleep. Sleeping would pass the time, and she knew she'd never sleep with those blazing down lights. Others thought that they shouldn't risk sleeping. They should be ready to take action. Who knows what they're planning next? Jessica shot a hostile look at the camera. At some point, she had scrubbed off all her makeup. She looked 10 years younger even than Zoe. Too young to be pregnant. Too young to be wealthy. Without the makeup, the cosmetic enhancements looked like acne, a teenage blight that would pass when she grew up. I don't think anything sinister is going to happen in the middle of the night, Carmel said. We were woken up for the starlight meditation, said Heather. It's entirely possible. I liked the starlight meditation, said Carmel. Heather sighed. Carmel, you really need to kind of reframe your thinking about what's going on here. I vote for lights off, said Frances in a low voice. Napoleon had showed them where the microphones were installed in the corners of the room. He'd told them all, in whispers, that if they wanted to share something they didn't want heard, they should sit in the centre of their room with their backs to the camera and keep their voices as low as possible. I think we should give Masha the impression of total acceptance. I agree, whispered Zoe. She's exactly like my Year 11 maths teacher. You always had to let her think she'd won. I'd prefer lights on, said Tony. We're at a disadvantage if we can't see. In the end, there were more in favour of lights on. So here they all sat. Lights on. Occasional low murmurs of conversation like you'd hear in a library or a doctor's waiting room. Long periods of silence. Frances's body kept twitching, and then she would remember that there was no book to pick up, no movie to switch on, or bedside lamp to switch off. Sometimes she'd be almost on her feet before she realised that the decisive thing she was planning on doing was leaving the room. Her subconscious refused to accept her incarceration. Carmel came and sat next to Frances. Do you think we've gone into ketosis yet? She asked. What's ketosis? Asked Frances. She knew perfectly well what it was. It's where your body starts to burn fat because you don't need to lose weight, interrupted Frances. She tried not to snap, but she had not been thinking about food, and now she was. I used to be thinner, said Carmel. She stretched her perfectly normal legs out in front of her. We all used to be thinner, sighed Frances. Last night, I hallucinated that I didn't have a body, said Carmel. I feel like there was maybe a message my subconscious was trying to give me. It's so obscure. What could that message possibly be? Mused Frances. Carmel laughed. I know. She grabbed the flesh on her stomach and squeezed. I'm stuck in this cycle of self-loathing. What did you do before you had children? Asked Frances. She wanted to know if there was more to Carmel than just hating her body and having 4 children. Early in Frances's career, a friend had complained that the mothers in her books were too one-dimensional, and Frances had thought secretly, don't they only have one dimension? She tried to give them more depth after that. She even gave them the leading roles, although it was hard to know where to put the children while their mothers were falling in love. When her editorial notes came back, Jo had written all over the margins, "Who is looking after the kids?" Frances had to go back through the manuscript and make babysitting arrangements. It was annoying. Private equity, said Carmel. Goodness. Frances wouldn't have picked that. She wasn't even quite sure what it meant. How were they going to find a middle ground between private equity and romance? Did you like it? Surely that was safe. Loved it, said Carmel. Loved it. It was a long time ago now, of course. Now I've got a part-time entry-level job, which is basically just data entry to try to keep the cash coming in. But back then, I was a kind of a high flyer, or on my way to becoming one. I worked long hours, I'd get up at 5 every day and swim laps before work, and I ate whatever the hell I wanted, and I found women who talked about their weight excruciatingly boring. Frances smiled. I know. And then I got married and had kids, and I got totally swallowed up by this mum persona. We were only meant to have 2, but my husband wanted a son, so we kept trying, and I ended up with 4 girls. And then, out of the blue, my husband said he wasn't attracted to me anymore, and he left. Frances said nothing for a moment as she considered the particular cruelty of this kind of all-too-common midlife breakup and how it crushed a woman's self-worth. Were you still attracted to him? Carmel thought about it. Some days. She put her thumb to the empty spot on her ring finger. I still loved him. I know I did, because some days I'd think, oh, what a relief. I still love him. It would be so inconvenient if I didn't love him. Frances thought of all the things she could say. You'll meet someone else. You don't need a man to complete you. Your body does not define you. You need to fall in love with you. Let's talk about something other than men, Carmel, before we fail the Bechdel test. She said, You know what? I think you are most definitely in ketosis. Carmel smiled, and at that moment, The room went dark. Chapter 61. Napoleon. "Who turned the lights out?" It was his angriest teacher voice, the one that got even the worst-behaved boy in a class to sit down and shut up. They had agreed the lights would stay on. "Not me. Not me. Not me." The voices came from all around the room. The darkness was so complete, Napoleon instantly lost all sense of up and down. He held out his hands in front of him blindly, like he'd done this morning. "Is that you?" It was Heather's voice. She'd been sitting next to him. He felt her hand take his. "Yes. Where's Zoe?" "I'm here, Dad." Her voice came from the other side of the room. "None of us was near the light switch," said Tony. Napoleon felt the rapid beat of his heart and took pleasure in his fear. It was a respite from the grey feeling that descended upon him the moment he woke up this morning. A thick fog had spread its soft fingers throughout his brain, his heart, his body, weighing him down so that it was an effort to speak, to lift his head, to walk. He was trying to pretend he was fine. He was fighting the fog with all his strength, trying to behave normally, to trick himself into getting better. It might be temporary. It might be just for today. Like a hangover. Tomorrow, perhaps, he would wake up and be himself again. "Maybe Masha is telling us it's time to go to sleep now." It was Frances. He recognized her light, dry voice in the darkness. Before last night, Napoleon would have said that he and Frances had similar personalities, in that they shared a certain base level of optimism. But not now. Now, all his hope had drained away. It had seeped out of him and evaporated like sweat, leaving him empty and spent. "I'm not tired," said Lars. Or maybe Ben. "This is fucked." That was Ben. Or maybe Lars. "I think Masha is about to do something," said Jessica. He was pretty sure. She sounded more intelligent when you couldn't see her face. There was a moment of silence. Napoleon kept waiting for his eyes to adjust, but they didn't. No figures emerged. The dark seemed to get darker. "It's a bit creepy," said Zoe, with a tremor in her voice, and Napoleon and Heather both moved reflexively, as if they could make their way through the darkness to get to her. "It's just dark. We're all here. You're safe." That was definitely Smiley Hogburn, comforting Zoe. Napoleon wished he could tell someone that he'd kind of played football with Smiley Hogburn. He realized the person he wished he could tell was himself. The self who no longer existed. The darkness settled. It was creepy. "Maybe Lars should sing," said Frances. "At last, some appreciation for my talent," said Lars. "We should all sing," said Carmel. "No, thanks," said Jessica. "You and me, Carmel," said Lars. He began to sing, "I Can See Clearly Now," and Carmel joined in. She could sing beautifully. What a surprise to hear her voice rise in the darkness like that, holding the melody with such grace. How people could surprise you. Napoleon had thought when he woke this morning that the feeling that permeated his body must be anger, because he had the right to be incandescent with anger at his wife for what she had concealed from him, and what she had chosen to finally reveal in the most nightmarish of settings, as his mind had struggled to separate ghastly fiction from reality. Although now he thought he was free of the drugs, he did not have any doubt about what had and hadn't really happened. He'd dreamed of Zach, but he hadn't dreamed Heather's revelation. He didn't remember asking her about the side effects of the asthma medication, and yet he could imagine exactly how she would have replied, with unconcealed impatience, because she was the one in their family in charge of all decisions relating to health. Heather had the medical training. He was the teacher. He was in charge of homework. She was in charge of medication. She took pride in not questioning his decisions about education, although he would happily have been questioned by her. He was always eager for a debate, but she just wanted to get things ticked off the list. She liked to think of herself as the efficient, no-nonsense one in their relationship, the one who got things done. Well, look what you got done, Heather. She was right when she said that, given the opportunity, he would have read the leaflet that came with the medication. And yes, Napoleon would have monitored Zach, and he would have told him. He would have said, "This might affect your mood, Zach. You need to watch out for it and let me know." And Zach would have rolled his eyes and said, "I never get any of those side effects, Dad." He could have. He would have. He should have. He might have saved him. Every day for 3 years, Napoleon had woken up each morning and thought, why? And Heather knew why, or could take an educated guess at one possibility of why. And she had deliberately denied him the comfort of her knowledge because of her guilt. Did she not trust his love? Did she think he would have blamed her? Left her? Not only that, they had an obligation to make this known, to let the authorities know that this had happened. My God, there could be other children dying. They needed to make the community aware that those side effects should be taken seriously. It was incredibly selfish of Heather to have kept this to herself, to have protected herself at the risk of others. He would call Dr. Chang as soon as he got out of here. And Zoe, his darling girl, the only one to see that something wasn't right because she knew Zach best. All she needed to say was, "Dad, something is wrong with Zach." And Napoleon would have acted because he knew how dangerous a boy's feelings could be. He could have, he would have, he should have, he might have saved him. They'd had conversations about depression around the dinner table. Napoleon knew all the conversations you were meant to have with your kids, and he made sure they had those conversations. Don't give out your personal details on the internet. Never get in the car with a driver who's been drinking. Call us at any time of the night. Tell us how you feel. Tell us if you're being bullied. We can fix things. We promise we can fix things. Am I angry? He had been asking himself that question all day, wondering if the fog was just anger masquerading as something else. But the feeling that had infiltrated all the cells of his body was something far more and something far less than anger. It was a dull nothingness with the weight and texture of wet cement. As he sat there, lost in the darkness, listening to Carmel sing, as Lars lowered his voice and let her take the song, it occurred to him, maybe this was how Zack felt. Whether the asthma medication caused it, or whether it was teenage hormones run amok, or a combination of both, maybe this was how it felt. Like his mind, body, and soul were shrouded in grey fog. Like there was not much point to anything at all. Like you could act and look exactly the same on the outside, but on the inside, everything was different. Oh, mate, you were just a kid, and I'm a man, and it's been less than a day, and already I just want it to end. He saw his son's face, the first rough greys of stubble, the curve of his eyelashes when he looked down, avoiding eye contact. He could never meet his father's eyes when he'd done something wrong. He hated to be in trouble, and the poor kid was always in trouble. Zoe was smarter. She could twist her narrative to make it appear she'd done the right thing. It looked like girls were controlled by their feelings, but the opposite was true. Girls had excellent control of their feelings. They spun them around like batons. Now I'm crying. Now I'm laughing. Who knows what I'll do next? Not you. A boy's emotions were like baseball bats that blindsided him. At that moment, that morning 3 years ago, Zack didn't make a bad choice. He made what to him must have felt like the only choice. What else could you do when you felt like this? It was like asking those people in the burning towers not to jump. What else could you do if you couldn't breathe? You would do anything to breathe, anything at all. Of course you jump. Of course you do. He saw his boy looking at him with eyes pleading for understanding. Zack was such a good kid. Of course, Napoleon did not accept or condone the kid's decision. It was the wrong decision. It was a stupid decision, the worst decision. But for the first time ever, he felt he might understand how he came to make it. He imagined taking him onto his lap, the way he'd once done when he was a little boy, holding him close, whispering into his ear, "You're not in trouble, Zack. I'm so sorry for yelling at you. I understand now, son. You're not in trouble, mate. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble." "Napoleon?" said Heather. He was squeezing her hand too tightly. He loosened his grip. A black and white image flickered on the screen above their heads. Carmel broke off her singing. "What the hell?" said Lars. Masha's voice boomed at a volume that made Napoleon's ears throb. Her face filled the screen. She smiled at them, radiant with love. "Good evening, my sweetie pies, my lapochki." "My God," said Heather under her breath. Chapter 62. Frances. She's mad. She's crazy. She's nuts. She's unhinged. It had all been a joke before. What Frances really meant was that Masha was odd, alternative, intense, excessively tall and exotic and different in every way from Frances. She hadn't truly questioned Masha's state of mind. Part of her had wondered if Masha was a genius. Didn't all geniuses seem mad to mere mortals? Even the drugs hadn't truly concerned her. The fact was that if Masha had asked, "Would you like to try this smoothie laced with LSD?" Frances might have said, "Sure, why not?" She would have been impressed by all the talk about research, comforted by Yao's background as a paramedic, and intrigued by the possibility of a transcendent experience. And she would have been especially susceptible if someone else had said yes first. As a teenager, her mother had once said to her, "If all your friends jumped off a cliff, would you jump too?" Frances had answered without guile, "Of course." But now, sitting here in the dark, watching Masha's image on the screen, it was clear. Masha was not quite right. Her green eyes shone with an evangelical fervour that would not respond to logic or sense. "Congratulations to all of you," she said. "I am so pleased with your progress. You have all come so far from day one." She clasped her hands together like an actress accepting an Oscar. "Your journeys are nearly complete." The screen lit up the room in ghostly patches of light so that Frances could see everyone's faces as they all stared up at Masha. "You need to let us out of here," shouted Jessica. "Can she hear us?" asked Carmel uncertainly. "No need to shout, Jessica." "Hello there, Carmel. I can see you. I can hear you," said Masha. "The magic of technology. Isn't it amazing?" Her eyes looked off-center at the camera. It made it easier not to succumb to her madness. "I was so happy when you solved the escape puzzle and found the matryoshka," said Masha. "But we didn't solve it," said Frances. She was personally offended by this. "We're still here. There was no damned code in the doll." "Exactly," said Masha. "Exactly." "What?" said Frances. "You worked as a team, though not quite to the extent I'd hoped. I assumed you would build a human pyramid to reach the doll, all of you, rather than playing football." Her lip lifted in a sneer on the word football. Frances felt defensive of Tony. "When I was at school in Serhof many years ago, we made a human pyramid that was quite remarkable. I have never forgotten it." Her eyes lost their focus, and then she snapped back. "Anyway, that does not matter. You got there in the end. You found the doll, and here we are." "The doll told us nothing," said Jessica. "It was empty." "That's right, Jessica," said Masha patiently, as if to a small child who does not understand the way the world works. "She's not making any sense," muttered Ben. "What I'd find truly transformative right now is a long, hot shower," said Lars. He smiled up at Masha with the full force of his gorgeous face. It was like he was holding a glowing lightsaber up to the screen. Francis would bet that smile had opened many doors before. But not this one. Masha just smiled back. It was an epic battle of beauty and charisma. Lars held on for as long as he could before he surrendered. His smile vanished. "For God's sake, I just want to get out of here, Masha." "Ah, Lars," said Masha, "you need to remember what Buddha said. Nothing is forever except change." "This already feels like forever, Masha." Masha chuckled. "I know you like your solitude, Lars. It is hard to find yourself having to interact with strangers all day long, yes?" "Everyone is very nice," said Lars. "That's not really the point. We just want to go back to our rooms," said Heather. She sounded quite meek and reasonable. "The psychedelic therapy was wonderful, thank you, but it was wonderful, was it? You have changed your tune then, Heather." A fine thread of aggression ran through Masha's words. "I hope you speak from the heart. I heard talk of reporting me to the police. I must confess that was hurtful to me." "I was upset," said Heather. "As you know, today is the anniversary of my son's death. I wasn't thinking straight." "Now I understand." She looked up at the screen with what appeared to be complete acquiescence. It was inspiring to see. "We all understand," continued Heather. "We're so grateful for what you've done for us. We would never have had this opportunity in our normal lives. But now we'd just like to go back to our rooms and enjoy the rest of the retreat." Frances tried to put herself in Masha's position. It came to her that Masha considered herself an artist, and, like any artist, she craved praise. She simply wanted recognition, respect, 5-star reviews, gratitude. "I think I speak for all of us when I say this has been an incredible experience," she began. But she was interrupted by Tony. "Is that Yao behind you?" He was on his feet, his eyes on the screen. "Is he all right?" "Yao is here, yes," said Masha. She moved to one side of her computer screen and gestured graciously like a model on a game show, indicating the prize. The prize was Yao. He was slumped forward in Masha's chair, asleep or unconscious on Masha's desk, one cheek squashed flat, while his arms formed a semicircle around his head. "Is he breathing? What's wrong with him?" Heather also stood and moved to a position beneath the television screen. She dropped the fake acquiescent tone. "What has he taken? What have you given him?" "Is he alive?" asked Frances in panic. "He is just napping," said Masha. "He is so tired. He has been up all night, working hard for you." She caressed Yao's hair and pointed at something they couldn't see on his scalp. "That is Yao's birthmark. I saw it during my near-death experience." She smiled back at the camera, and Frances shivered. That is when I came face to face with my own mortality in the most remarkable and wonderful way. Her eyes shone. This evening, you too will face your mortality. Sadly, I can't give you the privilege of looking death directly in the eyes, but I can give you a glance, a glimpse, an unforgettable glimpse that will... She searched for the right word and found it with obvious satisfaction. That will amalgamate all your experiences so far. The silence, the psychedelic therapy, the escape puzzle. He doesn't look like he's napping, said Heather. Have you given him something? Ah, Heather, said Masha, you are practically a doctor, aren't you? But I can assure you, Yao is simply napping. Where's Delilah? Asked Ben. Delilah is no longer with us, said Masha. What do you mean, no longer with us? Said Ben. What does that mean? She has left us, said Masha airily. Of her own accord? Asked Frances. She thought about the other Tranquillum House staff, the lovely smiley chef who brought out the food, Jan with her miraculous healing hands. Where were they while the guests were locked up and Yao lay unconscious on Masha's desk? I need you all to listen carefully, said Masha, ignoring Frances's question about Delilah. She moved to the front of the camera again so that Yao's body was concealed. We are now going to play a fun icebreaker. I feel like the ice is well and truly broken, Masha, said Laz. Buddha said that we must radiate boundless love towards the entire world. And that's what this exercise is all about. It's about love. It's about passion. It's about getting to know each other, said Masha. I call it death sentence. She looked at them expectantly, as if waiting for an enthusiastic eruption of questions and comments. Nobody moved. You like the name? Said Masha, lowering her head and lifting her eyes in a way that could almost be considered flirtatious. I do not like the name, said Napoleon. Ah, Napoleon, I like you. You are an honest man. Now, let me explain how this activity works, said Masha. Imagine this. You have all of you been sentenced to death. You are on death row. Maybe that would have been a better name. Death row. She frowned. I think that is better. We will call it death row. Carmel began to weep softly. Frances put her hand on her arm. So, how does this game, death row, work? Let me explain. If you are sentenced to death, what happens? You need someone to argue on your behalf, don't you? To argue for clemency, for a stay of execution. Obviously, that person is your... Masha raised encouraging eyebrows. Lawyer? Finished Jessica. Yes, cried Masha, your lawyer who defends you. The person who says to the judge, no, this person does not deserve to die. This is a good person, Your Honor. An upstanding member of the community with so much to offer. You see what I'm saying? So, you are all lawyers, and you each have a client. You understand? Nobody spoke. I have assigned your clients. Let me read out the names to you. She held up a piece of notepaper and read out, Francis defends Lars. Lars defends Ben. She looked up at them. You're listening? I will only say this once. We're listening, said Napoleon. Heather defends Francis. Tony defends Carmel. Carmel defends Zoe. Zoe defends Jessica. Jessica defends Heather. Ben defends Napoleon. And, she took an exaggerated breath, Napoleon defends Tony. Phew! That's all of you. She looked up from the paper. Do you all know who you are defending? Nobody answered. They all looked dumbly back at the screen. Tony, who are you defending? Asked Masha. Carmel, said Tony evenly, and Zoe, what about you? I'm defending Jessica, said Zoe. I don't really understand what crime she's committed. The crime is not relevant. We've all committed crimes, Zoe, said Masha. I think you know that. No one is innocent. You're a psychotic, so presumably you are the judge, Masha? Napoleon spoke loudly over the top of his wife. That's right. I will be the judge, said Masha. You will each have just 5 minutes to defend your client. It's not long, but it's long enough. Don't waste time with waffle. Make sure that every word packs a punch. She curled her hand into a fist. You'll have the night to prepare. Presentations will be at dawn. You must ask yourself, why does my client deserve to live? Because everyone deserves to live, said Tony. But why your client in particular? Let's say there is only one parachute left. Only one place left in the lifeboat. Why should your client take that parachute over someone else? Said Masha. Then it's women and children first, said Tony. But what if you are all the same gender? All the same age? Who lives? Who dies? Said Masha. Is the game called Last Parachute now? Said Lars, his face hard with bitter mockery. So we're all going to sit around and discuss ethical dilemmas like first-year philosophy students, while Yao lies there comatose on your desk? Wonderful. This is all just so transformative. Careful, said Tony under his breath. This is an important exercise, shouted Masha. The tendons on her neck were rigid with rage. Frances felt sick. She was going to lose this game. She always performed poorly in these kinds of activities, and now her client, Lars, had already got the judge offside. Ben spoke up in a placatory manner. So, could you just explain, please, Masha, what happens if, according to you, our judge, we don't successfully defend our clients. Masha breathed in deeply through her nostrils. Well, obviously we don't generally execute our guests. That's not good for business. She laughed gaily. So this is all just hypothetical? Said Ben. That's enough questions, screamed Masha so loudly that Carmel took a step back and landed quite hard on Frances's toe. This is totally lewd, began Heather. Napoleon grabbed her arm. We're all going to take part in the exercise, Masha, he said loudly. It sounds very stimulating. Masha nodded graciously. Good. You're going to find it transformative, Napoleon. You really are. Now I must give you light for this enlightening exercise. She reached out her hand and the lights came back on, causing everyone to blink and stare dazedly at each other. Once we've defended our clients, will you let us out? Asked Carmel, rubbing her eyes, her voice hoarse. You're asking the wrong questions, Carmel, said Masha. Only you can set yourself free. Remember, I talked to you just a few days ago about impermanence. Nothing lasts forever. Do not cling to happiness or suffering. I just really want to go home right now, said Carmel. Masha clucked sympathetically. Spiritual awakenings are rarely easy, Carmel. Frances raised a hand. I need a pen. I can't prepare a presentation if I can't write it down. She patted the empty pockets of her sweatpants. I have nothing to write with. Masha behaved as if Frances hadn't spoken. Now, my sweetie pies, I wish you the best of luck. I shall be back at dawn. Remember to focus your thoughts, ask the right questions of your clients, and listen with your heart. Convince me why each of you deserves to live. She looked fondly at Yao, as if he were her sleeping child, patted his head, and then looked back at the screen. Let me leave you with these words. Ardently do today what must be done. Who knows? Tomorrow death comes. The Buddha. She put her hands together in prayer and lowered her head. Namaste. Chapter 63. Lars. The guests of Tranquillum House stood in a huddled, whispering group in the center of the studio, their heads bent, like a cluster of banished smokers outside their office on a chilly day. Lars could smell acrid sweat and stale breath. Ben and Jessica held hands. Carmel and Frances both chewed at their fingernails. Tony tugged aggressively at his bottom lip, as if he could somehow contort his mouth into providing the correct answers, while Zoe kneaded her stomach and studied her feet, and her parents both studied her. I'm sure Yao is fine, don't you think? And Delilah? There is no way Masha would really hurt anyone, said Frances. No way in the world. She sees herself as a healer. Lars could tell Frances was trying to convince herself. The longer they were in here, the more stripped back she got. Her red lipstick was gone, and her blonde hair, which had been in a bouncy circa 1995 ponytail, was now slicked back against her head. Lars liked Frances, but she wasn't the lawyer he would have retained, given a choice, if he were on death row. He didn't know who he would have chosen out of this motley lot. He wasn't sure how much it really mattered. Masha was going to do what she was going to do. We just need to make it look as if we're going along with the madness, said Lars. I agree, said Napoleon. We have to play along and take the first opportunity we can to find a way out of here. I believed in her, said Carmel sadly. I believed in this. She indicated her surroundings. I thought I was being transformed. So, I'm representing you, said Frances to Lars anxiously. We need to talk. God, I would do anything for a pen. Well, supposedly I'm representing you, Frances, in this grotesque game, sighed Heather. So I guess we need to talk too. Okay, yes, but just let me talk to my client first, said Frances, breathing fast. She put a hand to her chest to try to calm herself. Lars smiled at her. She would be the sort to play a game of charades with endearing seriousness and little skill, as if it were a matter of life and death. And now that it truly might be a matter of life and death, surely not. She was in danger of hyperventilating. Let's go and have a chat, Frances, said Lars soothingly, and then you can go convince Heather why you should live. This is pathetic, said Heather, as they split up into pairs. We're an odd number, said Napoleon. I'll wait for my turn. He lowered his voice even further. I'll just keep looking around for a way out of here. He wandered off, his hands shoved in the pockets of his dad's shorts. Lars and Frances went to sit in a corner. Right. Frances sat cross-legged in front of Lars. She frowned intensely. Tell me everything about your life, your relationships, your family. Tell her I'm a philanthropist. I do a lot of things for the community. Volunteer work. Do you? Interrupted Frances. You write fiction, said Lars. Let's just make it up. It doesn't actually matter what you say as long as it looks like we're going along with the exercise. Frances shook her head. That woman might be crazy, but she can smell insincerity a mile off. I'm going along with the exercise, and I'm doing it properly. You tell me everything, Lars, right now. I'm not kidding. Lars groaned. He ran his fingers through his hair. I help women, he said. I only represent women in divorce cases. Seriously? Said Frances. Isn't that discriminatory? I get my clients by word of mouth, said Lars. They all know each other, these types of women. They play tennis together. So you only represent wealthy women, said Frances. I'm not doing it for love, said Lars. I make good money. I just make sure a certain type of man pays a fair price for his sins. Frances tapped her thumbnail against her front teeth like an imaginary pen. "Are you in a relationship?" "Yes," said Lars. "We've been together for 15 years. His name is Ray, and he would probably prefer I wasn't sentenced to death." He felt a sudden burst of longing for Ray, and for home, for music, and the sizzle of garlic, for Sunday mornings. He was done with health resorts. When he got out of here, he was going to book a holiday for him and Ray, a gastronomic tour of Europe. The man had got too skinny. His eyes looked huge in his face, all that obsessive bike riding. Legs spinning in a blur, up and down the hills of Sydney, faster and faster, trying to get those endorphins flooding his body, trying to forget that he was in a relationship where he gave more than he got. "He's a good person," said Lars, and he was surprised to find himself close to tears, because it occurred to him that if he were to die, Ray would be snatched up like a too-good-to-be-true deal at the supermarket, and someone else could very easily love him the way he deserved to be loved. "Poor Ray," murmured Frances, as if she knew what he was thinking. "Why do you say that?" said Lars. "Oh, it's just that you're so good-looking. I was briefly in love with a handsome man in my youth, and it was awful. And you're just," she gestured at him, "ridiculous." "That's kind of offensive," said Lars. There was a lot of prejudice against people who looked like him. People had no idea. Yeah, get over it," said Frances. "So, no kids?" "No kids," said Lars. "Ray wants children. I don't." "I never wanted children either," said Frances. Lars thought of Ray's mother at Ray's 35th birthday last month. As usual, she'd had one too many glasses of champagne, which meant she'd had 2 glasses. "Can't you let him have one baby, Lars? Just one itsy-bitsy baby. You wouldn't have to lift a finger, I promise." "Did your psychedelic therapy give you any special insights into your life?" asked Frances. "Masha would probably like it if I mentioned that." Lars thought about last night. Some parts had been spectacular. At one point, he realized he could see the music coming through his headphones in waves of iridescent color. He and Masha had talked, but he didn't think there had been any particular insights. He'd told her at length about the color of the music, and he felt like she might have got bored, which he'd found insulting because he'd been speaking very eloquently and poetically. He didn't think he'd told Masha about the little boy who kept appearing in his hallucinations last night. She would have liked that. He knew that the dark-haired, dirty-faced kid who kept grabbing Lars's hand was there to remind Lars of something significant and traumatic from his childhood. One of those formative memories that therapists were always so excited about dredging up. He had refused to go with the young Lars. "I'm busy," he kept telling him, as he lay back down on a beach to enjoy the colors of the music. "Ask someone else." "I don't care what my subconscious is trying to tell me. Thanks anyway. At one point in the night, he got into a conversation with Delilah that didn't feel therapeutic, more like shooting the breeze. In fact, he was pretty sure he could feel a sea breeze while they chatted. Delilah said, "You're just like me, Lars. You don't give a shit, do you? You just don't care." Did she have a cigarette in her hand at that point? Surely not. "What do you mean?" Lars had said lazily. "You know what I mean," Delilah said. She'd sounded so sure of herself, as if she knew Lars better than he knew himself. Frances banged her knuckles in rapid motion against her cheekbones. "Stop hitting yourself," said Lars. Frances dropped her hand. "I've never represented anyone in court before," she said. "This isn't court," he said. "This is just a silly game." He looked over at Jessica, supposedly pregnant. "Tell Masha that my partner and I are planning to have a baby," he said flippantly. "We can't lie," said Frances. She was clearly exasperated with him, poor woman. The expression on her face made him think of Ray, when Lars had done something to annoy or frustrate him. The compressed lips, the resigned slump of his shoulders, those disappointed eyes. He remembered the impish face of that little boy from last night and realized with a start that it wasn't his younger self at all. The kid had hazel eyes. Ray's eyes. Ray and his sister and mother all had the same eyes, eyes that made Lars want to close his own because of all that terrifying love and trust and loyalty. "Tell Masha if I don't live, I'll take out a wrongful death lawsuit against her," Lars told Frances. "I'll win. I guarantee you I'll win." "What?" Frances frowned. "That doesn't even make sense." "None of this makes sense," said Lars. "None of it." He saw again the dark-haired little boy with the hazel eyes, felt the tug of his hand, and heard his insistent voice. "I've got something to show you." Chapter 64. Jessica. Jessica and Zoe sat opposite each other, cross-legged, on a yoga mat, as if they were about to do a joint Pilates exercise. Jessica would have given anything to be in a Pilates class right now. Even the cheap one she did before they won the money, in that drafty community hall with all the local mums. "Do you think this is, I don't know, serious?" Zoe's eyes darted over to her parents and back. Jessica couldn't help but notice Zoe had great natural eyebrows. Yeah, I kind of do," Jessica answered. "I feel like Masha is, totally capable of anything. She seems very unstable." She tried to control her breathing. The fear kept rising and then receding in her stomach, like bouts of nausea on an amusement park ride. She wouldn't really, execute anyone, of course, said Zoe, smiling fiercely, as if determined to show she was making a joke. "Of course not," said Jessica. But how did she know what this woman could do? She'd given them drugs without their consent And who knew what she'd done to Yao and Delilah? It's an exercise, that's all, to make us think. It's just a really stupid exercise. I'm worried my mother might antagonize Masha. She's not taking it seriously enough. Zoe shot a look at Heather. Don't worry, I'll do a really good job defending her, said Jessica. Your mother is a midwife. She helps bring new life into the world. Also, I was on the debating team. First speaker. Jessica is a conscientious student. That was the comment she used to see most often on her report cards. And I'll do a good job defending you. Zoe sat up straighter, with the air of a fellow conscientious student. So, okay, I thought, first of all, I should obviously mention your pregnancy, right? You can't execute a pregnant woman. That would be against some convention or something, right? That's true, said Jessica doubtfully, although she wasn't sure why she felt doubtful. Was it because the pregnancy wasn't confirmed? Because it seemed like that was exploiting a loophole? She only deserved to live because her innocent child deserved to live? And if she wasn't pregnant, why should she live? Just because she really wanted to live? Because her parents loved her? Because she knew her sister loved her too, even if they were currently estranged? Because her Instagram followers often said she made their day? Because last financial year her charitable donations were higher than what had once been her annual income? When we won the money, we really tried to, not be selfish, she told Zoe, to share it, to give to charity. She ran her fingers through her hair like a comb and lowered her voice. But we didn't give it all away. No one would expect that, said Zoe. It was your prize. That's one thing I miss about our old life, admitted Jessica. Before we got rich, we didn't ever have to think about whether we were good people, because we didn't have time to be good. We were just paying the bills, getting by, living our lives. It was kind of easier. She winced. That makes it sound like I'm complaining, and I promise you, I'm not. I've read about lottery winners who go on crazy spending sprees and their relationships end and they lose the lot and end up on the dole, said Zoe. I know, said Jessica. When we won, I did a lot of research about lottery winners, so I knew the pitfalls. I reckon you've done a good job of it, said Zoe. Thank you, said Jessica gratefully, because sometimes she had longed for someone to give her a good mark for how well she'd handled the prize money. She'd tried so hard to be a well-behaved lottery winner, to invest properly, to share appropriately, to get tax advice, to go to posh fundraiser balls where terrifyingly elegant people sipped French champagne while they bid obscene amounts of money on obscure items at charity auctions. All for a good cause, ladies and gentlemen. She thought of Ben tugging at his bow tie, muttering, "Who the fuck are these people?" Should she have spent more at those charity balls? Less? Not gone at all? Sent a check? What would have made her a better person, more deserving of life right now? If this had happened before the win, what would Zoe have said? Jessica deserves to live because she works really hard at her boring as batshit job, and she's never even flown business class in her life, let alone first class. So what sort of life is that? The money defined her now. She didn't even know who she was before the money. Ben didn't want to make any decisions except for which car to buy, she told Zoe. He didn't want anything to change. And that's just not possible. She touched her lips and looked down at her boobs, which were objectively awesome. Would her defense case be better if she didn't look like this? If she hadn't spent so much money on her body? Why would you want to look like one of those dreadful Kardashians? Her mother had once asked her. Because Jessica thought those dreadful Kardashians were stunning. It was her prerogative to think so. Before the money, Ben had drooled over images of luxury cars, and Jessica had drooled over pictures of models and reality stars that were maybe photoshopped, but she didn't care. He got his car, she got her body. Why was her new body more superficial than his new car? Sorry. She looked back up at Zoe and remembered that this girl's brother had committed suicide. Zoe had probably never met anyone as superficial as Jessica in her life. None of that helps you build my case, does it? Why should this girl live? Because she tried really hard when she won the lottery. Zoe didn't smile, but gave Jessica a very serious, focused look. Don't worry. I can put a good spin on this. She looked up at the television screen where Masha's face had loomed. What do you think will happen next? After we've played her stupid game? I don't know, said Jessica honestly. It feels like anything could happen. Chapter 65. Masha. Masha collected a cushion from the lavender room. Yao made no sound as she lifted his head from her desk and slid the cushion beneath his cheek. His fluttering eyelids were not fully closed, revealing the shimmery slivers of his eyes. She remembered adjusting a blanket around a small sleeping form. It felt like a memory that belonged to someone else, although she knew it was hers. The memory had no texture to it, no smell or color. It was like the scenes from the security cameras around the building. That was not correct. She could give the memory color and texture if she so chose. The blanket was yellow. The smell was No More Tears baby shampoo. The sound was the tinkling tune of the Brahms lullaby as a mobile with dangling toys turned in slow circles. The touch was of soft, warm skin beneath her fingertips. But she did not choose to remember that right at this moment. She switched off the monitor so she could no longer see or hear her guests. She needed a break from them. The pitch of their voices was like fingernails on a blackboard. The sedative she'd given Yao was one they'd prepared in case a guest had a bad reaction to yesterday's smoothies and became so violent or agitated as to be a danger to themselves or others. Masha understood that Yao would sleep for a few restful hours and then he'd be fine. It was Yao himself who had taught both Masha and Delilah how to administer the injection in the event of an emergency. This had not been planned, but it had become clear to her that Yao's loss of confidence in the protocol was a serious liability. He needed to be temporarily removed from the strategic decision-making process. She'd needed to act fast, and she had, in the same way that she had once culled non-performing staff or even entire divisions. Her ability to make swift decisions and execute those decisions in the face of change had been one of her strengths throughout her working life. Agility. That's what it was. She was both metaphorically and literally agile. But once Yao slept, she felt oddly alone. She missed him. She missed Delilah, too. Without Yao or Delilah here, there was no one to mentor, no one observing her actions, no one to whom she needed to explain herself. It was strange. She had lived alone for large chunks of her life. When she was renovating Tranquillum House and creating and refining the personal development plan that resulted in her incredible physical and spiritual transformation, she had spent months at a time without seeing a soul, and she had not felt the loss of company at all. But her life was different now. She was rarely alone. There were always people in the house, her staff, her guests. This reliance on people was a weakness. She needed to work on that. She was a work in progress. Nothing stays the same. It was a hypothetical exercise she had set for the guests, but their fear needed to be real. She had not seen enough fear. She had seen cynicism and doubt. These people were disrespectful, ungrateful, quite unintelligent, to be frank. Those drugs weren't cheap. They had cut into her profit margins. She had been prepared to take less profit for their benefit. Dear Yao had worked so hard to ensure the correct dosages for each guest. There had been many late nights getting this right. The new protocol was meant to be Masha's career pivot. She was ready to be part of a bigger world again. She missed the public recognition she had enjoyed in her corporate life. The profiles in business magazines, the invitations to deliver keynote addresses. She wanted to publish articles and deliver speeches at conferences and events. She had already put the word out about a potential book deal. The response had been positive. Personal transformation is a topic of perennial interest, wrote one publisher. Keep us posted. Masha had enjoyed the thought of her previous colleagues seeing her reincarnation. They would probably not recognize her at first, and then they would respond with awe and envy. She had escaped the rat race, and look what she had achieved. There would be magazine profiles and television interviews. She planned to employ a publicist. She certainly intended to mention Yao in the acknowledgments of her book and would even consider promoting him to a more senior position at Tranquillum House while she was busy on the speaking circuit. Masha's glittering, glorious future lay ahead, and these ungrateful dolts stood in the way of it. Masha had anticipated year-long waiting lists after the news of their success got out. Prices would have to rise to reflect the demand. These people had been offered this incredible program for a bargain basement price, and they did nothing but moan. They thought they were hungry. Had they ever known true hunger? Had they ever lined up for more than 5 minutes to buy basic food supplies? Masha considered the blank computer monitor and thought about turning it back on, but she didn't want to see them right now. She was too angry with them. That Heather McConey was so disrespectful. Masha did not like her. If any one of them had a brain, they could be out of that room right now and on their way to the police to make their complaints about how poorly they had been treated, when the truth was they had been lovingly nurtured. Masha took a key from her top drawer and unlocked the cupboard beneath her desk. For a moment she sat and studied the contents. Her mouth filled with saliva. She lunged forward and grabbed a bag of Doritos and a jar of salsa. The bag was fat and smooth and crackled in her hand. She remembered the woman who had come home late at night from the office after working a 16-hour day and sit in a dark room in front of the television to mindlessly eat Doritos and salsa. That had been Masha's evening meal. She had not cared about her body. Her body meant nothing. She just bought bigger and bigger sized clothes when she noticed. All she cared about was work. She smoked and did no exercise. As that doctor had said, she was a heart attack or a stroke waiting to happen. She opened the pack and breathed in the scents of fake cheese and salt. Her mouth watered. Her stomach churned with self-disgust. It had been over a year since she had last indulged in this depraved, disgusting act. This was all because of her ungrateful guests. Last time she ate Doritos, it had also been a guest's fault. He had put a 1-star review on TripAdvisor about Tranquillum House and written a litany of lies. He said they had bed bugs. He posted a photo of the bites. There were no bed bugs. He made it all up because Masha told him on the last day that he was a candidate for a heart attack or a stroke unless he committed to change his lifestyle when he got back home. She knew this was because she recognized him as the person she had once been. Yet she offended him by using the word fat. He was fat. Why the surprise? Wasn't that why he came here? Masha put the first Dorito on her tongue, and her whole body trembled with the chemical reaction it invoked. She knew exactly how many calories she was about to consume, and how much exercise she was going to need to do to burn them off. Alternatively, she could vomit. She crunched the Dorito between her teeth and opened the jar of salsa with one hard twist of her wrist. Once, she had weak, useless arms that would have struggled to open this jar. That sad, fat woman in front of the television used to swear and tap away at the lid with a spoon, trying to loosen it. In the life before that, there had been a man for opening jars. She used to call for her husband sharply, like he was a servant, and he would open the jar, smile, and touch her. He was always touching her. Every single day for years and years she was touched. But that was someone else. It had been decades now since she was touched with love. She thought briefly of Yao's hand tonight touching hers, and she took another Dorito from the pack and scooped out the red, glistening salsa. Yao made a tiny sound like a child. His cheeks were flushed. He looked like a feverish baby. Masha put the back of her hand to his forehead and held it there for a moment. He did feel hot. She shoved the Dorito in her mouth and began to eat faster and faster, yellow crumbs falling all over her desk and her dress as she allowed herself to remember the last day of that life of so long ago. It was a Sunday. Her ex-husband was out being a laid-back Australian. Australians liked to call themselves laid-back, as if that were a good thing. He had accepted an invitation from his work colleagues to play a game where they shot each other with balls of paint. It would be fun and a lot of laughs. Yes, it sounded very laid back, running around shooting each other. The other wives were going, but Masha stayed home with the baby. She had nothing in common with those women, and they dressed so badly it made her depressed and homesick. Masha was a working mother. She had work to do. She was 10 times smarter than all the men at the company where she worked, but she had to work 10 times harder for the recognition she deserved. She was too tall. Sometimes her colleagues pretended not to understand her, and sometimes she could tell they really didn't understand, even though she spoke better English than them. She didn't appreciate their humor. She never laughed on time, and they didn't appreciate hers. When she made a joke, often a very funny, sophisticated, intelligent joke, they stared at her with confused, blank faces. At home, she had many friends, but here she experienced a strange kind of shyness. It made her angry and resentful to feel that way, because back home she would never have been called shy. She held herself stiffly because she could not stand to be laughed at. And here there was always the possibility that she might misunderstand or be misunderstood. Her husband didn't care when that happened. He found it funny. He had fearlessly dived straight into the social scene before he knew the rules, and people loved him. Masha was proud of him for that, although also a little envious. Once, Masha and her husband were invited to her boss's home for what Masha assumed was a dinner party. She dressed very nicely, very sexy, high heels and a dress. Every single woman but Masha wore jeans. The invitation said, "Bring your own meat." Masha confidently told her husband, No, that is a joke, an Australian joke. Not very funny, but most definitely a joke." they would not make the embarrassing mistake of taking it seriously. But it was not a joke. The women in jeans carried plastic shopping bags looped over their hands. The bags contained packages of uncooked meat, just enough for two. 2 steaks, 4 sausages. Masha could not believe her eyes. Her husband was quick. He slapped his hand to his forehead. "Oh, no, we left our meat at home," he told the host. "No worries," said the host. "We've got plenty to spare." So generous of him to spare a little meat for the guests he'd invited to his home. The moment they walked through the front door, women and men split into different groups, as if they were banned from talking to each other. The men stood around a barbecue overcooking the meat for what seemed like hours. The food was inedible. There were no chairs. People sat anywhere. 3 women sat on a retaining wall. After that day, Masha decided not to concern herself with establishing a social circle in Sydney. What was the point? She had an 11-month-old baby and a demanding full-time job and a husband. Her life was busy and satisfying, and she was truly happy, happier than she had ever been in her life. It was gratifying to have a baby so clearly superior to other babies in terms of both beauty and intelligence. This was an objective fact. Her husband agreed. Sometimes she felt sorry for other mothers when they saw her baby sitting so dignified and upright in his stroller, his fair hair shining in the sun. So many other babies were bald, like old men, his little head swiveling from side to side as he observed the world with his big green eyes. When he found something funny, as he often did, he got that from his father, he chuckled right from his belly, surprisingly deep, and everyone in hearing distance had to laugh too. And at that moment, as Masha exchanged smiles with those around her, real smiles, not polite smiles, she wasn't isolated at all. She was a Sydney-sider, a mother out with her child. That Sunday, she had nearly finished her work when the baby woke up. He no longer cried when he woke up. Instead, he made a musical "ah" sound, as if he was playing with his voice. He let the sound go up and down, up and down. He was as happily tone-deaf as his father singing as he stirred a pot on the stove. At one point he called out, "Mama! Mama!" He was so smart. Many children of that age did not have a single word in their vocabulary. "I'm coming, my lapochka," she called back. She only needed 5 minutes more, and she would be done. He became quiet again. She finished what she was doing. It took less than 5 minutes. Maybe 4. "Did you get tired of waiting for me, little bunny?" she said, as she opened the door of his bedroom. She thought he might have fallen back asleep. He was already dead. He'd strangled himself, playing with a long white cord from the window blind. It was not an uncommon accident, she later learned. Other women had seen what she saw that day. Their trembling fingers had untangled their precious babies. These days there were warning tags on blind cords. Masha always saw them when she walked into a room, even from very far away. Her husband said it was an accident and there was nothing to forgive as he stood at the hospital wearing the paint-splattered overalls from his game. She remembered the fine spray of blue dots across his jaw, like blue rain. She remembered also one strange moment when she had looked at the strangers all around her and wanted her mother. A woman who had never really liked Masha, let alone loved her, and who would provide no comfort. Yet, for just one moment in her grief, Masha had craved her presence. She refused her husband's forgiveness. Her son called for her, and she did not go to him. It was unacceptable. She let her husband go. She insisted he find another life, and he did eventually, although it took much, much longer than Masha wanted. It was such a relief when he was gone, when she no longer had to experience the pain of seeing the face that so resembled that of their beautiful son. Although she refused to read the emails he sent and wanted to know nothing about him, she accidentally discovered many years ago when she came across a man in a food court who was still friends with her husband, a man who was there on the day they shot the balls of paint, that her husband was healthy and happy, that he had married an Australian girl and had 3 sons. Masha hoped that he still sang when he cooked. She thought that he probably did. In her research, she had read of the hedonic treadmill theory, which said that people return to a certain preset level of happiness, regardless of what happened to them, whether it was very good or very bad. Her husband had been a simple, happy man, whereas Masha was a complex, unhappy woman. Masha's son would have been 28 this August. She probably would have had a difficult relationship with him if he had lived. They probably would have fought like Masha had once fought with her mother. Instead, he would always be her singing, chuckling baby, and a beautiful young man wearing a baseball cap walking towards her through a lake of color. She should have been allowed to stay with him. Masha looked at the empty bag of Doritos. Her fingertips were stained yellow, the way her father's had once been stained by nicotine. She ran the heels of her hands over her mouth and turned the monitor back on to observe her guests. They were all awake, she saw. They sat in small groups, chatting in that laid-back Australian way. They were too relaxed. This was no dark night of the soul. It could have been a barbecue. These people did not truly believe they were facing death sentences. Never once had a member of staff defied her the way these people were defying her. The screen of her monitor pulsed as if it were alive. Was there some sort of malfunction? She put her finger to it and felt it quiver like a dying fish. She was momentarily confused before she remembered she had earlier taken 75 milligrams of LSD to improve her decision-making and mental clarity. This was simply a hallucination. She needed to relax and allow her brain to find all the right connections. She looked around the room and noticed a vacuum cleaner sitting quietly in the corner of her office. It was not pulsating. It was quite real. She had just not noticed it before. The cleaners must have left it. They had excellent cleaners here. She only recruited and employed the best. It was important to maintain quality standards at all levels of your business. There was something so familiar about the vacuum cleaner. "Oh," she said, for her father was picking up the vacuum cleaner clumsily with both hands. It was such a cumbersome thing. He walked towards the door with it. "No, no, no!" she screamed. "Papochka, put it down! Do not go!" But he looked back at her sadly and smiled, and he was gone. And no man would ever love her the way her father had loved her. He was not real. She knew this. It was very easy to see what was real and what was not. Her mind was very sharp, sharp enough to differentiate. She closed her eyes. Her baby's voice was calling for her. No, not real. She opened her eyes, and he was crawling across her office floor, babbling nonsense to himself. She closed her eyes quickly. No, not real. She opened her eyes. A cigarette would calm her. She opened her secret cupboard once more and removed an unopened packet of cigarettes and a lighter. The geometry of the pack enthralled her. Each of its 4 mathematically aligned angles was so pleasing. She opened the pack, removed a cigarette, and rolled its cylindrical shape back and forth between her fingertips. The lighter was orange, a color of such depth and beauty it astonished her. She ran her thumb across the tiny, rough-edged wheel of the lighter. A gold flame burst forth, instantly and obediently. She let it go, and did it again. The lighter was a miniature factory, producing perfect flames on demand. There was such beauty in the efficient production of goods and services. A thought of crystalline clarity. Masha should forget the wellness industry completely and return to the corporate world. Forget pivoting. She should jump. It would simply be a matter of reactivating her LinkedIn account, and within a very short time she would be headhunted, fielding offers. The boy in the baseball cap sat on the other side of her desk, dripping puddles of iridescent color all over her floor. "What do you think?" she asked him. "Should I do that?" He didn't speak, but she could tell he thought it was a good idea. No more entitled, ungrateful guests. She would once again conduct multiple departments of a company, like an orchestra. Accounting, payroll, sales and marketing. It was all coming back to her, the glorious, unassailable solidity of a documented reporting structure with her name at the top. She would microdose daily to optimize her productivity. Ideally, her staff would do the same, although the people in HR would have all sorts of objections. She had begun a new life when she emigrated, when her son died, and again when her heart stopped. She could do it again. Sell this property and buy an apartment in the city. Or she studied the tiny flickering flame. The answer was right there. Chapter 66. Ben. So, Napoleon, I've got you, said Ben, walking next to the older man as he strode up and down the length of the cellar. I mean, I'm defending you. He felt like he should call him Mr. Marconi, or Sir. He had that teacherish manner, the sort of teacher you still wanted to impress even after you'd left school and bumped into him at the shops, looking startlingly short. Not that he could imagine Napoleon ever looking short. Thank you, Ben, said Napoleon, as if Ben had been given a choice. So, okay, said Ben. He rubbed his stomach. He had never been so hungry in his life. I guess it's pretty simple why you deserve a stay of execution. You're a husband and a father and, well, I hope it's okay to include this in my speech, but your wife and daughter have already lost enough, haven't they? They couldn't lose you too. You can say that if you like. Napoleon smiled sadly. That's true. And you're a teacher, said Ben, so kids depend on you. They do. Yep. Napoleon rapped his knuckles on the brickwork. Ben had seen him do this 100 times since they'd been down here, as if he were hoping that he'd find a loose brick that would give them a way out. Ben knew it was hopeless. There was no way out of here except that door. Anything else I should say? Asked Ben, and his voice cracked. When he'd had to deliver the toast at Pete's wedding, he thought he might pass out. And now it was his job to defend this man's life? Napoleon turned away from the wall and looked at Ben. Mate, I don't think it matters what you say. I wouldn't take it too seriously. He clapped him on the shoulder. I think we need to take Masha seriously, but not the game itself. You've got yourself a dud defence lawyer here, confessed Ben. I got lucky. Lars is defending me, and he's appeared in court. When Lars had his meeting with Ben, he only asked 2 or 3 quick questions before he said, How about this? And then he launched into an eloquent speech, like something on television, all about how Ben was a morally upstanding young man on the very cusp of adulthood, about to become a father, deeply committed to his marriage, with so much to give to his wife, his family, his community, and so on and so forth. It all just flowed out, without a single or ah. Think that'll do the trick? He asked at the end. Sure, marvelled Ben. And then Lars had gone off to the bathroom to fix his hair in preparation for his appearance. I get so terrified of public speaking, I can't even breathe, Ben told Napoleon. Do you know the only difference between fear and excitement is the exhalation? Asked Napoleon. When you're afraid, you hold the air in the top part of the lungs. You need to exhale like this. He put his hand to his chest and demonstrated with a long, slow breath out. Like that sound people make after a firework explodes. Ben did it with him. "That's it," said Napoleon. "Tell you what, I'll go first. I'm defending Tony, so I'll bore Masha to death speaking about his football career. I plan to do a rundown of every game he played. That'll show her." He stopped at the beam near the inscribed brick in the wall. "You saw this? The convict graffiti?" Delilah had shown it to them on their first tour of the house. Ben and Jessica hadn't really been that interested. Napoleon grinned. "Fascinating, eh? I read up on the history of this place before we came. These brothers eventually got their tickets of leave and ended up becoming very respectable, highly sought-after stonemasons. Far more successful than they would have been back home in England. They've got thousands of descendants in this area. When they were sentenced to be transported to Australia, I bet they were devastated. They probably felt like it was the end of the world. But it turned out to be the making of them. The lowest point of your life can lead to the highest. I just find that so..." For a moment he looked profoundly sad. "Interesting." Ben didn't know why he suddenly felt in danger of crying. It must be hunger. It occurred to him that when he got home, he owed his dad a visit. Just because his dad had given up on Lucy didn't mean Ben should give up on him. Ben put his fingers to the inscription. He thought about how everyone said it was such fantastic luck that he and Jessica won the lottery. But sometimes it didn't feel that way. He looked over at Jessica. Was he really going to be a dad himself? How could he advise a kid on how to live his life when he hadn't yet worked it out himself? "Remember the exhale, mate," said Napoleon. "Just breathe out the fear." Chapter 67. Heather. "I'm quite a good friend," said Frances to Heather. "You could mention that." She chewed a fingernail. "I remember birthdays." "I'm hopeless at birthdays," said Heather. In reality, she was hopeless at friends, and after Zach died, she could see no point to them at all. Friends were an indulgence. Frances winced. "I did totally forget a good friend's birthday this year, but that was because I was caught up in this internet scam, and I was so distracted that day. And then it got to midnight, and I thought, oh my God, Monica! But it was too late to text, so what about your family?" Heather interrupted before she heard this Monica's life story. She found Frances to be quite flaky. "Do you have family?" Heather looked over Frances's shoulder at her own family. Zoe was sitting with Jessica, their heads bowed close, as if they were two friends sharing secrets. Napoleon and Ben walked as they talked, Ben listening intently and nodding respectfully, like he was one of Napoleon's best students. She didn't know what was going on with Napoleon right now. It was like an imposter was doing an excellent job performing the role of Napoleon. He was saying and doing all the right things and nearly getting away with it, but there was something just not quite right. "Yes," said Frances, "I have family." She looked uncertain. "I guess I'm not that close to my immediate family. My father died, and my mother remarried and moved overseas. The south of France. I have a sister, but She has a lot on her plate. Their day-to-day lives wouldn't be impacted that much if I was gone. Of course their lives would be impacted, said Heather. Well, Frances gave the blank screen a nervous look. I'm not saying they'd dance on my grave. Heather looked at her, surprised. The woman looked genuinely frightened. You do know you're not really on death row, don't you? This is just a stupid power game for that maniac. Shh, hissed Frances. She could be listening. I don't care, said Heather recklessly. I'm not scared of her. I kind of think you should be. Frances shot another uneasy look at the screen. It's fine. I'm going to play along, said Heather, to comfort the poor woman. I don't think you should be executed. Thanks so much, said Frances. So, what else should I say? Appeal to her ego, said Frances. Start out by saying that it's true that Frances's life didn't mean all that much until this point. But now she has done this retreat, she has been rehabilitated. Rehabilitated, said Heather. That's right. Frances was as jittery as a junkie. Make sure you use the word rehabilitated. I think she'll like that. Make it clear that I've seen the error of my self-indulgent ways. I'm going to exercise, eat clean, no more preservatives. I'm going to set goals. Good morning, my sweetie pies. Masha's voice boomed through the room as her image flickered to life once more on the screen. Frances gasped and swore, clutching Heather's arm. It is time, cried Masha. She took a long, deep drag of a cigarette and blew the smoke out the side of her mouth. It is time to play death sentence. Wait, we're not calling it that, are we? It is time to play death row. A much better name. Who thought of that name? But it's not time yet. Napoleon looked at his watch. Heather stared at the screen. Masha was smoking. She didn't know why she was so surprised after everything else that had happened, but it was shocking and distressing, like seeing a nun lifting her habit to reveal suspenders. You're smoking, accused Jessica. Masha laughed and took another deep drag. I am smoking, Jessica. Occasionally, in times of stress, I smoke. You're high, said Ben tiredly, sadly. And Heather could hear in his voice the years of resigned disappointment suffered by an addict's relative. Ben was right. Masha's eyes were glassy, and her posture was strange and stiff, as if her head wasn't attached to her body, and she was worried it would roll off. Masha held up an empty smoothie glass. I have taken steps to reach a higher level of consciousness. Is Yao okay? Asked Heather. She tried to keep her tone respectful, even though her throat burned with hatred. Could we please see Yao? The screen of the camera seemed to be angled differently from the previous time. Masha stood in front of a window in what looked like her office, although it was dark outside, so it was impossible to tell for sure. He is not your concern right now, said Masha. It is time for you to present your cases for your clients. Will they live? Will they die? This is such a stimulating and thought-provoking exercise, I think. It's only 3 a.m., Masha. Napoleon tapped the face of his watch. It's not dawn. You said we'd do this at dawn. Masha lunged at the screen and pointed her cigarette at him. Guests should not wear watches during retreats. Napoleon reeled back. He held up his wrist. I've been wearing it the whole time. Nobody said I couldn't wear a watch. The watch should have been handed in with the other devices. Who was your wellness consultant? It's my fault, Masha. I take responsibility for this. He unbuckled his watch. It was Yao, wasn't it? Screamed Masha. She looked demonic. Her scream reverberated through the room. Flecks of her saliva dotted the screen. Jesus Christ, said Tony quietly. Zoe came to stand next to Heather and took her hand, something she hadn't done since she was a very little girl. It felt like no one breathed. Heather squeezed Zoe's hand, and for the first time since they'd been trapped down here, she experienced true dread. She thought of those times throughout her working life when the atmosphere in a labour ward went from focused to hyper-focused, because a mother's or a baby's life hung in the balance, and every member of staff in that room knew the next decision made had to be the right one. Except in this case, she had no training or experience to fall back upon. She longed to act, but she was impotent, and the overwhelming powerlessness reminded her of those nightmarish moments when she found Zack, her fingers looking for a pulse she already knew she wouldn't find. I am very disappointed in Yao, raged Masha. That was an unacceptable mistake. I shall make sure HR knows. A note will go on his file. He will receive a formal letter of warning. Napoleon held up his watch by the strap and showed it to Masha. I'm taking it off. Zoe squeezed Heather's hand convulsively. I'm sorry. It was my fault, said Napoleon in the slow, careful tone of someone placating a crazed gunman. I'm going to destroy it. He dropped the watch to the ground and went to put his foot over it. Masha switched tone. Oh, stop being so dramatic, Napoleon. You could cut your foot. She waved her cigarette about, gaily, as if she were in animated conversation at a party, a glass of wine in the other hand. Heather heard Zoe take a shaky breath, and the thought of her daughter's fear made her want to hurt this mad woman. I am not the sort to become too obsessive about bureaucratic rules. I am flexible. I am big picture. Masha took a long drag of her cigarette. On the Myers-Briggs personality test, I am the commander. I think you will not be surprised to hear that. This is not good. Lars peered up at the screen through splayed fingertips. She's off with the fairies, murmured Tony. Nothing is forever, said Masha irrelevantly. Remember that. It's important. Now, who will be presenting first? She looked around as if searching for something. Does everyone have coffee? Not yet. Don't worry. Delilah will have it all under control. She smiled and held out her arms as if she were sitting at the head of a conference table. Heather shuddered with a sudden sense of overwhelming fear. She's hallucinating. At that moment, Masha's attention was caught by the cigarette between her fingers. Minutes passed, and she continued to stare at the cigarette. "What's she doing?" whispered Carmel. "It's the LSD," said Lars in a low voice. She can't believe she's never noticed the innate beauty of the cigarette. Finally, Masha looked up. "Who is presenting first?" she asked calmly. She flicked the ash from her cigarette onto a windowsill. "I will," said Tony. "Tony, excellent," said Masha. "Who are you defending?" "Carmel," said Tony. He gestured at Carmel, who made a strange, awkward movement, as if she couldn't decide whether to curtsy or hide behind Lars. "Go ahead, Tony." Tony cleared his throat. He stood with his hands clasped and looked respectfully up at the screen. "I'm representing Carmel Schneider today. Carmel is 39 years old, divorced with 4 young daughters. She is their primary caregiver. She is also very close to her older sister, Vanessa, and her parents, Mary and Raymond." Masha looked bored. She sniffed. Tony's voice trembled. "Carmel's mother, Mary, is not in good health, and Carmel normally takes her to her doctor's appointments. Carmel says that she's just an ordinary person doing the best she can, but I think anyone bringing up 4 little girls on her own is pretty special." He pulled nervously at the collar of his T-shirt, as if he were adjusting a tie. "Carmel also volunteers at her local library, teaching English to refugees. She does this once a week. She's been doing this since she was 18, which I think is very impressive." He clasped his hands in front of him. "Thank you." Masha yawned theatrically. "Oh, is that it?" Tony lost his temper. "For Christ's sake! She's a young mother. What else do you want to hear? Obviously she doesn't deserve to die." "But where is your USP?" said Masha. "USP?" asked Tony blankly. "You've forgotten the basics, Tony. What is your unique selling proposition? What makes Carmel unique and special?" "Well," said Tony desperately, "she is very special because—" "I also wonder why you did not begin with a basic analysis of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It's not rocket science, people. And visual aids. I see no visual aids. A simple PowerPoint slideshow would have helped support your arguments." Heather made eye contact with Napoleon. "What do we do?" She saw the confusion and fear on his face, and that made her panic grow, because if Napoleon had no answers, they were in trouble. She thought of those times in hospital emergency waiting rooms with Zach, when they realized they were dealing with a numbskull of a triage nurse, how they would exchange looks over Zach's head, and how they both knew exactly what to do and say to act as advocates for their child. but they had never dealt with this dizzying lack of logic. "I'm sorry," said Tony humbly. "Obviously, PowerPoint would have helped support my argument." "Yes. Sorry doesn't cut it," snarled Masha. "Could I go next?" A loud voice cut unexpectedly through Masha's. Heather saw with a start that it was Carmel, her chin lifted, her eyes unflinching. "I've prepared a strategic analysis on behalf of Zoe Marconi, and what we should be doing, going forward. And I'd really like your buy-in on this, Masha." Masha's face smoothed. She lifted a hand. "Go ahead, Carmel." Carmel strode to the center of the room and straightened an imaginary suit jacket, even though she was wearing leggings and a pink singlet top emblazoned with the sequined word Hawaii. "I know you wanted me to really drill down on this, Masha, and think outside the box." It was hard to reconcile this woman of such confidence with the Carmel who had just a few hours earlier begged so pathetically to go home. Now you could practically see her power suit. Was she an actress? Or was she calling on the memory of a previous profession? Whatever it was impressive. "Absolutely." Masha made a brisk chopping motion with the side of her hand. "This is more like it. We need to push the envelope. This is very impressive, Carmel." It could almost be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. "The way I see it, we've got a real window of opportunity here to leverage Zoe's core competencies," said Carmel, "and achieve, best practice solutions." "Oh, well done," whispered Francis. "That's right," Masha nodded. "We should always be aiming for best practice." It was bizarre to see how well she responded to this meaningless corporate speak, like a baby responds to the sound of its mother's voice. "The question is this," said Masha shrewdly. "Does it align with our corporate values?" "Exactly," said Carmel. "And once we have all our ducks in a row, we need to ask this. Is it scalable?" "Is it?" said Masha. "Exactly," said Carmel. "So what we're looking for is—" She faltered. "Synergies," murmured Lars. "Synergies," said Carmel with relief. "Synergies," repeated Masha dreamily, as if she was saying, "Paris in spring." "So, to sum up, we need a synergistic solution that dovetails—" "I've heard all I need to hear," said Masha briskly. "Action that, please, Carmel." "Will do," said Carmel. Masha stubbed out her cigarette on the windowsill behind her. She leaned back against the window. "Welcome to Tranquillum House." Oh, dear God, thought Heather. We've lost her again. Masha smiled. No one smiled back. Heather saw that every face in the room was slack with exhaustion and despair, like the face of a woman who has innocently prepared a natural birth plan, created a playlist, and who, after 30 hours of labor, is told that she must now have an emergency cesarean. Masha said, "I promise you this. In 10 days, you will not be the person you are now. Fuck, said Jessica. Fuck, fuck, fuck. It's just the drugs, said Lars. She doesn't know what she's saying. That's not the problem, said Ben. She doesn't know what she's doing. Masha lowered her head and put her fingertips to the neckline of her dress. We will all do push-ups now, she said. Push-ups are the perfect functional integrated resistance exercise. It's the only exercise that works every single muscle in your body. 20 push-ups. Now. No one moved. Why do you ignore me? Masha jabbed a finger at the screen. Push-ups. Now. Or I will be forced to take action. What action could she possibly take? But they didn't wait to find out. They dropped to the floor like soldiers. Heather tried to lift and lower her tired, hungry body in a parallel line as Masha counted out loud, 1, 2, 3. Drop those hips. No harbor bridges. Was she still in her hallucinogenic state, where she seemingly believed they all worked for her? Did she plan to kill them all? Heather felt a sudden, wild panic. She'd brought her daughter to this place. Zoe's life could rest in the hands of this mad, drug-affected woman. She looked around her. Frances did girl push-ups on her knees. Jessica cried as she too gave up and went from her toes to her knees. Tony, the former athlete, dripped sweat as he did perfect form push-ups at twice the speed of almost everyone else, in spite of having just popped his shoulder. Heather noted that her own darling husband kept pace. 18, 19, 20. Relax. Excellent. Heather collapsed onto her stomach and looked up. Masha had pressed her face so close to the screen that all they could see was a magnified image of her nose, mouth, and chin. I'm just wondering, said the disembodied mouth. Can you smell it yet? It was Napoleon who answered in the calm, gentle voice he would use for a toddler. Smell what, Masha? The smoke. Chapter 68. Tony. The screen turned to static, but Masha's voice continued to ring through the room. Deep transformation is possible, but you must detach from your beliefs and assumptions. I can smell smoke, said Zoe, her face white. That's right, Zoe. You can smell smoke. For this house, my house, is burning to the ground as we speak, said Masha. Possessions mean nothing. Will you rise from the ashes? Remember, Buddha says, no one saves us but ourselves. Look, whispered Frances. Wisps of black smoke drifted sinuously beneath the locked, heavy oak door. Let us out! Jessica screamed so loudly, her voice turned hoarse. Can you hear me, Masha? You let us out right now. The screen turned black. Masha's absence was now as terrifying as her presence had been. "We need to block that doorway," said Tony. But Heather and Napoleon were way ahead of him, returning from the bathrooms carrying dripping wet towels that they were rolling into tight cylinders, as if this was their job, as if they'd been expecting exactly this situation. As they got to the door, the volume of smoke increased suddenly and frighteningly, pouring into the room like water. People began to cough. Tony's chest tightened. "Everybody get back!" shouted Napoleon as he and Heather shoved the rolled-up towels between the door and the floor, forming a tight seal. The low level of claustrophobia Tony had been experiencing ever since they first discovered the locked door threatened to turn into full-blown panic. He felt his breathing become ragged. Oh, God, he was going to lose it in front of all these people. He had no job to do. He couldn't even put the towels at the door because Heather and Napoleon were already doing it. He couldn't help. He couldn't kick down that door because it opened inwards. He couldn't fight anyone. He couldn't do a damned thing. He coughed so violently, his eyes filled with tears. Frances grabbed his hand and pulled. "Get away from the door." He let her pull him back. She didn't let go of his hand. He didn't let go of hers. Everyone huddled at the point in the room furthest away from the door. Napoleon and Heather came and stood with them, their eyes already bloodshot from smoke. Napoleon pulled Zoe close to him and she buried her face in his shirt. "The door didn't feel hot," he said. "That's a good sign." "I think I can hear it," said Carmel. "I can hear the fire." They all went quiet. It sounded at first like heavy, settled rain, but it wasn't rain. It was the unmistakable crackle of flames. Something heavy and huge crashed to the ground above them. A wall? There was a dramatic whoosh of air, like wind in a storm, and then the flames grew louder. Jessica made a sound. "Are we all going to die down here?" asked Zoe. She looked up at her father with disbelief. "Is she seriously going to let us die?" "Certainly not," said Napoleon. With such matter-of-fact, grown-up assurance, Tony wanted to believe Napoleon had special knowledge, except that Tony was a grown-up too, and he knew better. "We'll all put wet towels over our heads and faces to protect us from smoke inhalation," said Heather. "Then we'll just wait this thing out." She sounded as calm and assured as her husband. Maybe Tony would be the same if one of his kids or grandkids were here. He thought of his children. They would grieve for him. Yes, of course his children would grieve for him. They wouldn't be ready to lose him, even though he didn't see them that often these days. This knowledge felt like a surprise, as if he'd spent the last few years pretending his children didn't love him, when he knew they loved their dad, for Christ's sake. He knew that. Late last year, Will forgot about the time difference and rang in the middle of the night from Holland to tell him about his latest promotion at work. "Sorry," he said. "I wanted to tell you first." 30 years old, and he still wanted his dad's praise. According to Mimi, James was always posting pictures from Tony's football career online. "He shows off about you," Mimi said, rolling her eyes. "Exploits your fame to pick up girls." Then there was Mimi herself, his baby, bustling about his house, setting things right. Every time she broke up with another dickhead, She turned up at his house to give him a hand. She couldn't lose her dad right now, when she was still dating dickheads. He wasn't ready to die. 56 years wasn't long enough. His life felt suddenly incredibly rich and abundant with possibility. He wanted to repaint the house, get another dog, a puppy. It wouldn't be betraying Banjo to get a puppy. He always got another puppy in the end. He wanted to go to the beach, eat a big breakfast at the cafe down the road while he read the paper. Listen to music. It was like he'd forgotten music existed. He wanted to travel to Holland and see his granddaughter perform in one of those stupid Irish dancing competitions. He looked at Carmel, who he had written off as a kooky intellectual because of her glasses. He'd asked her how she came to teach English to refugees, and she explained that her dad was a refugee from Romania back in the 50s, and a next-door neighbour took it upon herself to teach him English. "My dad didn't have any aptitude for languages," said Carmel, "and he's very impatient when he feels insecure. It would have been a tough slog. So my sister and I both teach English as a second language now, to honour Auntie Pat." Who the fuck did Tony honour? Who the fuck did Tony help out? He didn't even give back to the sport that had given him so much joy. Mimi had been at him for ages to coach a local team of kids. "You might even enjoy it," she said. Why had he been so against the idea? Now he couldn't think of anything more wonderful than standing on a field in the sunlight, teaching kids to see the music and poetry of football. He met the frightened eyes of the woman whose hand he still held. She was as nutty as a fruitcake, talked too much, had clearly never seen an AFL game in her life. She wrote romance books for a living. Tony hadn't read a novel since high school. They had nothing in common. He didn't want to die. He wanted to take her out for a drink. Chapter 69. Francis. The 9 guests huddled in the furthest corner of the yoga and meditation studio, wet towels draped over their heads and shoulders, while Tranquillum House burned to the ground. Francis listened to the sound of the hungry flames and wondered if the crash she'd just heard was that beautiful staircase. She remembered how Yao had said on that first day, "We won't sink, Francis," and imagined ripples of fire consuming that beautiful wood. "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name," murmured Jessica into her knees over and over. "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." Francis wouldn't have picked Jessica as a believer, but maybe she wasn't, because she couldn't seem to get any further than, "Hallowed be thy name." Francis, who had been brought up Anglican, but lost religion sometime back in the late 80s, thought it might not be good manners to pray for deliverance right now, when she hadn't even said thank you for so long. God might have appreciated a thank you card over the years. Thank you for that long, hot, sex-filled summer in Europe with Sol. Thank you for that first year of my marriage to Henry, which, to be honest, God, was one of the happiest of my life. Thank you for a career that has given me virtually nothing but pleasure, and I'm sorry for all that fuss about the review. I'm sure that reviewer is one of God's children too. Thank you for my health. You've been quite generous in that regard, and it was rude of me to make such a fuss over a bad cold. Thank you for friends, who are more like family. Thank you for my dad, even though you took him a little early. Thank you for Bellinis and all champagne cocktails. Sorry for complaining about a paper cut while others suffered atrocities. Although, to be frank, that's why I gave up believing in you. That whole paper cuts for some versus atrocity for others thing. Carmel cried into her wet towel and jumped at the sound of yet another crash. Frances imagined the balcony of her room hanging at an angle and then smashing to the ground in a shower of embers. She imagined billows of black smoke illuminated by fiery light against a summer night's sky. The smoke in here isn't getting any worse, she said to Carmel, to be comforting. Napoleon and Heather did a good job with the towels. She could still smell and taste smoke, but it was true. It wasn't getting any worse. We might be fine, said Frances tentatively. We will be fine, said Napoleon. He sat between his wife and daughter, holding their hands. It's all going to be fine. He spoke with such assurance, and Frances wished she hadn't caught sight of his face as he readjusted the wet towel, because it was filled with despair. It's coming for us, she thought. It's coming for us, and there is nowhere to hide. She remembered Masha saying, I wonder, do you feel that you've ever been truly tested in your life? Jessica lifted her head from her knees and spoke in a muffled voice through her towel. She never even heard all our presentations. It was cute, the way she still wanted to see logic in Masha's actions. She would have been the kid who couldn't stand it when the teacher forgot to do the quiz that had been promised. Do you think Yao is still alive? Asked Zoe. Chapter 70. Yao. Yao dreamed of Finn. Finn was very keen that Yao wake up. Wake up, he said insistently. He banged together a pair of cymbals. He blasted a horn in Yao's ear. Mate, you really need to wake up to yourself. Yao returned to consciousness while Finn receded. He felt the imprint of something soft and scratchy against his cheek. He lifted his head. There was a cushion on Masha's desk. He remembered the feeling of the needle in his neck. The surprise of it, because that was not a decision he could respect. He heard the sound of something burning. He smelled smoke. He lifted his head, turned around, and saw her, smoking a cigarette, looking out the window. She turned to face him and smiled. She looked sad and emotional, but resigned, like his fiancée when she broke off their engagement. Masha said, "Hello, Yao." Yao knew it was over, and he knew he'd never love anyone ever again quite the way he loved this strange woman. His voice rasped in his throat. What have you done? Chapter 71. Frances. Still it went on, the burning, the crashing. Frances's fear peaked and then plateaued. Her heart rate slowed. A great tiredness swept over her. She had always wondered how she would feel if her life was in mortal danger. What would she do if her plane began to plummet towards Earth? If a crazed gunman put the barrel to her head? If she was ever truly tested? Now she knew. She wouldn't believe it. She would keep thinking right until the last word that her story would never stop, because there could be no story without her. Things would keep happening to her. It was impossible to truly believe that there would be a final page. Another crash. Carmel startled again. "Wait a moment," said Lars sharply. "That sound. It's the same sound as before. It's exactly the same." Frances looked at him. She didn't understand. Napoleon sat up straighter. He removed the towel from his face. Jessica said, "There is a pattern, isn't there? I knew there was a pattern. Crackle, whoosh, small bang, crackle, 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 huge scary bang." Frances said, "I'm sorry, I don't get it." "It's on a loop," said Tony. "You mean it's a recording?" said Ben. "We're listening to a recording?" Frances couldn't get her head around it. There's no fire? She could see the fire clearly in her head. "But we saw smoke. We smelled smoke," said Heather. "Where there's smoke, there's fire." "Maybe it's a controlled fire," said Zoe. "She wants us to think we're in danger." "So this is her way of making us look death in the face," said Tony. "I knew she wouldn't let us die," said Carmel. Lars threw the wet cloth on the floor and went to stand in front of the screen. "Well done, Masha!" he shouted. "You've successfully scared us all half to death, and we'll never be the same again. Could we please go back to our rooms now?" "Nothing." "You can't keep us in here forever, Masha," said Lars. "What's that mantra you keep repeating? Nothing lasts forever." He smiled ruefully and pushed his damp hair back from his forehead. "We feel like we've been down here forever." Nothing lasts forever, thought Frances. Masha had made a point of saying that so many times. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. She remembered how she'd told Masha there was no code in the doll, and Masha had answered, "Exactly." Frances said now, "When was the last time someone tried the door?" "I honestly think we've tried every possible code combination there could be," said Napoleon. "I don't mean the code," said Frances. "I mean the door handle. When was the last time someone tried the door handle?" Chapter 72. Yao. "Did you sleep well?" asked Masha. She took a drag of her cigarette. Yao ran a diagnostic eye over her. Dilated pupils, sheen of sweat on her forehead. Fidgeting. "Did you have a smoothie?" he asked. He lifted an empty Doritos packet from Masha's desk, shook it, and watched the yellow crumbs fall. If she'd eaten Doritos, she had to be in an altered state. The Doritos were more shocking than the cigarette. "I did." Masha exhaled smoke and smiled at him. "The smoothie was delicious, and I have been experiencing many remarkable insights." He'd never seen her smoke. She made smoking look beautiful. Yao had never smoked, and now he wanted to try it. It looked natural and sensual, the smoke curling languidly from her fingers. He remembered the first time he met her, 10 years ago in that big office, and how she'd smelled of cigarette smoke. Yao looked at the computer screen on her desk. A clip of a burning 2-story house. An eave crashed to the ground. "You sedated me," said Yao. He ran his tongue around his dry mouth. He felt dull-witted with shock. He couldn't quite comprehend that she had done this. "Yes, I did," said Masha. "I had no choice." The sky outside the window began to lighten. "The guests?" asked Yao. "Are they still down there?" Masha shrugged moodily. "I don't know. I am sick of them. I am sick of this industry." She took another drag of her cigarette and brightened. "I've made a decision. I'm going back to FMCG." "FMCG?" asked Yao. "Fast-moving consumer goods," said Masha. "Like toothpaste?" said Yao. "Exactly like toothpaste. Would you like to come and work with me?" "What?" "No." He stared at her. She was still Masha. She still had that extraordinary body, still wore that extraordinary dress, and yet he could feel her power over him slipping away as he watched her morphing back into the corporate executive she'd once been. How was that possible? He felt as betrayed as if a lover had admitted infidelity. This wasn't just a job for him. It was his life, his home. It was virtually his religion. And now she wanted to leave it all behind to go and sell toothpaste? Wasn't toothpaste part of the ordinary world they had turned their backs on? She didn't mean it. It had to be the smoothie talking. This was not an example of a transcendental insight. With her medical history, she should not have had the smoothie, but now she had. She should be lying down with her headphones on, and then Yao could guide her psychedelic experience away from toothpaste. But right now, he had 9 guests to worry about. He looked away from her and turned off the burning house footage on the computer. He clicked onto the security program that showed the yoga and meditation studio. There was no one there. Crumpled towels lay all over the floor of the deserted room. "They're out," said Yao. "How did they escape?" Masha sniffed. They finally worked it out. The door has been unlocked for hours. Chapter 73. Carmel. All the men insisted on walking ahead of the women up the stairs from the yoga and meditation studio, ready to slay lions or wellness consultants offering smoothies. It was kind and gentlemanly, and Carmel appreciated it and felt glad not to be a man. But it seemed their chivalry was unnecessary. The house was silent and empty. Carmel still couldn't believe there was no fire. The images in her head had been so real. She had thought she wouldn't see her children again. Surely it won't just open, Heather had said when they all stood at the door and Napoleon put his hand on the handle, insisting they all stay back, stay back, stay back. It opened, as if it had never been locked at all, to reveal a steel rubbish bin sitting directly outside the door. Napoleon tilted it forward and showed them the contents. There were burnt fragments of newspaper at the bottom and a pile of melted, misshapen plastic water bottles on top. There were still a few glowing red embers left, but that was all that remained of the towering inferno they had all imagined. They wandered as a group into the empty dining room and looked at the long table where they'd shared their silent meals. Grey morning light filled the room. Magpies warbled, and a kookaburra laughed its liquid laugh. The dawn chorus had never sounded so lyrical. Life felt exquisitely ordinary. "We should find a phone," said Heather. "Call the police." "We should just leave," said Ben. "Find our cars and get the hell out of here." Nobody did anything. Carmel pulled out a chair and sat down, her elbows on the table. She felt the same shocked sense of ecstatic relief as she had just after giving birth. All that shouting of instructions, all that fear, all that fuss. Over and out. "Do you think anyone is here in the house at all?" "Wait, someone is coming," said Lars. Footsteps approached down the hallway. "Good morning." It was Yao. He carried a huge platter of tropical fruit. He looked tired, but otherwise in perfect health. "Please, take your seats. We have a delicious breakfast prepared for you." He placed the platter on the table. "Wow," thought Carmel. "He's going to pretend everything is normal." Zoe burst into tears. "We thought you were dead." Yao's smile wavered. "Dead? Why would you think I was dead?" "You looked pretty out of it, mate," said Tony. "We had to play a game called Death Row," Frances told him, from an armchair by the door. She looked just like one of Carmel's daughters telling tales about her sibling. "It was a horrible game." Her voice trailed off. Yao straightened a bunch of purple grapes that was slipping off the side of the platter. He frowned. Carmel took up the slack. "We had to pretend to be lawyers." She remembered that exhilarating moment when she'd spouted all that meaningless jargon that was nevertheless so meaningful to Masha. It had been terrifying, but also wonderful. Like a fairground ride that had flipped her upside down and then round and round. We had to argue for a stay of execution. I defended Zoe. As she spoke, she realized how farcical it sounded. It was so obviously all just a game. Why had they taken it so seriously? If they told the police about it, they would surely just laugh. And then she never even let us complete the activity, complained Jessica. Yes, I was quite looking forward to my turn, said Frances. You were not, said Heather. Carmel took a single grape from the fruit platter, even though she didn't feel especially hungry. She must have gone beyond hunger. She bit straight through the center of the grape. Oh my God, she thought, as the juice exploded in her mouth. She shuddered with gratitude. It was like all the cells of her body reacted to this tiny sustenance. She felt like she was close to some amazingly complex yet breathtakingly simple revelation about the true precious beauty of food. Food wasn't the enemy. Food gave her life. I know some of last night's activities might have seemed unusual, said Yao. He was a little hoarse, but you had to admire him. He was continuing to play his violin as the Titanic sank beneath the sea. But everything that happened was designed for your personal growth. Cut the shit, Yao, said Lars. You must know it's all over. We can't let anyone else go through what we went through last night. We have to close you down, mate, said Tony. That boss of yours has to go straight to a secure psychiatric ward, said Heather. I will not be going to any ward, said Masha. Carmel's heart leaped in her chest. Masha stood in the doorway of the dining room, wearing a Hillary Clinton-style red pantsuit that looked 10 years out of date and 3 sizes too big for her. I'm going back to work. She's still flying high as a kite, said Ben. Masha, said Yao despairingly. I thought you were resting. You all look so well. Masha studied the group. Much thinner, much healthier. I'm sure you are all happy with your results. Heather made a derisive sound. We're thrilled, Masha. We're just thrilled with our results. This has been so relaxing. Masha's nostrils flared. Don't use that sarcastic tone. You report to me. I have authority to— Not this again, said Heather. You're my boss, are you? We all work for you? We've all got to do a PowerPoint presentation now, or what? You execute us? She imitated Masha's accent. That's not helpful, my love, said Napoleon. I know all about you, Heather, said Masha slowly. I was there last night. I heard your secrets. You told me everything. You tell me I gave drugs to your daughter. I am such a terrible person to do this, even though I did it to help you and your family. Well, you tell me this. What drugs did you allow your son to take? Masha's fists were clenched. She held something tightly in her right hand. Carmel couldn't see what it was. What sort of mother are you? Masha asked Heather. There was a strange, powerful animosity between these two women that Carmel didn't understand. That's enough, said Napoleon. Yao moved across the room towards Masha as Heather responded to her comment with a peal of scornful laughter. She said, I'm a better mother than you would ever be. Masha roared like an animal. She leapt at Heather, a silver dagger held high, ready to plunge into her neck. Napoleon jumped in front of his wife, and Yao jumped in front of Masha. At the exact moment, Frances stood from her chair, grabbed the candelabrum from the sideboard, and swung it wildly at Masha's head. Masha fell instantly. She lay at Frances's feet without moving. "Oh, God!" said Frances. The candelabrum hung in her hand. She looked up at everyone, her face filled with horror. "Have I killed her?" Chapter 74. Frances. Afterwards, Frances would try to work through her decision-making process, but she never could. It was like her brain short-circuited. She saw the 200-year-old letter opener in Masha's hand. Careful. That letter opener is as sharp as a dagger. You could murder someone with that, Frances. She saw Masha lunge for Heather. She felt the unexpected heaviness of the candelabrum in her hand. And the next thing, Masha was lying at her feet, and Frances had her hands in the air like a criminal because a large policeman was pointing a gun directly at her and saying, "Don't move, please." The well-mannered cop was Gus, Jan the massage therapist's boyfriend, and he was just as lovely as Frances had imagined him to be, especially once he put his gun away. Gus did not charge Frances with the murder of Masha because Masha was not dead. After just a few terrifying moments, she sat up, a hand to the back of her head, and told Frances she was fired, effective immediately. Jan, wearing a summer dress, was with Gus, looking flushed and excited at the events that had transpired at her workplace. Apparently, she and Gus had been chatting in the middle of the night. From their glances, Frances deduced it was a post-coital chat, and Gus mentioned that at the end of his shift, he'd pulled over a girl driving a yellow Lamborghini for speeding. It was immediately obvious to Jan from Gus's description that this girl could only be Delilah, and as it seemed unlikely that there could be two yellow Lamborghinis in the area, and it therefore looked like Delilah might have stolen a guest's car, and as Jan was already suspicious about the fact that nearly all the Tranquillum House staff had been asked to leave during the middle of a retreat, which the chef told her had never happened before, she had convinced Gus to drive straight to the house with her to check things out. "She's probably concussed," said Yao, after examining his boss. "Or it might be that she's still tripping." Gus said that he wouldn't be charging Frances with assault because there were multiple witnesses who all confirmed that her quick actions had most likely saved Heather's life. Although Frances knew that Heather might have been Masha's target, but the only ones in danger were Napoleon, who had pushed Heather aside, and Yao, who had placed himself directly in front of Masha. Heather said, "Thank you, Francis." She put a hand to the side of her neck and considered the potential murder weapon. That could have been quite nasty. Heather refused to acknowledge Masha at all, right up until when the ambulance arrived and took Masha to the local hospital. "Thank you for visiting. Please remember to rate your stay with us on TripAdvisor," she cried out merrily as the two blue-uniformed paramedics led her away. More local police officers turned up, and then once Gus and his friends discovered the large quantities of illegal drugs on the premises, a second group arrived, and these ones had harder eyes and shinier shoes, and they weren't quite as interested in the extraneous details as Gus was. Yao was taken away in a police car to make a statement. Before he left, he turned to them all and said simply, "I'm very sorry." He looked sad and defeated and ashamed, like a teenage boy who has had a party get out of control while his parents are away. Ben's Lamborghini was found in the car park of the regional airport 2 hours' drive away. It was supposedly not damaged, although Ben would see about that. Delilah had not yet been located. There was a lot of tedious paperwork. Everyone had to give long, separate statements to the police about the events that had transpired over the last week. It was hard sometimes to give a logical account of what happened. Francis could sense their skepticism. "So you thought you were locked up? You were locked up, but then you just opened the door and left?" "Well, you see, we'd stopped trying the handle," said Francis. "I think that was the point Masha was trying to make, that sometimes the answer is right there in front of you." "I see," said the police officer. You could tell from his face that he didn't see at all, and that he sure as hell wouldn't have got himself locked in that room. "And you thought there was a fire?" "There was smoke," said Frances, her mouth full of mango, the golden flesh as fresh and sweet as a summer morning, "and the sounds of a fire, which in reality was a YouTube clip of a house burning down played over an intercom," said the cop without inflection. "It was very convincing," said Frances, unconvincingly. "I'm sure it was," said the cop. You could see it was taking all his willpower not to roll his eyes. "You have..." He pointed at her face. Frances wiped her sticky chin. "Thanks. Don't you just love summer fruit?" "Not really a fan." "Not a fan of fruit?" Lars, the only member of the group with any legal expertise, tried to ensure everyone stayed on message. "We were tricked. We had no idea there were drugs on the premises," he said loud enough for everyone to hear as he was led off for his interview. "We were not told what those smoothies contained." "I had no idea there were drugs on the premises," said Frances again. "I was tricked. I was not told what those smoothies contained." "Yeah, I know," said the policeman. He gave up trying and rolled his eyes. "None of you did." He closed his notebook. "I'll let you get back to your mango." One of the local cops recognized Tony and drove back home to get a Carlton shirt for him to sign, and got quite teary about it. Finally, as the long day began to draw to a close and the drugs were removed as evidence. They were all told that they were free to leave, as long as they made themselves available for any future questioning. "We're free to leave, but are we free to stay?" Frances asked Gus, the last police officer there. It was too late in the day to drive 6 hours back home. Gus said he didn't see why not, as it was no longer an active crime scene. No one had died, and the drugs were gone, and they were technically still paying guests. He seemed to be working through the legalities in his mind, reassuring himself of his decision. Jan gave everyone a 10-minute mini massage to release tension. She said they might want to get themselves checked out at the local hospital, but no one felt inclined to do so, especially as that was where Masha had been taken. Tony said his shoulder was perfectly fine. "Is this what you meant when you said don't do anything you're not comfortable with?" Frances asked Jan when it was her turn for a massage. Poor Jan was horrified. "I meant don't do burpees or jumping lunges," she said, as her practiced fingers performed their magic on Frances's shoulders. "Burpees are terrible for anyone with back issues, and you've got to have really stable knees before you do a jumping lunge." She shook her head. "If I'd suspected anything like this, I would have informed the police immediately." She looked adoringly at Gus. "I would have informed Gus." "Does he whistle?" asked Frances, following her gaze. Apparently he didn't whistle or whittle, but was still just about perfect. Once Gus and Jan had left, the 9 of them went into the kitchen to prepare something for their dinner. They were euphoric with freedom as they flung open cupboards, and there was a moment of awed silence as they all stood in front of the massive stainless steel refrigerator and saw the abundance of food it contained. Steak, chicken, fish, vegetables, eggs. "Today is my 21st birthday," announced Zoe. They all turned to look at her. "It's also Zach's birthday." She took a deep, shaky breath. "It's our birthday. Today." Her parents moved to stand on either side of her. "I think we might need a little glass of wine with our dinner," said Frances. "We need music," said Ben. "We need a cake," said Carmel. She rolled up her sleeves. "I'm a master baker of birthday cakes." "I can make pizza," said Tony, "if there's flour. I can make pizza dough." "Can you?" said Frances. "I can," he said, and he smiled. Zoe retrieved the bottle of wine she'd smuggled in from her bedroom, and Frances searched the house until she found a gold mine of presumably uncollected contraband brought in by previous guests, including 6 bottles of wine, some of which looked quite good, in a small room behind the reception desk. Ben found their mobile phones, and they reconnected with the world and discovered not all that much had happened in the last week. A sporting scandal that only Tony and Napoleon found scandalous, the breakup of a Kardashian marriage that only Jessica and Zoe found relevant, and a natural disaster where the only fatalities involved those who flagrantly ignored warnings. So, you know. Ben used his phone to play music and took on the responsibility of DJ, accepting requests across generations and genres. Everyone got drunk on wine and food. Jessica grilled perfect medium-rare steaks. Tony twirled pizza dough. Frances acted as sous chef to whoever needed her. Carmel made an incredible cake and became flushed and beautiful at all the praise that was heaped upon her. A surprising number of people danced, and a surprising number of people cried. Lars could not dance at all. It was delightful to watch. "Are you doing it on purpose?" asked Frances. "Why do people always ask that?" said Lars. Tony could dance very well. He told them that back in the day, he and some other players had done ballet classes as part of their training. "Helped build up my hamstrings," he explained, as Frances and Carmel clutched each other and giggled helplessly at the thought of Tony in a tutu. He responded by executing a perfect pirouette. Frances had never been in a relationship with a man who could pirouette or make pizza dough. That was just something interesting to note and not a reason to let Tony kiss her. She knew he wanted to kiss her. The feeling of being at a party with a man who wanted to kiss her but had not yet done so was exactly as good as the first time she experienced it, at the age of 15 at Natalie's 16th birthday party. It heightened everything, just like a hallucinogenic drug. They toasted Zoe and Zach. "I didn't want twins," said Heather, holding up her glass of red wine. "When the doctor told me it was twins, I'm not going to lie, I said a 4-letter word." "Well, that's a great start, Mum," said Zoe. "I'm a midwife," said Heather, ignoring her. "I knew the risks of a twin pregnancy. But it turned out the pregnancy didn't give me any trouble at all. I had a natural birth. Of course, they gave me a lot of trouble once they were out in the world." She looked at Napoleon. He took her hand. "Those first few months were hard, but then, I don't know, I think we got them into a routine when they were about 6 months old. And I remember, after I finally got a good night's sleep, I woke up, looked at them, and thought, well, you two are pretty special." They always took it in turns to do things first. Zach was born first, but Zoe walked first. Zach ran first. Her words faded a little. She went to take a sip of wine and then remembered she hadn't finished her toast. Zoe got her driver's license first, which, as you can imagine, made Zach crazy. She stopped again. The fights! You would not believe the fights they had. They'd be wanting to kill each other, and I'd put them in separate rooms, but within 5 minutes they'd be back together again, playing and giggling. Frances realized that Heather was giving the exact speech she would have given if Zach hadn't died. An ordinary, proud mum speech in a backyard, with the younger generations rolling their eyes and the older generation brushing away tears. She held up her glass. "To Zoe and Zach, the smartest, funniest, most beautiful kids in the world. Your dad and I love you." Everyone held up their glasses and said after her, "To Zoe and Zach." Napoleon and Zoe didn't do a toast. Instead, Napoleon lit the candles on Carmel's cake and they all sang happy birthday, and Zoe blew out the candles. And no one said, "Make a wish," because every single person in that room was wishing the same thing. Frances could see him so clearly, the boy who should have been there, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Zoe, jostling with her to blow out the candles, their lives ahead of them. After plates were handed around with the excellent cake, Zoe demanded that Ben play a song that Frances didn't recognise, and Ben played it, and he and Jessica and Zoe danced together. There were promises to keep in touch. People friended and followed each other. Jessica set up a WhatsApp group on their phones and joined them all. Carmel was the first one to succumb to exhaustion and say, "Good night." Everyone was leaving for home the next morning. Those who were from interstate had changed their flights and transfers to the next day, a day earlier than anticipated. Carmel was from Adelaide, and the Marconi family and Tony were from Melbourne. Tony was the only interstate guest who had hired a rental car, and he was going to drive Ben and Jessica to pick up their car from where it had been abandoned by Delilah. Lars and Frances, the only guests from Sydney, had declared their intentions to sleep late and have a lazy breakfast before heading off. Frances somehow already knew that everything was going to feel different in the morning. They would all feel the tug of their old lives. She'd been on group package holidays and cruises before. She knew the process. The further away they got from Tranquillum House, the more they would think, "Wait, what was that all about? I have nothing in common with those people." It would all begin to feel like a dream. Did I really do a Hawaiian dance by the pool? Did I really attempt to do a charade of the Kama Sutra just so my team would win? Did I really take illegal drugs and get locked up with strangers? At last, there was just Frances and Tony, alone at the long table, drinking a final glass of wine. Tony held up the bottle. "Refill?" Frances looked at her glass, considered, "No, thank you." He went to refill his own glass, changed his mind, and put the bottle back down. "I must be transformed," said Frances. "Normally, I'd say yes." "Me too," said Tony. He got that decisive, focused, "I'm going in" look men got on their faces when they'd decided it was time to kiss you. Frances thought of that first kiss at Natalie's 16th birthday party, how incredible and glorious it was, and how that was the boy who ended up telling her that he preferred smaller breasts. She thought of Gillian telling her to stop acting like the heroine of one of her own novels. Tony lived in Melbourne and was no doubt very settled in his life there. She thought of how often she'd moved for a man, how she'd been prepared to pack up her life and move to America for a man who didn't even exist. She thought of Masha asking, "Do you want to be a different person when you leave here?" She said to Tony, "Normally, I'd say yes." Chapter 75. 1 week later. "So, I'm not pregnant?" said Jessica. "Never was pregnant. It was all in my head?" Ben looked up from the couch. He picked up the remote and turned off Top Gear. "Okay," he said. She came and sat down next to him and put her hand on his knee, and for a moment they sat in silence and didn't say a word. But somehow they both knew what it meant. If she'd been pregnant, they would have stayed together. There was enough love left to stay together for a baby. But she wasn't pregnant, and there wasn't enough love left to try again, or for anything else, except an inevitable, amicable divorce. 2 weeks later, the house smelled of gingerbread and caramel and butter. Carmel had cooked all her daughters' favourite foods for their homecoming. She heard the sound of the car pulling into the driveway and went to the door. The car doors flew open and out tumbled her 4 little girls. They knocked her to her knees with their embraces. She buried her nose in their hair, the crooks of their arms. They burrowed into her and instantly began to fight over her like she was a favourite stuffed toy. Lizzie got elbowed in the eye by one of her sisters and wailed. Lulu screamed at Allie, "Let me have a turn hugging Mummy. You're taking all of her." Sadie grabbed at Carmel's hair and tugged, bringing tears of pain to her eyes. "Let your mother stand up," snapped Joel. He never did well on long-haul flights. "For Christ's sake!" Carmel managed to stagger to her feet. Lulu said fiercely, "I am never, ever leaving you again, Mummy." Joel snapped, "Lulu, don't be so ungrateful. You just had the holiday of a lifetime." "No need to get cross with her," said Sonia. "We're all tired." Watching her ex-husband's new girlfriend criticize him reminded Carmel of the euphoria she'd experienced after drinking that drug-laced smoothie. "Go inside, girls," said Carmel. "There are treats." The girls ran. "You look great," said Sonia, who looked grey-faced and jet-lagged. "Thanks," said Carmel. "I've had a really nice break." "Have you lost weight?" asked Sonia. "I don't know," said Carmel. She honestly didn't know. It no longer seemed important. "Well, I don't know what it is, but you just look transformed. You really do," said Sonia warmly. "Your skin looks great, your hair, everything." Carmel thought, "Damn it, I'm going to become your friend, aren't I?" She realized that Joel wouldn't even notice any difference in her. You never changed your appearance for men. You changed it for other women, because they were the ones carefully tracking each other's weight and skin tone along with their own. They were the ones trapped with you on the ridiculous appearance obsession merry-go-round that they couldn't or wouldn't get off. Even if she'd been a perfectly toned and manicured gym junkie, Joel would still have left her. His lack of attraction had nothing to do with her. He didn't leave her for something better, but for something new. Joel said, "We got seated right near the toilets on the flight home. Bang, bang, bang went the door all night. I never slept at all." "Unacceptable," said Carmel. "I know," said Joel. "I tried to get us upgraded on points, but no luck." Carmel registered the upward lift of Sonia's eyes. Yes, definitely friends. "So I've been thinking it might be good if you could help with some of the chauffeuring around to after-school activities this year," said Carmel to Joel. "I wore myself out trying to do everything on my own last year, and I want to keep up this new exercise routine I've got going." "Of course," said Sonia. "We're co-parents." "My mouth feels disgusting," muttered Joel. "I think it's the dehydration." "Send me their schedules," said Sonia. "We'll get it all worked out. Or, if you want, we could have a coffee together. Talk it through." She looked nervous, as if she'd overstepped. "That sounds good," said Carmel. "I set my own hours, so I can be really flexible," said Sonia. The enthusiasm bubbled up in her voice. "I'd love to help out with their ballet. Anytime. I always dreamed of having a little girl and doing her hair for ballet. And, well, as you know, I can't have children of my own, so I'm never—" "You can't have children?" interrupted Carmel. "I'm sorry. I thought you knew that," said Sonia, with a sideways glance at Joel, who was busy running his finger around the inside of his mouth. "I didn't know that," said Carmel. "I'm sorry." "Oh, it's fine. I've fully accepted it," said Sonia, with a second glance at Joel that told Carmel it was not fine for Sonia, but it was just great for Joel. "But that's why I'd love to help with ballet. Unless you want to keep that for yourself, of course." "You're very welcome to take them to ballet," said Carmel, who was not a ballet mum and could never manage those sleek ballet buns to the satisfaction of her daughters or their teacher, Miss Amber. "Really?" Sonia clasped her hands as if she'd been given the most precious gift, and the joyous gratitude in her eyes made Carmel want to cry with gratitude too. The girls weren't going to have to be confused by the arrival of a half-sibling, and Carmel was going to get out of all things ballet. Miss Amber would love Sonia. Sonia would volunteer to help out doing hair and makeup at the concerts. Carmel was permanently off the hook. Later today, Carmel would tell Lulu to never ever correct anyone who said how much she looked like her mummy when she was out with Sonia. "I'll research the best calendar sharing apps." Sonia took out her phone from her handbag and tapped herself a note. Carmel experienced another burst of euphoria. She might have lost a husband, but she'd got herself a wife. An efficient, energetic, young wife. What a bargain! What an upgrade! She'd be there for poor Sonia when, in 10 years or so, Joel decided he was due for his next upgrade. "Can we talk about ballet another time?" said Joel, "because right now I really need to get home for a shower." He made a movement towards his car. "We need to say goodbye to the girls," said Sonia. "Of course," sighed Joel. It seemed like it had been a long holiday. "Was it paleo?" Sonia whispered to Carmel as they headed inside the house. 5'2"? 18'6"? "Health resort," said Carmel. "Very trippy place. It changed my life." 3 weeks later. "You're panting," said Joe to Frances. "I've been doing push-ups," said Frances, face down on her living room floor, the phone to her ear. "Push-ups work every muscle in your body." "You have not been doing push-ups," scoffed Joe. "Oh my God, I haven't interrupted you in flagrante delicto. Only Francis's former editor could both pronounce and spell in flagrante delicto. I guess I should be flattered that you think I'm more likely to be having sex at 11 in the morning than doing push-ups. Frances sat up into a cross-legged position. She'd lost 3 kilos at Tranquillum House and put them straight back on once she was home, but she was trying to incorporate a little more exercise, a little less chocolate, a little more mindful breathing, and a little less wine into her lifestyle. She was feeling pretty good. The whites of her eyes were most definitely whiter, according to her friend Ellen, who had been shocked to hear about Frances's experience. When I said their approach was unconventional, I meant the personalized meals, she cried. I didn't mean LSD. She thought about it and then said wistfully, I would have loved to try LSD. How's retirement? Frances asked Jo. I'm going back to work, said Jo. Work is easier. Everyone thinks I have nothing to do all day. My siblings think I should take full responsibility for our elderly parents. My children think I should take care of their children. I love my grandchildren, but daycare was invented for a reason. I knew you were too young to retire, said Frances, as she tried to touch her nose to her knee. Stretching was so important. I'm starting my own imprint, said Jo. Are you? Said Frances. She sat up straight. A tiny burst of hope. Congratulations! Naturally, I've read the new novel, and naturally I love it, said Jo. Before I think about making an offer, I just wondered how you'd feel about incorporating a little bloodshed. Potentially even a murder. Just the one. Murder, said Frances. I don't know if I've got it in me. Oh, Frances, said Jo, you've got plenty of murderous impulses lurking away in that romantic old heart of yours. Have I? Said Frances. She narrowed her eyes. Maybe she did. 4 weeks later. Lars didn't know he was going to say it until he said it. Since he'd been back home, the dirty-faced little dark-haired boy with the hazel eyes kept materializing just as he drifted off to sleep. And suddenly, irritatingly, he'd be wide awake with the exact same thought in his head, like a brand new revelation every time. The kid didn't want to show him something terrible from his past. He wanted to show him something wonderful in his future. What a load of nonsense, he kept telling himself. I'm not a different person. That was just drugs. I've taken drugs before. That was a hallucination, not a goddamn epiphany. But now, Ray stood at the pantry putting away groceries, all those protein shakes, and Lars heard the words coming out of his mouth. I've been thinking about the baby idea. He saw Ray's hand stop, a can of tinned tomatoes poised mid-air. He didn't say a word. He didn't move or turn around. Maybe we could give it a shot, Lars said. Maybe. He felt sick. If Ray turned around right now, if he threw his arms around him, if he looked at him with all that love and happiness and need in his eyes, Lars would vomit. He would definitely vomit. But Ray knew him too well. He didn't turn around. He slowly put the can of tomatoes down. "Okay," he said, as if it were neither here nor there to him. "We'll talk about it later," said Lars, with a firm knuckle rap on the granite benchtop, which kind of hurt. "Yep," said Ray. A little while later, when Lars came back into the house to retrieve his sunglasses after saying he was going out to the shops, he heard the unmistakable sound of a 6-foot man jumping up and down on the spot while shrieking into the phone to someone who was presumably his sister. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! You're never going to believe what just happened!" Lars stopped for a moment, his sunglasses in his hand, and smiled before he headed back outside into the sunshine. 5 weeks later. There was a documentary about the history of Australian rules football on TV. Frances watched the whole thing. It was actually fascinating. She called Tony. "I just watched a whole hour of television about your sport." "Frances?" He sounded like he was puffing. "I've just been doing push-ups," he said. "I can do 10 in a row now," said Frances. "How many can you do?" 100, said Tony. "Show off," said Frances. 6 weeks later. Napoleon sat in the waiting room of a psychiatrist he'd been referred to by his GP. It had taken him 6 weeks to get the first available appointment. That's the mental health crisis problem right there, he thought. Since returning from Tranquillum House, he'd been surviving. Teaching, cooking, talking to his wife and daughter, running his support group. It was amazing to him that everyone treated him as if he were just the same. It reminded him of the blocked ears feeling after a flight, except all his senses, not just his hearing, felt muted. His voice seemed to echo in his ears. The sky was leached of colour. He did nothing that he wasn't obliged to do because the effort of existence exhausted him. He slept whenever he could. Getting up each morning was like moving his limbs through thick mud. "Everything okay?" Heather sometimes said to him. "All good," said Napoleon. Heather was different after their time at Tranquillum House. Not happier exactly, but calmer. She had joined a Tai Chi class in the park down the road. She was the only one under the age of 70. Heather had never been the sort of woman to have girlfriends, but for some reason she fitted right into this elderly circle. "They make me laugh," she said, "and they don't demand anything from me." "What are you talking about?" said Zoe. "They demand lots of you." It was true that Heather seemed to be spending a lot of time driving her elderly new friends to and fro from doctor's appointments and picking up prescriptions for them. Zoe had a new part-time job. She seemed busy and distracted with her university course. Napoleon kept a careful eye on her, but she was good. She was fine. One morning, a week or so after they'd got back from the retreat, He'd stopped by her bathroom door and overheard a beautiful sound he hadn't heard in 3 years. His daughter singing off-key in the shower. "Mr. Marconi?" said a short blonde woman who reminded him a little of Frances Welty. "I'm Alison." She ushered him into her office and motioned to a chair on the opposite side of a coffee table, with a book about English gardens and a box of aloe vera scented tissues. Napoleon didn't wait for the niceties. He had no time to lose. He told her about Zach. He told her about the drugs he was given at Tranquillum House and how, ever since then, he'd been struggling with what he believed to be depression. He told her that his GP had offered him antidepressants, and he probably did need antidepressants, but he knew sometimes it was hard to get the dosage right. It wasn't an exact science. He understood and appreciated this. He had done the research. He knew all the brand names, all the side effects. He'd put together his own spreadsheet if she was interested in taking a look, and he knew that sometimes during that initial period, patients didn't get better. They got worse. They suffered suicidal thoughts, and he knew this because he knew people who had lost family members in that way. And he also knew that he overreacted to drugs. He knew this about himself, and maybe his son had the same sensitivity. He didn't know. And he was sure that those people at that health resort meant well, and maybe this depression had been going to happen anyway, but he felt that he was possibly the one person in that room who should never, ever had been given that smoothie. And then, limp with exhaustion, he said, "Alison, I am terrified that I will..." She didn't ask him to finish the sentence. She reached across the coffee table and put her hand on his arm. "We're a team now, Napoleon. You and me. We're a team. And we're going to work out a strategy, and we're going to beat this. Okay?" She looked at him with all the passion and intensity of his old football coach. "We're going to beat it. We're going to win." 2 months later. Frances and Tony were taking a walk, 900 kilometres apart, in different states. They got into the habit of keeping each other company as they went for walks around their respective neighbourhoods. At first, they'd walked with their mobile phones pressed to their ears, but then Tony's daughter, Mimi, had said they should use headphones, and now their ears no longer ached when they finished, and they could walk for even longer. "Are you on your steep bit yet?" asked Tony. "I am," said Frances. "But listen to my breathing. I'm not puffing at all." "You're an elite athlete," said Tony. "Have you murdered anyone yet?" "Yep," said Frances. "Did it yesterday. Murdered my first character ever. He totally deserved it." "Did you enjoy it?" "Hello, Bear." Bear was a chocolate Labrador that Tony often passed on his walks. Tony didn't know Bear's owner's name, but he always said hello to Bear. Tony told her about his upcoming trip to Holland to see his son and grandchildren. "I've never been to Holland," said Frances. "Haven't you?" said Tony. "I've only been once. I'm hoping it's not going to be as cold as last time I went." "I've never been to Holland," said Frances again. There was a long pause. Frances stopped on the side of the street and smiled at a lady wearing a straw hat, watering her garden. Tony said, Would you like to come to Holland with me, Frances? Yes, said Frances. Yes, I would. Their first kiss was in the Qantas lounge. 3 months later. Heather sat on the end of her bed and rubbed lotion into her dry legs as Napoleon set the alarm on his phone for the next day. He'd been seeing a psychiatrist, and he seemed to be doing well, but he didn't talk much about what went on in those sessions. She watched as he put the phone on the bedside table. I think that you need to shout at me, she said. What? He looked up at her, startled. No, I don't. After the retreat, we've never properly talked about it again. The asthma medication. I wrote all those letters. It's on the record. Of course, Napoleon had done the right thing. He'd found the right contacts through Dr. Chang. He'd documented it all. There was never any intent to sue, but he needed to make sure that what happened was on the public record. He'd written to the authorities, to the pharmaceutical company. My son, Zachary Marconi, took his own life after being prescribed. I know, said Heather, but you never said anything about what I did. You are not to blame for Zach's suicide, said Napoleon. I don't want you to blame me, said Heather, but I just feel like you're allowed to be angry with me. You're allowed to be angry with Zoe too, but you're not going to shout at Zoe. No, I do not want to shout at Zoe. He looked horrified at the thought. But you can shout at me, if you like. She looked up at him, where he stood by the side of the bed, his brow furrowed in pain, as if he'd just that instant stubbed his toe. Absolutely not, he said in his pompous schoolteacher voice. That's ridiculous. That achieves nothing. You lost your son. Maybe I need you to be angry with me. You do not, said Napoleon. That's sick. He turned away from her. Stop this. Please? She got up on her knees onto the bed so she could look him in the eyes. Napoleon? She said. She thought about the home she grew up in, where nobody ever yelled or laughed or cried or screamed or expressed a single feeling, except for a mild desire for a cup of tea. Please? Stop this nonsense, he said through clenched teeth. Stop it. Shout at me. No, he said, I will not. What next? Should I hit you too? You'd never hit me in a million years, but I'm your wife, Napoleon. You're allowed to be angry with me. It was like she saw the anger shoot through him, from his feet to the top of his head. It flooded his face. It made his whole body tremble. You should have checked on the fucking side effects, Heather. Is that what you want to hear? His voice rose on an ascending scale until he was shouting as loud as she'd ever heard him shout. Louder even than when Zach, at 9 years old enough to know better, nearly ran in front of a car to chase a ball he'd been told to leave behind, and Napoleon shouted, "Stop!" so loudly that every single person in that car park stopped. Heather's heart raced as Napoleon held his hands on either side of her shoulders and shook them violently, as if he was shaking her hard enough to make her teeth rattle, except he didn't touch her. "Does that make you happy? Is that what you wanted to hear? Yes, I am angry. Because when I asked you about side effects for a medication you were giving my child, you should have checked." "I should have checked," she said quietly. He grabbed his phone from the bedside table. "And I shouldn't have pressed snooze on this fucking piece of shit phone." He threw it against the wall. Heather saw tiny shards of glass fly. For a long beat, neither of them said anything. She watched his chest rise and fall. She watched the anger leave him. He sank onto the bed, facing away from her, put his face into his hands and spoke in a hoarse, heartbroken voice, with only pain and regret left, so softly it was barely above a whisper. "And our daughter should have told us there was something wrong with her brother." "She should have told us," agreed Heather. And she laid her cheek against his back and waited for both their hearts to resume their normal pace. He said something else, but she didn't catch it. "What?" He said it again. "And that's all we'll ever know." "Yes," said Heather. "And it will never, ever be enough," said Napoleon. "No," said Heather. "No, it won't be." That night, Heather slept deeply and dreamlessly for 7 hours straight, something she hadn't done since Zach died. And when she woke, she found herself moving across the invisible, uncrossable expanse that had separated her and Napoleon for the last 3 years, as if it had never been there in the first place. She had made some bad decisions in her life, but saying yes to a freakishly tall, nerdy boy's polite invitation to see a well-reviewed film called Dances with Wolves was not one of them. You're not meant to think of your children when you make love. Sexuality between married parents is for behind closed doors. And yet, that morning, as Napoleon took her so tenderly into his arms, she thought of her family of 4, of both her children, of the baby boy who would never become a man, and the baby girl who was a woman now, and the powerful currents of love that would always run between them, husband and wife, father and son, mother and son, father and daughter, mother and daughter, brother and sister. So much love that came about because she said yes to a movie invitation. And then she thought of nothing at all, because that nerdy boy still had the moves. 1 year later. Ben and his mother had imagined it so many times that he thought they would surely be prepared when it finally happened. But they weren't. Lucy died of an overdose during one of her good periods, which is often the way, just when everyone thought that maybe this time she was going to make it. Lucy had started an interior design course. She was driving her kids to school. She'd been to a parent-teacher night for her eldest son, which was unprecedented. She had her eyes on the future. Ben's mother found her. She said she looked strangely peaceful, like a little girl having a nap, or a 30-year-old who gave up battling the monster that just refused to let her be. Ben thought first about ringing Jessica. They were on very good terms, although he still squirmed with embarrassment when he thought about the post she'd put on Instagram announcing their split, as if they were a celebrity couple who owed it to their public to let them know the true story before the media began hounding them. She wrote, "We'll always be best friends, but we've decided the time has come to lovingly separate." Right now, Jessica was in the middle of auditioning for the next season of The Bachelor. She said it wasn't so much that she wanted to find love, and she doubted she would, but it would be great for her profile, and it would guarantee her so many thousand more Instagram followers. He couldn't laugh too much because she was an ambassador for multiple charities, and her Instagram account was filled with photos of glamorous lunches and balls and breakfasts that she and a new group of society friends were so honoured to have organised. Ben was back working with Pete. The guys gave him a hard time in the beginning. "You're short of a buck, mate." But eventually they gave up and forgot he was rich. Ben still had the car and a nice house, but he put a lot of his money into a foundation run by his mother to help support families of addicts. Lars helped them split their assets without vitriol and without going to court. That was one thing they'd gained from their retreat at Tranquillum House, meeting a great family lawyer. Ben didn't ring Jessica to tell her about Lucy straight away. He couldn't bear to hear the lack of surprise in her voice. Instead, he dialed Zoe's number. They'd become online friends and occasional texters since the retreat, but they'd never actually talked on the phone. "Hello, Ben," she said cheerfully. "How are you?" "I'm calling—" He found he couldn't speak. He tried to remember to exhale. Her tone changed. "Is it your sister?" she said. "Is it Lucy?" She was there at the funeral. His eyes kept seeking her out. Chapter 76. 5 years later. Yao wouldn't normally have turned on daytime television, but he had just returned home from a stressful time at playgroup, where his 2-year-old daughter had sunk her teeth into the arm of another child and then thrown back her head and laughed like a vampire. It had been both embarrassing and terrifying. "Oh yes, you were a biter," his mother told him on the phone. "She gets it from you." She said this with some satisfaction, as if the propensity to bite was a wonderful trait to pass on to your children. Yao put his daughter down for a nap and pointed a stern finger at her. "Never do that again." She pointed a sterner finger back up at him. "Never do that again." Then she lay down, plugged her thumb in her mouth, and closed her eyes. He could still see her dimple, which meant she was just pretending to be asleep, hardly able to suppress her hilarity. He stood there for a few moments, marvelling at her dimple and the roundness of her baby cheeks, marvelling as he so often did that he had been parachuted into another life, a brand new life as a stay-at-home dad in the suburbs. He had received a 14-month suspended jail sentence after pleading guilty for his role in the events at Tranquillum House. Masha had insisted to police that she must take sole responsibility for the new protocol they'd attempted to introduce, and that her employees were nothing more than oblivious, obedient half-wits. She said she was the one who mixed the smoothies, which was true, but Yao had been right there with her, checking and double-checking dosages. Yao's mother said if she'd been the judge, he would have gone to prison. Both his parents had been so angry. They could not comprehend his actions. Most days, Yao could not comprehend them himself. It had all seemed so reasonable at the time. The prestigious researchers, the journal papers. That woman had you in a trance, his mother said. His mother vehemently denied that the incident he'd remembered during his psychedelic therapy ever happened. Never, she said. I would never leave you alone in a kitchen with something boiling on the stove. Do you think I'm stupid? Would you do that with your child? You had better not. She said that Yao's fear of mistakes came from no one but himself. You were born like that, she told him. We tried so hard to make you understand that mistakes do not matter. We told you again and again that you should not try so hard to be perfect. It did not matter if you made a mistake. Sometimes we purposely made mistakes so you would see that everyone made them. Your father used to deliberately drop things, bump into walls. I said to him, "That's a bit much." But he seemed to enjoy it. Yao wondered then if he'd been misinterpreting his parents his whole life. When they talked about keeping expectations low to avoid disappointment, it wasn't because they didn't believe in dreams. It was because they were trying to protect him. Also, his father was not as clumsy as he had thought. Delilah did not face court, because no one could ever track her down. Yao thought idly of her at times, and wondered where she was. If she was on some remote island restoring a boat, like the escaped prisoner in his favorite movie, The Shawshank Redemption. That's every single man in the world's favorite movie, one of the mothers at playgroup had told him once. She knew because she'd tried internet dating. But Yao suspected that it was more likely Delilah had disappeared into an urban environment and was working again as a PA. Sometimes he still thought of that skirt she wore 1,000 years ago when she worked for Masha. Yao was disqualified from working as a paramedic or anything in the health industry. After he left Tranquillum House and the charges were settled, he had moved into a one-bedroom apartment in a location virtually equidistant to the locations of his parents' homes, and he ended up getting a job as a translator of Chinese legal documents. It was dull, laborious work, but it paid the bills. One day, he got a call. Afterwards, he wondered if a phone call that is going to change your life has a portentous ringtone, because when he heard that ring, as he sat alone, eating his sad dinner for one, he experienced the most remarkable full-body shiver of presentiment. It was Bernadette, his ex-fiancée, calling to say hi. She'd been thinking about him. She'd been thinking about him a lot. Sometimes your life changes so slowly and imperceptibly that you don't notice it at all, until one day you wake up and think, how did I get here? But other times, life changes in an instant, with a lightning stroke of good or bad luck, with glorious or tragic consequences. You win the lottery. You step out onto a pedestrian crossing at the wrong time. You get a phone call from a lost love at exactly the right time. And suddenly your life takes a violent swerve in an entirely new direction. They were married within the year, and his wife got pregnant immediately. It made sense for her to go back to work and for Yao to stay home with the baby while he continued doing his translation work, which now seemed interesting and stimulating. Once he knew his daughter wasn't faking sleep anymore, he went into the living room, sank down on the couch, and turned on the TV. He would treat himself to 20 minutes of rubbish television to soothe himself from the stress of the biting incident, and then he'd get in an hour of work before it was time to think about dinner. The remote slipped from his hand. He whispered, "Masha." "Masha," said a man on the other side of the same city, a spanner in his hands. He didn't normally watch daytime television either, but he had come over to do a few jobs around his daughter-in-law's house, as his son was good with numbers, but not much else. "Do you know her?" His daughter-in-law lifted the baby girl she'd been breastfeeding while she watched TV onto her shoulder and patted her back. "She looks like someone I used to know," said the man, carefully not looking at his daughter-in-law because he did not want to see her breasts, and also because he could not tear his eyes from his ex-wife. Masha looked so beautiful. Her hair was dark brown with bits of blonde, shoulder length, and she wore a dress of all different shades of green that made her eyes look like emeralds. The man sat on the couch next to his daughter-in-law, and she glanced at him curiously, but didn't say anything else. They watched the interview together. Masha had written a book. It was about a 10-day personal development program that incorporated psychedelic drugs, being locked in a room with strangers, and undergoing an innovative kind of therapy that involved facing fears and solving riddles. "Surely people aren't falling for this," murmured his daughter-in-law. "Now, obviously these drugs you mention are illegal," said the interviewer. "Unfortunately, yes," said Masha, "but that will not be the case forever. And I understand you did jail time for supplying illegal drugs while attempting to test out this program?" The man clenched the spanner he still held in his lap. "Jail time?" "I did," said Masha, "but I will never regret that time. It was very important to me." She lifted her chin. "My time behind bars was a transformative experience. I learned so much, and I explain all my experiences in this book, which is available now in all good bookstores." She picked up the book and held it in front of her face. The interviewer cleared her throat. "Masha, what do you say about the rumors that people have been attending these courses you offer, held in different secret locations across the country, and that you are, in point of fact, offering LSD and other hallucinogenic drugs to your attendees?" "That is absolutely untrue," said Masha. "I unequivocally deny it." "So you are not running these programs in secret locations?" "I am running very unique tailored, incredibly effective personal development programs to small, select groups of people, but there is nothing illegal going on. I can assure you of that. I hear there is a waiting list, said the interviewer, and that people are paying quite hefty fees to attend. There is a waiting list, said Masha. People should visit my website if they would like to go on the list, or call the toll-free number I believe is appearing on the screen right now. There is a special offer for those who call within the next 24 hours. If there is nothing illegal going on, I wonder why the locations are kept secret and change on a regular basis, said the interviewer. She looked at Masha expectantly. Was that a question? Asked Masha, with a seductive smile straight at the camera. What a nutter, said the man's daughter-in-law. I bet she's making millions. She stood and held out the baby to her father-in-law. Will you hold her? I'll make us some tea. The man moved the spanner off his lap and took his granddaughter. His daughter-in-law left the room. Masha was talking about something called holotropic breathwork, which she said was psychedelic therapy without the psychedelics. That's where you breathe fast to get high, right? Said the interviewer, rather rudely and skeptically. It is a much more complex, sophisticated process than that, said Masha. An image appeared on the screen of Masha at some kind of conference center, striding about a stage with a tiny microphone attached to her ear, while an auditorium packed with people looked on with rapt attention. The man held the baby up and spoke in his native tongue into her ear. That crazy woman is your grandmother. He remembered the day their second son was born, only 3 months after they lost their firstborn so tragically. He is yours. Masha had refused to look at the baby. Her averted face, her sweat-soaked hair flat against her forehead, could have been carved from marble. Not mine. A nurse at the hospital said, Mum'll come around. It was the grief. She was still in shock, probably. Such a terrible thing to go through, losing her son when she was 6 months pregnant with her second. That nurse did not know his wife's strength. She did not know Masha. Masha discharged herself from the hospital. She said she was going straight back to work that very day, and she would send money. She would make enough money in her job so that her husband could take care of the new baby, but she wanted nothing to do with him. She spoke very calmly, as if this were a business arrangement, and she only lost her temper once, when the man fell to his knees and clutched her and begged her to let them be a family again. Masha screamed into his face over and over, I am not a mother. Can you not understand this? I am not a mother. So he let her go. What else could he do? She did exactly what she said she would, and sent money, more and more each year, as her career became more successful. He sent her photos. She never acknowledged them. He wondered if she even looked at them, and he thought that maybe she did not. She was a woman with the strength to move mountains. She was a woman as weak as a child. He remarried 2 years later. His son called his Australian wife Mummy and spoke with an Australian accent, and they had 2 more sons and lived an Australian life in this lucky country. They played cricket on the beach on Christmas Day. They had a swimming pool in their backyard, and his sons caught the bus home, and on hot summer days they ran straight through the house, tearing off their clothes, and jumped into the pool in their undies. They had a large circle of friends, some of whom dropped by their house without phoning first. His second wife grew up in a small country town, and her accent was from the bush, broad and thick and slow. Her favourite phrase was, "No big deal," and he loved her. But there had been occasions over the years when he would be standing in his backyard at the barbecue, turning steaks, a beer in his hand, cicadas screaming, a kookaburra laughing, the splash of water, the smell of bug spray, the early evening sun still hot on his neck. And without warning, Masha's face would appear in his mind. Her nostrils flared, her beautiful green eyes blazing with superiority and contempt, but also childlike confusion. These people, they are so strange. For many years he had given up communicating with Masha. He didn't bother to send photos of their son's wedding, but 5 years ago, when their first grandchild was born and he was awash with the fierce, all-consuming love of a new grandparent, he had emailed again, attaching photos of the baby with the subject heading, "Please open, Masha." He wrote that it was fine that she chose not to be a mother. He understood. But now, if she wanted, she could be a grandmother, and wasn't that wonderful? There was no reply. He looked now at his granddaughter. He thought he could see something of Masha in the shape of her eyes. He held the baby with one arm and extracted his phone from his pocket with the other and snapped a photo of her exquisite, sleeping face. He wouldn't give up. One day Masha would answer. One day she would weaken or find the strength, and she would answer. He knew her better than anyone. One day she would. Chapter 77. Reader, she didn't marry him, but he moved to Sydney for her, and they lived together, and Tony was there beside her during the resurgence of her career, when Frances's first foray into romantic suspense turned out to be a surprise hit. A surprise to everyone except Jo, who called her up the day after she delivered the revised manuscript and said, in a very ungrandmotherly tone, "You fucking nailed it." Frances was also a surprise hit with Tony's grandchildren in Holland, who called her Grandma Frances, and Tony credited Frances with the family's decision to move back to Sydney, which was entirely unwarranted, as his son Will had got a transfer, nothing to do with her. But she was besotted with his grandkids. Her grandkids. And all of her friends said that was just so typical of Frances, to skip the hard yards and go straight to the good part, where you got to love them and spoil them and hand them back. But they forgave her. Chapter 78. Of course, not everyone gets a happy ending, or even the chance of one. Life doesn't work like that. Case in point, Helen Einat, the reviewer of Frances's novel What the Heart Wants, lost her entire life savings in a mortifying, high-profile cryptocurrency scam, and lived in a state of quite profound unhappiness for the rest of her days. But as she despised neatly tied-up happy endings, she was fine with that. Chapter 79. Oh, reader, of course she married him eventually. You've met her. She waited until her 60th birthday. She wore turquoise. She had 11 bridesmaids, none of whom was under the age of 45, 13 flower girls, and 1 page boy, a toddler just learning to walk, who clutched a matchbox car in each of his tiny fists. He was called Zach. Every chair at the reception was tied up with a giant white satin bow at the back. It was the most beautiful, ridiculous wedding you've ever seen. Acknowledgements. As always, there are so many people to thank for their support with this book. Thank you to my talented editors who worked so hard to make 9 Perfect Strangers so much better in so many significant ways. Georgia Douglas, Kate Patterson, Amy Einhorn, Maxine Hitchcock, Ali Laveau, and Hilary Reynolds. Thank you to Alina Reddy for giving so generously of her time to help me develop the character of Masha. Alina is not only a wonderful artist, but has the ability to paint such vivid pictures with her words. Maria, Masha Dmitrichenko, was the winning bidder at a Starlight Children's Foundation charity event to have a character in one of my books named after her, and I thank her for the use of her name. Thank you to Dr. Nikki Stamp for answering my questions. She is one of only a handful of female heart surgeons in Australia, and the dialogue I gave Masha's heart surgeon came straight from her fascinating book, Can You Die of a Broken Heart? Thank you to Kat Lukash and Praveen Naidu for help with my Russian and my football, to Lucy Johnson for sharing health resort stories, and to my brother-in-law, Rob Ostrick, for the expression on his face when I asked how he would feel about driving a Lamborghini down an unsealed road. Thank you to my sister Fiona for instantly answering my texts demanding information. Thank you to my charming fellow guests at the Golden Door Health Resort for a lovely week where I saw the sunrise, which was very pleasing, although I feel no particular need to see it do so again. Thank you to my agents, Fiona Inglis and Ben Stevenson in Sydney, Faye Bender in New York, Jonathan Lloyd and Kate Cooper in London, and Jerry Kalajian in LA. Thank you to my publicists for your patience and for all that you do. Tracy Cheetham in Sydney, Gabby Young in London, and Marlena Bittner in New York. Thank you also to Connor Mintzer, Nancy Tripark, and Katie Bowden. Thank you to Adam for helping me create Tranquillum House, for stopping to